Hey! Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Welcome to the day number 3 of CODM Garena Masters Season 3. I'm your host and analyst for this day's session, and I'm here with the cutest Fasha Bunny and the one and only Kali Gaming. Fasha, you've been away in the MPC in Garena, and the last time you've casted Garena was GIBR. How are you feeling right now, seeing the big names of the multiplayer once again?
I mean, I'm nervous, man. Seriously, I'm nervous. There's a lot of names that have been switched out, brands been switched out already, but the roster's also been switching up. Will definitely shows a lot of action will be given out and interesting to all of the viewers right here, right now. We're gonna see some different tactics and gameplay at the Garena Masters, and it might show we might have a different kind of champions to raise to the top. But who could that be? That is only if they qualify themselves right here at the group stage. It is double Robin tournament, so it's still a long way to go, but it is enough to push to the potential that they need as much as map as possible to qualify to the playoff. Am I right, Kelly?
Oh, I mean, definitely, it's going to be a very interesting day here today, and it's going to be an interesting group stage for every team that has managed to qualify here at Garena Master Season 3. I mean, you got to place yourself on the top two for your respective groups to be able to advance to that playoffs. And every game, every map will count here for all of these two teams. So I hope that they are ready to bring in the pack action here, Sassy.
Yeah, I hope they are ready to qualify for the top two spots in order to advance to the next stage of the Garena Master Season 3, which is the playoffs. Now we are on the group stage. We got to see them battle all of the teams in the same group, and we will explain that further in the next slide here, tournament format. But for now, Callie, just a quick answer. Who do you think will be advancing, or just a wild guess on the playoffs?
I know it's tough, but you have to allocate the top four of Garena Master Season 2. You have to allocate AMT, Smart, Omega, Huntsman, Blacklist International, Ultimate, and of course, teams who have managed to qualify for the for Garena Master Season 3 through a qualifiers. Of course, will be battling for the spot as well. But of course, I'm rooting for Mamba, LOWKINGS, and everybody that wants to prove that they are definitely value to play for that playoffs. But yeah, you got to consider those top fours. But for that last four slots, I don't know, man. It will be fight for their money.
Agree.
Yeah, I really agree on your statement that four teams basically will be. We can say that they secured the top one spot because they are the invited team. So the other four slots will be the ones in question who will be advancing to the playoffs together with these invited teams, one of each allocated to a bracket or a group. Now we get to see the tournament format in the Garena Master Season 3 from 256 teams. We get to cut them to top 16, and imagine the level of filter in this tournament. How they filtered out this 256 teams. They made it to 16 teams. And mind you, these four teams are invited. So that makes a total of 12 teams gotten in from the 256 teams. And you get to see four different groups here, one invited team in each group. So we got Almighty for Group A, we got Smart Omega for Group B, we got Huntsman for Group C, and we got Blacklist Ultimate for Group D. And this is what Callie was saying. These four teams could be actually be safe in taking one spot for the playoffs. So the other slot will be the ones contested by other three
Mhm.
teams here. But we have not. I mean, we can't be so sure because it's very
Mhm.
exciting. We can see those upsets that we are happy to see it because it makes the documentary interesting enough. But looking at the groups here, Callie, who do you think will have an upset?
I mean, there's a lot of possibilities and opportunities for all of these teams that would want to qualify for the playoffs. And I think Fasha Bunny's got an answer prepared for that, right, Fasha Bunny?
Oh no, no, no! Because at the moment right now, I'm still at the blurred line because some teams, and not only that, like we even saw a lot of commotion coming off from each and every single audience as well, looking forward to see how the control mode is given out into this
Mm-hmm.
tournament, right? Because this is
Oh.
something so huge
Mm-hmm.
inside our tournament. Everybody was like, "Where is the domination?" But once control mode has been introduced, little by little, everybody been thinking that it could be a best way to actually standardize each and every single team compatibility as well as ability inside the Garena COD WPM and I gotta say,
Oh.
amazing job by both of the teams trying themselves to actually get a hold of how the best way and tactic to actually perform inside the control mode. But there are certain teams that I can hear from a lot of their lives. A lot of them also commented like control mode. There's still much to be researched on. Even me as myself, I got to know even more how to be a good player inside the control mode. Exactly how it is. And I think Sazi, what do you think how it's like when it comes to control mode?
Man, I really like your point about control because we were talking about upsets, and basically control is where the teams get upset the most because
Yeah.
for the entirety of CODM, we played hardpoint, we played search and destroy. Now you get the control, and basically you're back to square one.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you're a veteran or an amateur team, once you get into the control, you're basically on the same playing field, so they can pull off those 1 point here, and that could be a huge difference. Now, talking about control, there's a lot of different strategies here, and one notable organization in terms of control is C8. So we can get to see them later on in the schedules or in the following matchups later. But for now, we get to see the prize pool. First place, 10,000 US dollars. Too huge for first place, and that could be a huge morale boost for them. You can renovate your boot camps, you can treat yourself good food, and just prepare for the next battles, for the stage 4, for the world championships. Second place will get 4,500 US dollars. Third place gets 3,000 US dollars. Fourth place, 1,500 US dollars. Fifth to eighth place, they get 750 US dollars. Ninth to 12th place, they get 500 US dollars. And this is one interesting thing here. You get 250 US dollars. Even though you can't score anything, or even though you have 0 wins, you still get $250. And that's quite huge considering that you have no wins or maybe just 1 win. So it's actually very interesting how Garena has distributed the prize pool. It's amazing, right, Callie?
Oh yeah, it's really amazing, man, because it's still an effort to reach the top 16 teams in
Yeah.
Garena Master Season 3. And not only are these teams fighting for a total prize pool of 25,000 US dollars, the teams are fighting for that stage 4 qualification we're in. We have 2 teams from Philippines advancing to the next stage, 2 MY and 2 SG. Malaysian and Singapore squads also playing for that stage 4. And obviously, it's not just the money at stake here, but of course, the stage 4 qualification for CODM World Championship 2022, which will be happening at September for Garena regional qualifiers. But hey, man, loving the total prize pool. Can't wait for the day to start and, of course, see what's going to happen because we have a lot of matches that we currently will see here today. Right, Fasha Bunny?
Agreed. Money wise, it is a lot and it is amazing to be put out and a lot of stake to be to actually figure out as well as consider when it comes to going in. But as Sazi said, it is amazing to have an opportunity, not only even though you might not win it, but yet people will see you as the top teams qualified inside the group stage. And these are the teams that were able to qualify in the group A. We got the almighty Sam9, who was denied on the Garena season number 2, but it's okay, they're back on action right here on season number 3. C8 Legacy, the same legacy that we have seen throughout the game as well as all the season and the tournament itself. They have put out a great name. And Ultimate Omni, this is the team that I am interested in. And just like how Sazi said, I missed 2 days, man. I missed 2 days. I'm pretty much more wrapped up to the battle royale scene, so please give me something that I don't know, my friend.
Man, one thing's for sure, Ultimate Omni is the newest addition in town. They are formerly known as C8 Omni, now been acquired by Ultimate. So that brings a lot of pressure for them. And they get to, if you carry the flag of Ultimate, which actually houses the Blacklist Ultimate and Ultimate Divinus, the players or the viewers have a lot of expectations. So Ultimate Omni, can they live up to the expectations? And on the other note, Sem9, it's really good to see them back in the majors after settling for second place in the Garena Youth Challengers. Now, you get to see Group B. This is the return of the old names. You got Smart Omega, RTL Esports, NV Doctors, PDR Esports. RTL, they were once a powerhouse, and now the players are returning together with the players formerly from PDR and as well as C8. They combine together and produce the RTL Esports that you are seeing right now. PDR Esports, on the other hand, this is a new team. Once again, it's a returning name in the major scene. And then you fill them up with Smart Omega, a high wall standing in front of them. So these three teams, Envy Doctors, formerly the Doctors from Garena Master Season 1, and then rebranded to Envy Doctor Season 2, and then here we are, Season 3. They're still standing strong. So basically, RTL Esports, Envy Doctors, PDR Esports will be struggling towards the top 2 spot here, Kali.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. You just have to assume that Smart Omega will claim that top 1 spot. And
Yeah.
I'm not biased here. Just looking at the facts, the basis of that statistics that Smart Omega is putting up recently, and of course from Garena Master Season 2, they're guaranteed to really advance to that next stage. But hey, we never know. They might struggle against RTL Esports, Envy Doctors, and PDR Esports. And everything is going to be a really great possibility because not only we do have that recent control game mode added into the mix, but we also do have the game settings adjusted. Hardpoint 150 to 250. S&D from 6-round wins to 7-round wins. Everything is new. There's a lot of variabilities. And now we get to see Group C here, Sazi.
Oh yeah, Group C, we got Huntsman, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, Sector Zero, and ACNO FINESSE. These two teams here, Huntsman and West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, they are sitting at the top of the leaderboards in the Garena Masters. And Sector Zero, you put in Sector Zero and ACNO FINESSE, which is basically new teams here. Sector Zero has a slight advantage over ACNO FINESSE because it houses a lot of veteran players. ACNO FINESSE, on the other hand, this is entirely fresh. This is the first time that they will be playing in a major Garena stage. Although they have played in Garena so far, but it's in eliminations on Ways of War. And now they get the chance to be qualified for the top 16. But you are looking at Huntsman and West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, two teams that is expected to take the top two spots in Group C. So it's a lot of challenge. It's a huge challenge for our ACNO FINESSE and even Sector Zero, if you think about this one. And Group D, this is even harder. You get Blacklist Ultimate, the Eastern champions. You get Triple V Esports, the recently champions in Garena Youth Challengers. C8 United, although they are in the process of rebuilding their lineup. But if you are CKG Legacy, which is basically fresh from the amateur scene, then this is a huge struggle for this, right, Kali?
Oh yeah, definitely. And obviously for the three teams here, C8 United, VVV Esports, CKG Legacy, they need to step up and of course make sure that they get to bounce back and fight for that number 2 spot. Everybody will be facing the same fate of Group C. Blacklist International claiming that number 1 spot. Then the final 3 teams opting and vying for that number 2 spot for this stage of the group stage. Of course, we do have the standings after day 2. And Fasha Bunny, a lot has happened. And we did see ALMGHTY, Huntsman, Smart Omega, Blacklist Ultimate, the top 4 from Garena Masters Season 2, making the difference here at this games so far at Garena Masters Season 3.
Agreed, because the fact is, we know for a fact there's a reason why they were the top 4 for this previous season, and to see them still control and keep up those momentum they had even from the previous season and putting back inside this new season showed how there's a reason they were the top 4. But then again, this is something that the newcomers as well as the old comers, not to say that some of them are newcomers, but they are actually the ones that had to compete with those top 4s. There's a reason why they are invited, but they have to tell themselves that you might be invited, but we have a chance to topple that pedestal that has already been put out for you guys. On the other hand, a great job done from all the groups right now. For day number 3, it's still too early on, like we always say, but early is the best way to go through, and that's what we are seeing. Both of the groups as well as all of the groups has been doing well, but somehow the odd teams are still struggling and they need to pick themselves up right away, right here on day number 3.
I like the challenge that you are posing up again for the teams here, Fasha. It's really true that these top four teams are proving themselves to be at the top, but you get to see the teams here that wants to challenge them and topple them off that top spot. So now that looking at the schedule, we got Almighty versus C8 Legacy on the first game. Huntsmen versus West Point Mamba Low Kings, match number 2. Match number 3, Off-Stream Sector 0 and ACNO Finesse. We got Envy Doctors versus PDR Esports on the match number 4. Triple V Esports versus CKG Legacy on the match number 5. Smart Omega and RTL Esports match number 6. And Sem9 versus Ultimate Omni match number 7. Now, Fasha, I need to ask you this. What match are you looking forward the most?
Oh man, I know people are gonna hate me for saying this, and I see a lot of comments like that. No. I mean, you gotta have a fire right here, and I'm gonna actually burn even more fire on right here, right on to everyone who's watching this live right now. You guys may call me biased, but it's not biased. It's more to the nationalism of the Malaysia, man. If you're from Philippines, you would support the Philippines, right? So I am for full on supporting my Malaysia, my country itself, and I got 3 teams from Malaysia right there representing my region. So I will full out say I am interested to see how Malaysia be fighting with amazing teams from the Philippines. I'm not biased because we are totally agree on that. Philippines breeds of amazing players. So let's see how my Malaysia that I'm truly proud of can fight off with these amazing teams. Am I right or not?
Yeah, that's really completely understandable, and I love the patriotism that you are showing off. So basically, what Fasha is looking forward to the most is match number 2, match number 4, and match number 7, where you got Huntsman from Malaysia, Envy Doctors from Malaysia, and Sem9 from Malaysia. So if you are a Malaysian fan, also show love in those 3 matches. And now for the first game, Almighty. This team here from Incendio, Heaven, Shut Up, Jeff Pro, Irfan J, their lineup basically never changed since Garena Master Season 1. But the thing here is that from that second place in Garena Master Season 1, they're slowly declining, but they are still consistent in the top 4 spot. So this five-man roster from Almighty just only need to polish their strengths, to polish their trade, and get the first place. Because Almighty, after a lot of major tournaments, even on the Worlds, they play second. They never tasted the win, the first place this year. So that is the passion burning in their hearts. Am I right, Callie?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's been a while since they were crowned as the champions, and we've loved this team to actually bounce back. But for their second match coming into this series, they just have to maintain their form versus State Legacy. They had a 3-0 record during their opening match versus Sem9, where eventually they decimated Sem9, struck fear as they take Slums Hardpoint 250-33, raid 7-0, stand up 3-0. Everything was just Almighty on that first day, but we also need a repeat performance from Shut Up. Player of the game versus Sem9 had a 1.93 KD, had 42.86% off the First Bloods on those SNDs. And First Bloods always wins you the rounds. And with Shut Up having 42.86% of it, the whole game, he was really, really involved there, Sezzy.
Yeah, Shut Up will be the man to be watched on, especially on the Search and Destroy. And looking at the moods right now, Fasha, how do you think AMT will be preparing against their match?
I mean, they're just chilling right now. Despite I know for a fact that they are already good on the first match, but I hope they don't chill too much because we are about to meet up with the C8 Legacy, and we're talking about Captain and V9. We got Jello, HitX, Jarbs, Justin, and Mark, and they are phenomenal in their performance. So something that the team of Almighty must not actually take it for granted when it comes to fighting with C8 Legacy. Despite even though the first performance, yes, we agree, it was amazing. It was a clean sweep for them, but they need to step it up even more further when it comes to fighting with C8 Legacy, especially with HeatX right there. I know for a fact it boosts up even more of the moralism inside the C8 Legacy teamwork and a great chemistry.
Yeah, great chemistry indeed, because this team here is composed of members from Agila Esports and C8 Legacy. Now, you might say that, oh, they are not in the same team of former team. So how do you say that their teamwork is fine? I mean, Agila Esports and C8 Legacy, they fight neck and neck since the Ways of War January. And even on the Garena Masters, they fought and fought and fought against each other. And you know the best about your rival. That is one of the key factors that C8 Legacy have chosen to get the lineup of Agila Esports. Now, if you take a look at the players of the game, shut up. This numbers here presented by Kali, 1.93 KDA against HitX with 1.19. It speaks a lot of volume here, Kali, right?
Oh yeah, it speaks a lot of volume. You can see the output that these two players can do. I mean, of course, the boy Heat X will definitely have a lot more average skills, but he also had a far more deaths compared to Shut Up. But you know, this is just the individuals that we really need to look out for these teams because they were the ones that created a lot of noise on their opening matchups. But again, individual doesn't matter. You have to play as a team coming into this game. And of course, for C8 Legacy, they really have to be playing as a team because on their recent match against their opening match versus, if I'm not mistaken, against Ultimate Omni, they had the firepower, but they lacked the team play and execution. Thus, they were down in that series. But hey, you know, for these two, we really need to watch out for them, Sezi.
Yeah, we really need to watch out for them, especially if C8 Legacy on the control mode. They might bite you back if you don't prepare for them. So that's one thing that AMT should prepare. But the thing here is that AMT has the lady luck. They won the cost. Oh my god, it's really the. Oh my god,
Bro, don't worry, man.
Toss coin.
Do the coin flip.
I always
Yeah,
do that.
the coin
man.
flip. Toss coin toss. I don't know, man. But yeah, they got the toss coin and they take the map pick for the control mode. So that will be slimming the chances of the control mode victory for the side of C8 Legacy, given that Almighty, they are confident in summit control. Now, when you take a look at the map bans, they don't want the firing range for AMT and Hacienda, of course. You don't want that big map for the standoff and the hard point, and even on the control if there's any. But Sparrow, Purifier, this will open up the Annihilator and the Gravity Vortex. And on the Slums hard point, you get to see a lot of entrances, a very slim entrances. And do you think Fasha, the Gravity Vortex will be a crucial factor in this hard point?
It might. I definitely agree on that, and especially with Almighty already raised to the top and giving a great performance even on the first round itself. Slums definitely pulls out when Almighty saying that this is our map, we're gonna make sure that you will crush inside our own home base. But then again, C8 Legacy coming back with the standoff and the SND. I think C8 Legacy knows how to actually tackle out the issues whereby knowing that Almighty has the advantage on picking all those maps. So maybe C8 Legacy going back to the OG map, they know for a fact this is the best map. They have been doing such amazing performance, but remembering how they were during the first game they had, hopefully they'll be able to pick themselves back up and do as best as possible fighting off with the Almighty.
Yeah, I hope that they will be doing their best against Almighty. Now, C8 Legacy, they will be playing in the Slums location once again. So, do you think, Kali, that the C8 could actually pull off this one? Because Almighty, from the recent game against Sem9, 250 to 33 was the score. Now, how do you feel this game would go, Kali, given that score in the Slums hardpoint?
Well, looking at the percentage of who's going to win it, I feel like it's going to be 70% for Almighty and 30% for the boys of C8 Legacy. But hey, if you want to win C8 Legacy, you gotta find that rhythm in hardpoint right off early. Get that gunfights, get the early rotation, especially here at Slums where you're gonna have a lot of one-sided hardpoints. They just gotta do their strategies and execute with a far better gameplay compared to AMT, Sazi.
70-30, that will be the stakes put up to the table. Will C8 Legacy overturn those stakes? Casters, take it away.
I am in for this shot right now with the sculpture already been taken over from Almighty. A great Great aggressiveness coming from them. No overextension, just gonna play it cool and save right here.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's great to be back casting once again for Garena Masters Season 3. And hey, it's great to be back casting with Fashabani. But, you know, the comment sections are asking who's my bet for Garena Masters Season 3. I'm not going to give an answer. All I know is I bet for Wasabi Gaming. But hey, moving along 1 to 15 inside this game, Fashabani. And we still are definitely seeing Almighty striking early. They're making their rotations known. They're making their attacks well for C8 Legacy. They look to start off early, but hey, final 20 seconds left here. And for C8 Legacy, they're going to have to think about what type of attack are they going to do. Are they going to maintain the hard point, or are they going to set up for the next hard point rotation? And luckily for them, they have both. So right now, they just have to capitalize onto the situation.
Agreed, and they also have the early rotation as well. Almighty, on the other hand, as not responsive as usual. Usually they're pretty much already doing the early rotation, but it's giving up too much to the side of C8 Legacy, but finally pulling through. And even though the early rotation was given out to the C8 Legacy, coming in and they stole it away straight away from the hands of C8 Legacy. On the other hand, C8 Legacy got the spawn side, but somehow they're not able to actually control the positioning and not able to actually chase up to those points. And still AMT doing well. Jeffro right here with Mac 10. Finally moves through right here with Dustin in the hands. Clear out every single one of them. And just a little bit more. Can he take down Shut Up? And he finally breaks through. And the heals will be taken out from the
Nice recovery there for C8 Legacy. Despite losing the spawns, they are definitely biting with those gunfights. Jarps getting involved as well. But if you want to beat Almighty, you got to get your setup, your heal setup really critical for you to be able to outmatch and outclass Almighty. Again, this is a map by Almighty, and C8 Legacy, they're going to be the challengers in this game. So for now, definitely moving it along. You're going to see C8 Legacy make amends by settling down, taking the fountain spawns for the left of that minimap, where we're going to see that hard point number 3 opened up. But then again, Almighty Jet Pro on rotation will be there early for that hard point number 3, and this is going to be a far better setup for them. Now they get the early rotation, and this is looking to be a great monohill for Almighty. I hope C8 Legacy be able to come with a resolution, because right now things are looking grim.
Exactly. C8 Legacy, despite those early rotations, they keep on losing those gunfights to the side of Almighty. Jeffro coming in, and those names, they're still doing well with a knife in the hand. The score streaks already been stacked for the Almighty. They just don't need to waste any more time to pressure onto the side of C8 Legacy, and not going to give any chances for them to even break the skills. It's amazing on the side, but somehow C8 Legacy, they are struggling. They're not able to do as much as possible, and even win those gunfights is even a struggle for them. And right now, Almighty is just playing cool, playing safe, no extension whatsoever. But there you go. We got 3 players from the team of Almighty just gonna push in and making sure that no early coming in from the C8 Legacy. Such a phenomenal positioning from the Almighty, despite I said that they might not actually play it safe or play it cool, but here on out, it seems that the momentum from the first game is just phenomenal.
It's really phenomenal. Just look at this. Irfan right now using that Mac 10 just to burst off everybody right outside the perimeter. And of course, for Incend, you're getting an own 2-piece as well, using that operator to separate himself and of course create a distance for Almighty itself. 21 to 138 right now. We're on break. C8 Legacy attacking on multiple angles, having holding his own control point, having that power position. He takes one, but Captain V9 gets that kill, but AMT's with that trade. They get to recover back, maintain the point, and this is just executions after executions for Almighty. They've been perfect, and there's a reason why they picked this map. They're confident, they know what to do, and they are definitely slaying C8 Legacy.
Yep, definitely not even a chance for CLAC to come in. Hex, come on, Hex, you have been known for your slaying skill. So far right now, you are not showing well, you're not performing well. Let's see if you can go in to actually break this hill. But of course, he's been taken down, been denied that entry from the Almighty. This is going to be tough for C8 Legacy. Already reaching to 173 points for the Almighty. It's going to be easy win if C8 Legacy does not do something right here, right now for the rotation.
Oh, you know, for C8 Legacy, here's one thing. They have to make sure they score 34 points and up just to make sure that they don't break the record of Sem 9. I'm not biased, but hey, Almighty's just so good at this map. Again, you have to re-emphasize the common resolutions for C8 Legacy. Almighty, ever since that hardpoint number 2, they've been winning all those early rotations, and that's why they've been pulling up away with these victories. C8 Legacy now have to turn it around. They need to win the gunfights. They have to put themselves in the power positions, but unfortunately for them right now, odds are not looking good. Almighty, another great early setup, but hey, Captain D9 now able to create the break with his team Jello and Justin following up, flushing down the last 2 players inside the point. But here comes another problem. Things are looking better for C8 Legacy as they now have gotten that 36-point mark, but what awaits them on that next hard point is that Nexus 1 Goliath. Now Almighty's looking to end this hard point at number 2, and C8 Legacy, they need to be ready.
They need to be ready indeed, and the fact that the early rotation is already picking up Almighty C8 Legacy, you are going to be too late to the game itself. The invitation has already been filled right now. Almighty just needs to pull through for this number 2 B point, or else it's going to be the end. Right now, Buzz coming through. Jeffro is just making sure from each angle. C8 that's not even able to penetrate inside the skill. Jobs coming in. Nope, not a chance right here. Irfan says no. Jeffro says no, but unfortunately, C8 still trying to get in. Jobs coming through right now with 5 points goes out to the Almighty. This gonna be the end for the C8 Legacy. They don't even able to contest this right now. Jello coming in 1 by 1. They need to figure out the positioning. Something must be done. Some lesson that must be learned really, really harshly to the side of C8 Legacy.
You hate to see it, but another dominant victory by Almighty here against the boys of C8 Legacy. And you know, teams that are watching right now better take notes that they should indeed ban slums in the game because of how Almighty's been focused with that attention to detail. Now, Sazi, you saw the game itself. You know what happened.
Man,
Mind if you elaborate?
Man, Almighty, the winning point was the superior mechanical skills. Although C8 Legacy, they always have these earlier spawns or the earlier rotations, but Almighty, they do not even bother to go and prioritize the spawn. They just go in the hard point, break that front with the frontal assault, and just get the stronghold. Now, they have this proper use of operator skills. They made sure that they will be using those investments on the P4, and thus they have actually gotten or accumulated points for the XS1 Goliath in the P1. Now, this early rotations from C8 always broken by AMT. That is one of their weaknesses because AMT just destroys them every time. Jeff Pro even actually is able to expand their defensive parameter, and he lessened the pressure for his teammates, allowing them to have space and set up those XS1 Goliath in the P1 to close up the game. And C8 Legacy, they actually realized the use of smokes quite late on the late game because it's their opponents are in the 200-point mark, and smokes was quite effective on that one. But again, AMT, they have already established a stronghold, and all of their investments really came up in that game here, Kali.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, I kind of expected Jello and Jarps to improve and of course bring more slaying today because they had a respawn KD of 0.71 and 0.98 accordingly at their opening match. But you know, just looking at the first game here at the group stage day 3, this slaying is lacking on this team, and not just the 2 players. Everybody lacks the slaying power, and they need to bounce back here, obviously, to the next game. And you know, you kind of expect in a respawn gameplay, especially in hardpoint, you have to win your gunfights. And for C8 Legacy, no one did even reach that positive point KD. Then you take and compare that to AMT, who's got players with 20 plus kills. Even had one player with single-digit death in Incendio with 24 and 7. You know, it just really shows the dominance that AMT showed here at Slums, right, Fasha Bunny?
Agreed. The fact that, I mean, we saw how the stacks really goes out to the C8 Legacy hit X when it comes to 1v1. And remembering how Callie said, this is not a one-man show. We need to stick together. We need to have the teamwork. Despite having that KDA as well as the head-to-head MVP-wise, it's all about the efforts of every single one of them in that one team itself. And Almighty proven to be the best when it comes to working together. And C8 Legacy, first match is already been done and done. Almighty somehow knows that map is there on their is already on their side. So again, just like how Callie said, all of the teams inside the group stage needs to be aware and needs to be warned that Almighty say that will be their gate, and especially their home base itself. On the other hand, for the standoff search and destroy, this is the map that C8 Legacy has that one chance to pick, and they pick the side of the OG map. They have done a wonderful job, and I've seen them before on the Garena Youth as well. So this is something that I'm looking forward to see, that feeling of nostalgic from the side of C8 Legacy. Hopefully they'll be able to bounce back up right here fighting on with the all. Right now, they will be the one who actually plants the bomb. Going to the A side. C8 Mark is already ready with a sniper. And that wallbang takes down one player. Unfortunately, also been traded out. And on the other hand, right now, still playing safe with the 4 players only. And Shut Up takes down Justin as well. Numbers are equalized, but the bomb has already been dropped.
Oh yeah, the bomb has been dropped, but hey, first blood. Once again, let's talk about the first bloods. Battle first bloods here. Mark had 44% on their game against Ultimate Omni, but Jet Pro on the screen gets a 2-piece, lighting it up. They get the clean. Well, I did say that the first bloods really matters when it comes to that winning percentages per round win. But, you know, when you got Almighty just really strong with those gunfights and able to turn it around and get those first blood exchange, they definitely took over that first round. And yeah, great start for both ends. But back to what I was saying, Mark had a 44.44% of first blood percentage. And again, surprisingly for Shut Up, he had 42.86. So it's a battle first blood here for both his ends. But Incendio gets to turn it around, dropping Captain B9, getting that early series advantage, numbers advantage for Almighty. We got a 5v3 situation at the moment. And for C8 Legacy, they have to slow it down here right now, Fasha Bunny.
Agreed. They saw the strategy that was already put out by C8 Legacy. And C8 Legacy, they thought that with the rushing, it would be better off to put out or maybe slipped off the Almighty from their own feet. But little do they know, Almighty stands their ground. And shots coming through with Shut Up with that melee. Takes down and straight away 2 points goes out to the team of Almighty. No rushing and no slow down will be done by the Almighty.
And you know, if you are currently C8 right now, you must bring an elite offensive game plan here at SND, because for Almighty, they have taken 2 rounds already, and there's no reason why they would like to stop. Shut Up right now looking for that 1v1 engagement on that long range. Shut Up gets it through. Lightly up, dropping Mark. Now, 2-0. We do have some crossfire at the back. Captain B9 trading, but Heaven gets that kill, dropping V9. And, you know, it's just a pretty back and forth there. We do got this 3v3 situation, but that defense for Almighty, they have covered grounds, not only at the back, they have also guarded that mid, and of course that A flag side. This is just brilliant, tactical brilliance for Almighty. I hope they keep it up.
Yep, definitely. And I really want to ask what Almighty ate for breakfast just now, because they are on fire, man. I feel like this is crazy. Back and forth for retreat, but HitX finally gives that changer for the side of C8 Legacy. Shut Up will be taken down, but on the other hand, Heaven is already waiting. Well, Justin coming closer and closer. If he spots it out, it will be easy, but somehow he's getting closer. Can he get that flick of the wrist? He will backstep Justin. Unfortunately, Justin missed out that switch as well as the angles, giving the opportunity for the Almighty. So numbers still stand for both of them. They still have the same number, but HitX! Oh my god, what is going on? They just land and run straight away to the side of Almighty, but Heaven will be taken out by Jobs. And right now, 1v1 between C8 Legacy, Almighty. Bomb has already been dropped. 30 seconds to go, and Jobs needs to go for the kill.
Oh my
Looking
god.
for that one player right on the other side. Will be beating up each other, but Irfan, but he missed it out! And Irfan gets the kill instead.
Okay, so it still stands here from Garena Master Season 1 to Garena Master Season 3. Clutch King, Irfan J, he still has it with him. He's got eyes on his veins. Almighty now up 3-0, and for C8 Legacy, they have to slow it down. Wait for Almighty to go and execute their attacks. But again, you just have to re-emphasize, If you try to slow down, Shut Up's gonna get you. You try to play fast, Irfan J and Jebro is going to kill you. And accordingly, Heaven can follow up with all those multiple kills. And it's just trouble right now for C8 Legacy. But one thing that they can do is just play for the trades. That will, win them games. Justin takes one swing to the right corner, spot Shut Up's laser, but Shut Up still wins it. One more up front, he takes it down. Phoenix gets eliminated. Jock's final player, 1v3 here, Pasha Bunny.
I mean, man, we tried to tell the CA Legacy to slow down, but it's not relevant, Callie, because the fact is people might also ask, like, you're the one who has to attack, you're the one who has to plant the bomb. Despite trying to slow it down, it's not going to be easy as you're the one who has to plant the bomb. But Almighty is not giving any chance whatsoever, whether or not the C8 Legacy wants to slow down or even want to rush out. They cover out each and every single round. Right here, Heaven is already waiting. He spots one, he does not get it, but he will be traded out by Mark. That is amazing job from CA Legacy. A great bounce back for them. 3 players, Almighty will be taking down C8 Mark right on the track right here with the positioning, trying to figure out how to get that one more player to go at the tank side, but unfortunately he missed it out. He backs off, but he comes back in life again. He's waiting for the right time again. He misses that chance, but this is just something that we need from the C8 Legacy. Back and forth, not gonna stay too long. Just try to represent right here, Jeffro spotted out, but Justin gets the kill instead. This is what we need. Always scout the area. Be aware of every surrounding, but Justin, unfortunately, you missed that one spot right there, giving getting that kill, and on the other hand, Incendio will spot it out from the other house, and right now Mark coming in with the pistol, takes down Incendio. One more play to go. C8 Legacy would change the history right here to finally get 1 point for themselves, and Irfan on there maintain, gets 1 kill, and is back to 2v1 right here. Is it gonna be a clutch? Nuh-uh. Captain P9 said, no more clutching, Irfan.
Yeah, no clutches for Irfan J on that round. But hey, let's talk about C8 Legacy. They started it off getting that first blood with Mark on that mid-map. Then they did follow up again what you said. They checked their surroundings. They're very cautious. The spatial awareness is definitely there now. And they're taking into consider that the players might pop off on any off angles and any angles possible. So with that considered, they are able to take their first round win. And let's see though if that's going to propel them to get even more rounds. As we're currently seeing Almighty stack their defenses at that A-bomb site. We're going to see some actions on that mid-map. Shot up in Heaven. Double deadly snipes. Gets 2 Ps. And now Almighty up with that number advantage.
Shut Up's already prepared as the alley takes down Captain V9. 2 more players to go from the CA Legacy despite doing a great job for that round number 5. But unfortunately right here, it's going to be struggle with Shut Up already going into the baseline, looking for that 1 player. Jobs on the other hand right now left all alone. He will be spotted out. He already been cornered up by 2 sides right here. Is in the Baker side. Oh, from the beat whip, but the mini comes in there from the hello to my little friend.
That guy is done for the clown. Somebody ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Oh my God. C8 Legacy, after a really great recovery, for some reason, Almighty just were able to respond and adjust right off instant. And this team is one of the best search and destroy team in the current CODM Garena scene. And they're definitely living up to their name. Right now, Jet Pro takes Justin down. Incendio dropping Mark. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier. You play slow, the SMGs are gonna get you. And either way, you try to play it slow, you try to play it passive, the snipers could still get you. It's just a double-edged sword. Everything is just not in the hands of C8 Legacy for now, but I hope they consider and make things turn to their side, but not when you have 4 players ganging up on you, about to be surrounded, back against the wall. Jarp will get punched once again for the 2nd time. This is not looking good for C8 Legacy, but impressive performance for AMT.
Please sign up Irfan for the UFC next round, man, because he's amazing with that boxing glove. Like, oh man, did you play as a Manny Pacquiao on another life? Because you're amazing, man. On the other hand, right now, Almighty prepared right here at the patrol. Look at that Irfan J getting that trip quad. Oh, that is just beautiful. 1 player coming in for him. It's like it's a fish dessert for him. And on the other hand, right now, 1 more player to go. Mark's left all alone. He's just waiting inside the room, and all of the players are what are you calling out, and Shut Up coming in with a knockout bag, and the win goes out to the Almighty again.
Again, I just have to reiterate back what I was said earlier because it was wrong. You try to play fast, the SMGs are going to kill you. You try to play slow, the sniper is going to kill you. And that's what happened for Say Legacy going up against Almighty in this standoff map. And of course, despite being a map pick for C8 Legacy, Almighty prepared, take on the challenges. They take this second S&D win for Garena Master Season 3, 2-0. Current standing 100% right now. They have the total map mastery for standoff, and they definitely outpowered C8 Legacy in this map number 2, right, Sazi?
Yeah, definitely. C8 Legacy. They wanted to rise back, to bounce back in that first round, but suddenly AMT crushed their confidence, and that's where they started to crumble. And the AMT, they just get those boost of confidence with Irfan J, with Shut Up, with Heaven on the lead. They're so super aggressive, bring out the prize fighters, and there's no. I mean, it's all about the kills right now. You don't see anything. I mean, it's just two plants for AMT. They are more focused on the kills because C8, they are quite isolated. They are quite spread out, and that moment that they wanted to be cohesive, they were punished by Irfan J with the 3 kills with the Mac 10 on the back alley. So, man, as you have said earlier, Kali, they have no choice basically, because if you play it fast, you play it fast, the SMGs will be finding you. If you play it slow, the snipers will be finding you. So C8, they don't have any place to stand in that standoff location. It's basically AMT's game. So the best thing that they can do is to bounce back in control, where C8 is quite known for their strategies in the control, and I hope that they can bounce back sometime.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. And for Say Legacy, they are, although Say Legacy as an organization or as a team definitely made it here for third straight appearance. There's a difference from this Say Legacy and Garena Master Season 3 and the Say Legacy from the Master Season 1. This team is a totally re-rostered team, and that's why they've been struggling. The team chemistry is still definitely not there, although they have the core players of RTL Esports. It takes time for them to glue, and I hope that all these losses that they have accumulated will be the power to make them even better and adjust on the following matches that they have. But hey, we still got one more game to be played, and Fasha Bunny Summit Control, and this is going to be a very interesting one because we have this control map, close quarter combat, and we did see what Almighty can do. Irfan J, Jepfro, everybody could use that SMGs to absolutely shred here at Summit Control. So right now, how do you feel? What will be the percentages of winning here at this map number 3?
I mean, we keep on boasting up Almighty, but here's something that everyone, and I think despite I have to announce this is a little bit, repetitive as well as redundant, but it is also a reminder for everyone. Almighty didn't rise as good as this, as best as they were right here today. It's not just as easy as 1, 2, 3, and how AJ Musashi also has said it before. It's not an overnight work. It is a relentless job. They had to go through the failures they had to actually counter, and this is something C Legacy also needs to go through as well. As a group and as a brand as well, you will face all the failures. Just like how Cali said, hopefully those failures will put themselves back to the top. And right now, control-wise goes out to the team of Almighty. So far right now, already pushing into the way out again. When it comes to control, survival up for grabs, and you need to make sure those survivals really goes out for the benefits of your points itself, and as well as the domination side itself counts.
Already right off the bat, Almighty winning all these gunfights. Jeff Pro, 5 apiece. Right now building that streak even further to destroy and dismantle the C8 Legacy squad. Right now, the attackers are definitely controlling the mid-map, which is supposed to be the hardest point to control in this Summit Control game mode. But hey, Almighty just took it like a candy. And right now, they're definitely moving forward, aiming for the B flag site. For now, the guns are insane. $25 count for Almighty. C8 Legacy's got 70.
coming through Heat X, trying to make a difference right this instant, making sure that the B will be able to control out from the side of the Almighty, but somehow shots coming through. V9 on the other hand is doing well with those kills, making sure that those numbers will not stack up, but Almighty is doing well, is getting all those kills, making sure that CA Legacy will not be able to control as much longer, and somehow Heat X still surviving right here. Hopefully it will be the ultimate solution they need from
Yeah, this is just recovery after recovery and loss of composure that C8 Legacy is currently wielding. But though into consideration, Jep Pro is just so constant here right now on the early stage. Moving into the mid game, is definitely the player to shut down here if you are C8 Legacy. This guy got full streaks already, definitely looking to cut out even more players. But hey, beautiful play to C8 Legacy. Justin takes one, playing it so silently. But you know, they can definitely consider and take all of this elimination. Jarps waiting for the right moment, pops up Justin. Nick shut up down. But hey, AMT now feeling the pressure. They're going to use one of their score streak just to create an ingress once again against C8. But Jarps invades one, looking to invade one more. Drops Jet Pro, gets a dude 2Ps now. They're in the control of the spawns. They just gotta make sure that they get to attack even more. But Jarps gets shot down. C8 Legacy down to their 5 life count, and AMT Irfan J will continue to add an insult onto that as he takes one more. Incendio follows up with one. C8 Legacy down to the brink. Irfan J spots Captain V9 looking to get that kill. He's praying and praying, but at the end of the day, C8 Legacy still fighting. They are not afraid to win the match. They are willing to take the risk. 20 seconds, 3v3, making it 2v3 in favor for Almighty. But AMT, they shot down the final 3 players. They take that round number 1, and I love the promise that C8 Legacy is showing here right now on this first round. They're definitely fighting, Pasha Bunny.
They are. They're trying their best, and we keep on telling you guys, failures does not make you a loser, but failures will rise you as a winner sooner or later. And this is what is needed from the side of Legacy right now. Almighty at the moment, even though they able to get that 1 point, they still don't want to hesitate any more longer for the fact that this is gonna be the last game of the night for themselves, and Almighty just want to make sure that it is a clean sweep from them, a great record on their side. But C8 Legacy on the other hand, we know they have been doing well, but Analytica is out for the take, and the C8 Legacy can no longer play it safe anymore because of Almighty coming in for grabs of those kills.
Yeah, right now, aggressive defensive round for AMT. They're using their operator skills to advance slowly and surely on the spawns of C8 Legacy. Right now, AMT shot up on that railway. Gonna get spotted and he gets taken out. Great way to pacify the momentum and of course the situation there by Jarps getting the 2Ps on that railway. So for now, everything is still controlled by Almighty, but C8 slowly advancing to get their first point flag capture, but Evan shuts them down. Jarps getting stunned, needs to stay alive to get a good use of his operator. He's gonna spot shot up, but no value off of that Annihilator as he gets taken out with no sort of value in it. 12 and 17. Things are looking grim for C8. They need to find a way to turn it around. Almighty Heaven dropping 2. This is what we need for AMT. Constant form, constant pressure. They are in it to win it.
To win it, to make sure that no one gets away too easy from their own side. And right now, look at that. AMT always making sure each positioning will make sure that there's no angle to be oversighted from the side of Almighty. But C8 Legacy finally able to actually base it. If they were able to finish this off, it might be on the side, but still unable to penetrate. And with 4 more players who are still surviving right now, it's going to be the end for the C8 Legacy. Will that be a 1 point? Oh, but they've managed to capture 1 for themselves, despite losing all those bodies count for themselves. But right now, all it takes for the P right now, can they do so? They just need to maintain it up, but no, C8 Justin say no. They still want to survive it. 2v3 right there, they can have it. Still surviving, just not gonna push in. C8 Heat X already having with the Annihilator spots 1. Miss out Incendio. Will switch out to the Mac 10 and not gonna push in. Just wait for the time. 50 seconds to go, and Almighty Heaven just needs to go into another angle. He knows they can actually go in, but 1v2 right this instant. Who could that be? Who will get those kills? Heaven going from the backside will do the backstab, but unfortunately does not spot anyone yet. But Jobs on the other hand will be spotted out right here. He spots Heaven first, but he's raised, but does not get the kill, and Heaven send Jobs to Heaven instead.
those who are just saying that Control is boring. Well, I don't know if that's boring. Well, obviously, that was a neck and neck matchup there. If only Jarf could have taken down Heaven, that could have been a 1v1. And it should have been a frontal assault. Right, exactly on the mid map. You know, the reason why Control is really added into the competitive scene is because it makes it even better for teams who are slowly down in numbers to come back. So comebacks are still possible, and definitely it is really focused more tactically. But hey, looking at the game right now, C8 Legacy and Almighty definitely bringing a threat here at this Control. Though it's been one-sided with Almighty taking 2 of the first maps, C8 Legacy's been giving them a very, very tough workout. Justin now, combo number 6, combo number 7. This guy now dropping the frag. He better takes 2 players, and he only gets 1. But hey, the damage has been done. Almighty now with 21 lives left and a very neutral defensive gunner for C8 Legacy. But hey, it's working against Almighty.
But then again, I mean, don't you agree that it might be a little bit too early on for the C8 Legacy to push through all those score streaks? You want to make sure that you actually utilize the right spot. And unfortunately, C8 Legacy, it might seem that they're a little bit too desperate. But I mean, if I were them as well, I'd be desperate to try to get those kills and counts, as well as for themselves as well. But somehow right now, numbers still start for the Almighty. But C8 Legacy is doing well to come back as well. And right here, Incendio is already waiting, shooting down. Heat X will be scouting around the side of control room, making sure that no one gets in. The point still goes out to either one of them. They won't be able to get any of this dominated area. But Almighty, on the other hand, will be able to finish off those A flags if the C8 Legacy does not do something right here, right now.
Yeah, right now, Captain B9's got 15, looking to pop up with 2. Great way to pacify again the situation that they've been in. Bull is streaked down already. Another threat. This should be useful. Taking down shot up one of the key players off. Almighty here as Control. Shut up average or got a total kill of 21 on their match against 7-9. Definitely the bigger threat here for C8 Legacy, but Irfan J shining once again, taking 3 players down, absolutely decimating C8 Legacy's number life count. 1v4. C8 Legacy, they still have a fighting chance, but they gotta make sure that they play as a team. Jello takes shot up down. There's going to be another fight and another source of power made here by C8 Legacy, but Heaven, again, taking it on. Removes the final player. And that's going to be another 3-0 win for Almighty here. Pasha Bunny.
Amazing job, a great positioning. Despite, I feel like there are such fireness coming in from C8 Legacy. We're not saying that it was an easy win. When it comes to control, we saw how it was during the first game of C8 Legacy fighting off with Ultimate Omni. But when it comes to fighting with the Almighty, they are on another level. And this is something that people or the team itself inside the group stage needs to figure out how to break the ceiling of the Almighty, because they are putting up a great pedestal for themselves right here on the group stage round.
Oh yeah, as you see here right now, Irfan J will be shining with 21 kills. His last gameplay and control was against Sem9 on standoff, where he was able to tally up 17. So totally besting his team performance or his individual performance here at Control Summit against C8. But again, you'd love to touch upon your point there, Fasha Bunny. Although it was a one-sided match on that scoreboard, a 3-0 win for AMT, every game came down to the wire, and C8 was showing a lot of gunfight capabilities. For some odd reason, I felt like they were able to tap their potential because they were going head-to-head against AMT on this map number 3. And all they just gotta do is take this loss as a lesson and make sure that the next time they play here at Garena Masters Season 3, they came here back swinging and correcting the mistakes that they did here against AMT.
Agreed. On the other side, I feel like Sezi, your thoughts on the side of C8 Legacy. We saw how their capability when it comes to fighting those gunfights, but they are not being put out for tonight or for the day itself, for day number 3. What are your thoughts, or what is actually lacking off from the C8 Legacy, Sezi?
C8 Legacy, one thing that is lacking for them is the gunfights. It's I mean, you have said that the gunfights are doing better for C8 Legacy, but it's still not enough if you face AMT, which AMT actually capitalized on the killing department all their wins was based on the kills, but
Mhm.
C8 Legacy, they managed to somehow equalize the pressure of the kills with their defensive parameters, because C8 Legacy, they played 2 rounds of the defense on the defender side, and they know their strategy, which is always to get the separated plays, the isolation plays, but always make sure that they can cover each other. That is the main play style of C8 Legacy in defending the A flag and even the B flag. A flag, they tend to get 2 members on the catwalks and then 3 members on the point itself, making it a double angle for the side of C8 Legacy encountering the AMT. Well, on the AMT, if you put them on a defense, they don't defend at all because they are capitalizing once again the kills. They want to win by the kills because that is their greatest strength against C8 Legacy. And when you talk about C8, this is the team or this is the organization that has a lot of tricks in control. I mean, I can even tell that the C in C8 is control. but but yeah, those points here was still broken by AMT because they do have their operator skills discipline, and that
Mhm.
really played a lot on the on the round number 2. But of course, C8 Legacy, they still had their shining moments. Like out of nowhere, they pop off those kills. But in the end, it's still AMT that gets the brighter spotlight in terms of kills. So when you take the replay here, you can see that AMT, they are starting off always with the kills. It's always the kills, the kills, the kills, the kills. And C8 Legacy, you can see their strength here in the strategy itself. They are playing it safe, they're prioritizing the spawns here. And AMT, they keep on breaking the front in the hard point, still playing their strength, which is the kills department. And you can see here on this exact moment where they have the operator skills discipline. They know how to translate the operator skills into something which is the XS1 Goliath in this one. They do have Jeff Pro making the space to get the XS1 gameplay, and then C8, the strategies will not work in the face of absolute might. And that is how Almighty played this well. C8 Legacy on the Search and Destroy, they are quite the strategy is not showing because they are actually playing it isolatedly. So when you put Almighty and C8 Legacy in an isolated place, you get the 1v1s, the 1v2s, but it still favors Almighty, especially Shad Up with a double kills, Jeff Pro with a triple kills. When you get them clash in a mechanical skills showdown, Almighty always gets the kills. And when you talk about standoff, the maturity of the standoff map in the competitive scene is so deep that
Mm-hmm.
every single team here in the competitive scene or in the pro scene knows every single rotation that they can do. So when you pick the standoff map, it's meant for the gunfight skills.
Mhm.
And when you talk about gunfight skills, still it's Almighty that takes it away. So Almighty, very well played. They stick to their strength. They chose their battle, which is the kills department, Cali.
And I think that's the winning factor for Almighty in this win against Saint Legacy all over the series here in this first and the 3 maps that they have played. And absolutely, Almighty kept their form. They were able to make sure that they best their performance on their opening match. But one thing that's constant on the first 2 days is that Shot Up has been constantly improving his gameplay here. Says he take a looking at the stats: 17.50 average kills, 10.0 assists, 8 average death, an average score of 2007, and a KDA of 2.19. An even better KD compared to his performance against Sem9, where he had a 1.93. So definitely, Shut Up has been so great, and he's been impacting his team, and that's why they've been winning by a lot here, says he.
Agreed,
Yep.
agreed.
Definitely. And I know that Fasha here gets so excited when Almighty plays because they really excel on those spotlights, on those highlights here, if you can tell it. The 1v3s, the 1v2. So looking at the game earlier, Fasha, how are you feeling right now that AMT has actually fulfilled the spotlights, the highlights of the game?
I mean, my question still stands. What did they eat for breakfast? What did they eat for lunch? I want them. I want those foods too, man. Cause I want to be as fiery as them. That is amazing. And those triple kill fit was just phenomenal. Even those who are on the comment section as well from the MYJC in Malay word saying "Apa kau makan do?" It is translate in English say "What did you eat, my brothers?" Please tell me. I want to know what you guys ate because you are phenomenal and almighty. A great, well done job of momentum that we really expected. They didn't really disappoint us, and if they were, it would be a surprising. But C8 Legacy, on the other hand, they did put a struggle a little bit to the side of almighty. That is something that we must praise on because C8 Legacy did respond well, but unfortunately, almighty with their almighty skills is just something that they need to be even more prepared and as well as learning. As Callie said, it is a learning process to actually figure out the chemistry within your team as well as fighting off the enemies that already has grown and bonded for more than a year when it comes to their fighting skills. So this is something that the team of C8 Legacy needs to learn, and hopefully they'll do better for the next round as well.
Yep. Almighty. They have bonded for like 1 year already, and when you compare it to C8 Legacy, the mechanical skills. Actually, AMT. I do believe that their strategies are matured, and they are actually hiding it right now. They are just utilizing the mechanical skills. So that's exciting, Like AMD, they're not going all out, but it's looking like they're going all out with the scores like 250 to 33, 7-0, 7-1, 3-0. So a lot of exciting things are happening, especially when you take the journey of AMT. So a lot of those storylines, a lot of those aces, a lot of those preparations will be exposed later on as we get to see more of these games. So you better watch out and just stay tuned because we will be just getting a short break.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
trials. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
Day number 3, season number 3, and the first 3-0 has been served. Welcome once again to Garena Masters Group Stages. We are still your casters for today. I'm your host, Sezi, and together with me is Fasha and Callie. Now, Fasha, looking at the game earlier, how did how did you feel right there?
Excited? Of course. I mean, actually, not just that game. I mean, every single game will always make us excited, but this is something that more to give out when it comes to Almighty. If you guys missed out the action, I'm saying you missed out a lot, my friend, and don't waste too much time to miss out even more. Stay tuned even more to give support to the community. And this is what I always say: if you don't support the community, who else to support it? So we as a community itself have to support it. So keep on liking, keep on sharing this stream, and please give a shout out to every single team that is fighting off for this group stage day number 3. And not only that, give a lot of support for all the teams itself so that they can be able to give a lot of the morals and the power to move into the side of the playoff itself for the Garena Masters. And so far right now, Almighty, everybody keeps talking that they keep on getting easy wins and amazing performance when it comes to the Garena Masters, but they never able to get the champion. So this is something that I want to ask Kelly. Why is it that happening right now?
Well, obviously for me, I think the strong reason is they had Jep Pro early in Garena Master Season 1. Not because Jep Pro is not because it's Jep Pro, but they really are taking their time to create the perfect formula and the perfect play for that stage 4 and purposely for that stage 5. Now that they have been able to glue with Jep Pro, and it really took the team a lot of time. But you did see the offering that Jep Pro did on that first match, on the opener, and the second match against CKG Legacy. The team has definitely glued, and they're definitely back here to slay. And honestly, now that they're intact, they have the perfect way to start off Garena Master Season 3. That Slum's hardpoint, definitely deadly. They could take out teams from that map. So with that into consideration, Almighty, this is the best time for them to actually win a Masters series here, Fasha, Bunny, and Sassy.
Yep, definitely. With the addition of Jeff Pro, this is their chance to make it towards the Worlds 2022. And when you take a look at the schedule, next game would be Huntsman versus West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Very exciting matchup, I believe. And I do believe, really. Now, match number 3, OFFSTREAM, Sector 0, and ACNO FINESSE. Match number 4, Envy Doctors versus PDR Esports. Match number 5, Triple V Esports versus CKG LEGACY. Match number 6 will be Smart Omega versus RTL Esports. And match number 7, Sem9 versus Ult Omni. Now, we are on the match number 2. Huntsmen versus West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. We have tackled earlier that these two teams might be taking the top 2 spots, and the other teams here from their bracket or their group will be struggling to snatch this top 2 spots away from them. And now we get to see their performances in this match itself. So we got Huntsman, Raven, Alfari, Speed, Asmal, Derp, and Nochi. Now, this is their story. I mean, they got Raven, Alfari, and Derp as their main 3 on the earlier stages. Garena Master Season 1 and Garena Invitationals, they fell short. Then now, they have acquired the roster of Geek Fam, which is Speed, Asmal, and Nochi here. So after that acquisition, they got fourth place in Garena Master Season 2. So now that you are seeing their like upward performances, Cali, do you think that the addition of Nochi, Speed, and Asmal will propel them further into third or second or first place?
Oh yeah, definitely, man. They're bound and ready. I mean, they had a great start yesterday against Sector Zero, but then again, they really have to work on that control game mode. They had a point 80 KD loss against Sector Zero, compared now to the team that they're going up against, WPM LOWKINGS, who had a 1.83 KD on that control versus ACNO Finesse. And obviously for me, if we do want to see Huntsman push deeper in the playoffs, we need to see more production from Alfari in his top role. Yesterday, he had it rough. But hey, we do have the WPM LOWKINGS here. They got PJ, Yopi, Olea, Luffy, Kalo, D. Morris. And I'd love to throw back the host back to you, Sassy. I mean, this team is really totally solid. They have D. Morris added to their lineup, and they're bound to push deeper into that playoffs after suffering that 5th place on Garena Master Season 2.
Yeah, 5th place on Garena Master Season 2. And the best that they have did is just the 3rd place in Garena Master Season 1 and Invitationals. Now, they're looking for the missing puzzle piece. And they found Demors here that is perfect for their lineup. And Demors just came back from the GYC Season 2 where they placed 1st place. So with Demors picked up by West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, I believe that this could be it for them. I mean, they could be back at the top 4 spot. So, Fasha, looking at the lineup here, it's your country. It's the Huntsmen right now versus West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. What are your thoughts about this lineup here?
I mean, stacks up definitely goes out to the Mamba LOWKINGS, knowing for the fact we've seen how amazing they are. Even when it comes to performance-wise, they have been consistent in some of the trials they have to go through, despite there are some difficulties they had to go through during the Garena season number 2. But still, it stands out for themselves that when it comes to those gunfights, they will not disappoint you. On the other hand, Huntsman, on the first day itself, everybody was shook. Everybody was flipping off the table saying that Huntsman, is this the real Huntsman? Have they really changed a lot overnight? Nah, man, it's not overnight, man. It's each struggles, each failures that they had to face on, and they had to push up to be the best of the best. And when they made up at that top 4 for the Garena Masters, that's when people will start saying that there's more that Huntsman can offer, and this is gonna be something that they want to offer right here on season number 3. With head-to-head right here, we got Speed with 25 average kills, 10 assists, and 21 death. Unfortunately, the number stacks out. You might be the Slayer in your team, but if you don't survive well, it will drops dead. And right there, comparing to the side of Klo, when it comes to kill-wise, yes, he might be just a slightly slower, but it actually, for me, the numbers are not really that much compared to the side of Speed. But average death, this is what we're talking about. This is the difference between how we saw on the side of Shut Up as well as Heat X. Slaying wise, yes, you're doing well, but how do you actually survive in those gameplays and in those battlefields? And that is what we need. You might be a slayer, but if you don't slay with the mindset of trying to survive, it will lose those objectives itself. Am I right, Kelly?
Oh yeah, definitely. And for both of these two players right now in this head-to-head matchup, they've been able to create a difference on the first match that they had here at Garena Master Season 3. But then again, they have to make continuous effort to help their team bounce back and, of course, win more games for their team. And, of course, in the group stage itself alone. And I believe the last time that this team met was on Garena Master Season 2 playoffs, where Huntsman somehow managed to defeat LOWKINGS on that lower bracket round number 3. So there's definitely a grudge coming in here for Mamba LOWKINGS. They definitely would want to defeat Huntsman here in this grudge match that we will have here at this series.
Wow, grudge match indeed. Because Huntsman kicked out the Mamba LOWKINGS on the top 4 spot. Now we get to see the maps and modes, and the Huntsman will be winning the coin flip. So now we see I mean, we see Huntsman here pick the firing range location. And you can see how they evolve because on Garena Master Season 2, they tend to pick the slumps. And their most successful map in the hard point is Raid. But now they pick the firing range location. So another new flavor for them. And for the side of West Point, WPM LOWKINGS, Hacienda SND. I think Cali, this is the effect of the Moors from Triple V.
And you know, I believe now that WPM LOWKINGS has finally realized that they're not just a close quarter combat team. They're now starting to realize what they could do when they play the long range. And of course, adding the Moors into the lineup means this team has more range. And the last time they played, they picked Takeoff, a very long map. Now they choose Hacienda. And this is a curveball. And Huntsman needs to prepare for this S&D, and they better get those first bloods in their favor, because if not, WPM LOWKINGS definitely would feed on them on that search and destroy. But hey, we're moving on to this firing range, Desi, and I can't wait for this game to start.
Yeah, I really can't wait for this game to start. And because of that, I'll be passing the mic to you. Fasha and Kali, take it away.
Yes, sir. This is game number 2. Huntsmen versus WPM LOWKINGS on the side of Hardpoint. First off, right here for the P1. He's already waiting on the trailer side. Positioning coming in with dirt. Will be taken out easily. On the other hand, Reverend is already waiting on the wooden side. Will be spraying, making sure that PJ does not go to the wooden side. A great positioning, but nevertheless, the speed go for the takeoff on the side of the Huntsman. Maybe the defense-wise is good, but you gotta go aggressive as well. Take it away, Kelly.
Yeah, all right, here we go, man. Raven definitely starting off strong. This guy, we need to get the introduction. The last time he played, average 0.69. Respawn KD versus Sector 0. Now the PSG kills are already truly making up for it from that really underperforming performance. But hey, looking at the game right now, it's going to be 5 and 15. And on the point, it's WPM LOWKINGS. But we clearly do see that Huntsman is trying to relocate, go back to the second hard point to create that early lead in this rotation. But the Morse shuts them down. Beautiful rotation here for WPM LOWKINGS. They stand on that hard point number 1. Took control of that auto repair shop, and they have the opportunity to translate it here at this hard point number 2. And this is just film here right now for LOWKINGS. They're just chaining everything. I hope they continue, but Huntsman looking to flush this game out. Attacking one angle, Alfari gets one, but the hard point is swarmed, but Speed takes the 2 players inside, and that's nowhere near possible. But with Speed's accuracy, it just is possible.
That is crazy. Speed able to actually break this hill all alone and able to actually get Raven this nick in time to actually back things up, as well as Dub right here already inside. A great well done job, but back again to the side of the LOWKINGS. I mean, it's enough for the breakthrough. A beautiful job well done, but nevertheless, defense-wise, they gotta make sure to get at least stacks numbers of players inside that P2. But right now, with 20 seconds on the clock, P3 will be open. And the team of LOWKINGS are already prepared to slate out and clear out those trailers side. 2 players on the side, but now Alfari is already waiting, with Raven also holding on to the trailer, making sure that no one is from the LOWKINGS side. But the gravity vortex comes out from close side, and there's not a chance for the Huntsman to survive unless they do something to clear those guns out of the team.
Right now, Huntsman needs trophy systems at that point with all of this gravity vortex swarming here at point number 3. Eventually, for WPM LOWKINGS, they use their score streaks and operators to create the break. Despite Huntsman having that early rotation, their gunfights can actually stand the lineup of operators that were in by WPM LOWKINGS, and that's just basically great performance for them. But hey, on the point, Kalo already's got 12 kills, Colo number 4, and of course, 50-second time here right now in this point. Definitely one of the players to look out forward to WPM LOWKINGS. The last time he played, he had 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So right now is currently on pace to beat that. But yeah, moving on, 17 seconds left, and it's going to be Kalo still on the point, now getting that final streak available. Cluster strike ready for hard point number 4, and LOWKINGS prime and ready to take this hard point in the store.
While Huntsman is still struggling, trying to find a beat, they're still struggling to actually work as together, because I can see Huntsman And I sensed it out, all the strategy they've done. They're actually fighting as individual, and this is something they need to learn off. They need to stick together as fat as right now. LOWKINGS are doing well, right? With the Annihilator as well as the Death Machine comes out, but not in the time because Yopi coming in will be shutting down. And right here, P4 will be taken off for the LOWKINGS instead. And right now, the Huntsman, even though they put out those falls, it's not going to be enough for them to push out LOWKINGS out of the back.
We really have to re-emphasize the impact of the score 6 and the operator skills that LOWKINGS has been using to break all of these points, and Huntsman needs to figure out what they should do with that, because for the last 2 hills they've been bullied out and nerfed now, trying to create a play gets taken out so far for WPM LOWKINGS. They're continuing to soak up that hard point. For Huntsman, they've been stopped on that very bad spawns at that warehouse number 4, and that is not really working to their advantage right now. They need to win their gunfights, and they gotta make sure that before this reset they play as a team.
Yep, definitely. Asma already waiting for the redemptions right here on the path while struggling, trying to figure out which side to actually look forward. Malikan finally gets one, but unfortunately being traded off by PJ right from the backstab. On the other hand, from the mid lane right here, Alfred looking for the positioning to open up the case to make sure that the LOWKINGS will give the opening for the side, but those cluster strike will not allow to get in. The points still stacks out for the LOWKINGS. Unfortunately, even from this first game, Huntsman is losing a lot of the momentum and their skills to fight off with the LOWKINGS.
Oh yeah, so far so good for WPM LOWKINGS, and you're clearly seeing the difference that D-Morse can do here for LOWKINGS itself. The team can stay fast, and they can even play faster with D-Morse in that lineup, and Huntsman having a trouble trying to find their pace when everybody from LOWKINGS is contributing. 13 seconds left in this point, and if you're Huntsman, you gotta make sure that you settle down early in that next point, and for sure, number 1 in blue on rotation, Derp, just clearly making amends. Now that the team is early, would they be able to withstand the break that LOWKINGS will try to attempt as they push so far back in the back trailer? D-Mor's first one in. Dirt with a great defense gets those 2 players, and that's going to be a huge play for them, but Luffy being annoying, going in for the spam, and another counter strike. This used here for LOWKINGS. Huntsman can pull it out for the hard point once again. This is not beneficial for Huntsman.
Yep, definitely, despite doing a well-done job defense for the T2, but again, the breaks are easily done by the LOWKINGS with the score streaks has already stacked up for them, and the Huntsman is just still trying to figure out even ways to fight off, but Luffy right here gonna spray it out, clear out every single one of them, but Speed comes in. Can it be done? Can it be done? But no, PJ still does not allow it. Even though they break out, that's just 20 seconds on the clock for that P2. P3 will be opening out, right? Speed with the unfortunately that machine will not do anything. Again, the score streaks that been used are already thrown out. That LOWKINGS has a proper example of usage of those operators, whereby for the Huntsman, they keep on using it and they waste all those energies and benefits to use out those operator skills, Callie.
And yeah, you know, LOWKINGS, all of the operators and courses they've been using, everything has just been so effective. And Huntsman now on the brink of extinction. They break the spawns, and of course, they get the break in the point. When despite that the hard point number 3 is labeled as the hardest to break, easy to defend, Huntsman just made it seamless, but now they gotta stand the first heat here right now. Asmo takes one, removes D-Morse, another set of attack made here by Luffy, but they get extremely denied. Now it's starting to look like Luffy will get taken down, and Huntsman is starting to play as a team. So, clearly a sign of promise that we didn't see from them when they started this game, and now that it's definitely showing LOWKINGS needs to watch out.
I see it right now. Huntsman finally pull it through, finally actually step up the games and getting those kills, making sure that the trailer will not be contested. This is what we needed from the Huntsman right here, right now. On the other hand, the team of LOWKINGS are already been pushed out. They know for a fact that P4 will be up for grabs for themselves. So wise are coming in from them. So let's see how Huntsman actually responded out. Can they actually flush out those WPM LOWKINGS in the end to make sure get more points for themselves, because the numbers still stacked up LOWKINGS right now with the Predator missiles from Asma. That will clear out the LOWKINGS as well for the Woodens, and it is for them to take as well. And shots coming through right now with the LOWKINGS coming in, contesting, but the enemy finally been pushed to a side that they are using it very properly.
Oh my god, this is like the legendary reverse card in Uno. Right now, Huntsman just briefly showcasing the adjustments that they can pull off when they are able to adjust in game. Just taking a look at the game itself. Early rotation, great usage of that score chicken operator, and now that they're standing in the point, they need only 20 seconds and they would be able to decrease that lead even more. So for LOWKINGS, you gotta make sure that they find a way to silence down or extinguish the fire that's been building up in the hands of Huntsman. Right now, we're moving into that next reset. This is going to be a great recovery for Huntsman. I hope they keep it up. Now for Raven, is going to use that MQ-27 Dragonfire just to reveal the general location of LOWKINGS for a brief moment in time. Speed winning that gunfight going to be very beneficial. They get the tower position at the auto repair shop, and this means that they get auto access for that hardpoint number 2. But then again, they get bullied out, and LOWKINGS will be there at the hardpoint, and Huntsman spawning on Narnia. This is not what you want if you are trying to come back.
Yep, definitely. Great success. The light was already shining out from the over tunnel, but unfortunately now it's dimming for the side of Huntsman. LOWKINGS is coming back, and it's gonna be easy for them to win out with 30 seconds on the clock. They will be able to get those kills for themselves as well as the points for themselves if they actually control this P1. On the other hand, Huntsman, they finally actually scattered around, losing the momentum that we saw how they were doing so well for the P3 and P4. And right now, Dub trying to do a game changer, clearing out from all those middle side, but he does not get those kills. He's looking for it, but he does not spot anyone. He misses out, he sprays, and PJ gets him instead. And on the other hand, Speed trying to make a difference at the auto repair, but point still sets up for the LOWKINGS. Right now, P2 will be open for the take.
Yeah, here we go. This is it. This is the end. LOWKINGS could get this win if we don't see Huntsman step it up right now on point. 5 and 4. Luffy and Kalo combining for the two players inside hard point, and they will definitely score the time and grow that score even more. 8 more points for the win. Huntsman nowhere near the point. They need to get in right now. They need to catch and contest, but they will not be able to. And LOWKINGS, they take the first map of the grudge match. 189 to 250. Solid start for them. And I think it's kind of expected for me in a way of looking at the stats, because LOWKINGS versus Active Finesse has a 2.01 team KD compared to Huntsman's 0.95 against Sector 0. So definitely a good treat here that we had at this game. Now looking at the post-game breakdown, we obviously see Yopi and PJ running the show with both having 40 plus skills here. I mean, Fashabani, that's so impressive.
Yep, definitely. I mean, damn. I mean, those kills, those gunfights are just phenomenal. And it was shown how it was struggle for the side of Huntsman to win those, because the fact is they were scattered around. They were not able to win it out. But there was a miracle that we saw from the side of Speed, was able to break it out from the first rotation of the P hills. But somehow, even as a sole player to try to survive on that P2, if there's no team effort to actually back him up, in the end, the team of LOWKINGS will take advantage of those situations and get the hills back for themselves. And that is what needed from the side of Huntsman for this first round. Unfortunately, they need to step it up for the next round itself. For the side of LOWKINGS, so far so good. It seems that the stacks really shows how amazing they are and how it is a reason they are here right on the Garena Master Season number 3.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, Cesare did mention Alfari really having a rough time on that first game, on their first match against Sector 0. And again, still showing signs of struggle here against West Point Mamba. LOWKINGS having 19 kills with 32 deaths, having a 0.59 KD. It's just really tough to see, you know, this team really struggling on that gunfights, because in order for you to win a respawn game, especially in hard point, not only do you do need to contest that point, but you also need to win those gunfights. And for the boys of Huntsman, they need some serious refining, man.
Actually, West Point Huntsman here has no choice, because West Point Mamba, they really get the positions on point. And that's exactly how they did on the defense. They always make sure that they are aiming on just one angle. They restrict the map so that the randomness of Huntsman is lessened. So that way they can predict more on where does Huntsman will be attacking and prevent those encirclement, prevent those flanks. And on the contrary, West Point Mamba, if they are attacking, they always make sure that they get the encirclement, They make sure that they are unpredictable, and the Huntsman loses out on the 5v5 and 3v3. So Huntsman, they are winning on individual fights because West Point Mamba, they lost their composure. And fortunate enough, they have woken up from that red warning in that 250 to 196 points. So now Huntsmen, they need to make sure that they can win this one because this is the map pick of Mamba LOWKINGS. And man, oh man, this could be hard for Huntsmen. So now, I will be taking this away. I will be putting this away to you casters.
All right, Cezzy, you wanted to cast that, but hey,
Yeah.
we'll be doing all the work here, Cezzy. But hey, yeah, thank you once again, Cezzy, for that. Now we move into this match number 2. And you know, Fasha Bunny, this is a serious test of team's tactical builds. When the game slows down, you gotta play with your mind. But for EOP, he plays with his guns and he takes 2 players right off immediately. If he can extend this even more, he can get this landing blow. And there you go, EOP taking on the challenge, dropping 3 players on this first round. What a great impact and what a great start for LOWKINGS here, Fasha Bunny.
There is no slowing down for the teams of LOWKINGS. So far, so good for them because the fact is they don't want to make sure that Huntsman steps up for their game itself. And so far, Hacienda, just like you said, when it comes to the long range and the short range as well, the team of WPM LOWKINGS got it rounded off. And so far right now, Boss will be taking care of those manners, making sure that none of the team from the side of Huntsman will get in. Coming in for the team like so hard, and right now Asma coming in for the push, but somehow we will take it out. But he ends out. Oh, unfortunately missed out the chance, going in too much to a point that missing out his own angles. But Yopi will be able to finish off speed, left with one more player to go. Derb, the captain, right now trying to survive it all. He's trying to spot one player. He sees Luffy, but he does not get the kill. Luffy spots his out first. He foot out with the pistol and change it out with the CPR, but unfortunately he will get the kill. But Yopi comes again, takes him down.
Yo, great plays there for the boys of LOWKINGS. You know, after seriously seriously attacking that B bomb site earlier, then opting for a pretty fast assault on that A bomb site. I mean, LOWKINGS just basically pushing the pace here against Huntsman. So now you're definitely seeing Huntsman trying to turn it around here. They need a solid elite defensive setup to counter LOWKINGS here this time as they lose 2 straight rounds here. Right now, Nachi holding his own ground at the mid-map, and then love this take for the Huntsman, waiting for that bomb to get planted before they make a move. Now Nachi will get taken down by PJ. Alfari waiting for the trade, but D-Morse gets one. But Asbold coming in hot with that CBR, takes D-Morse out. We got the retake beautifully done by Huntsman, but Luffy responds with 1. Kalo gets the trade against Speed. Kalo looking to turn the game around, but we get a 1v1, and Luffy just somehow had the final blow. But hey, that was a nice trade back and forth, Fasha Bunny.
Agreed, that was amazing. Huntsman finally pulls through, and hopefully they'll be able to pull through even more for the next round. Round 4 so far right now, they were able to pick themselves up. A little bit good pace coming in from the Huntsman, but on the other hand, LOWKINGS were able to actually respond well as well. Luffy is already here on the mid side, will be falling back first, already giving the information. Claw on the head will be spraying with the Mac-10, but unfortunately Nochi gets the kill instead, and it's not off. Nochi will be spraying out, but 2v1 right here. Hopefully a little bit scared on the side. Nochi, but he gets the kill anyway. Good job, and right now one more player to go, but he will be shut down by PJ instead. 2v2 right this instant. PJ will be falling back instead, switching side, but Derp will be backstabbed by Luffy. Unfortunately left Asmal all alone. Bomb has already been left behind. So what Asmal needs to do is just hold his ground, wait for the time, but 2 coming on the strike right here. Asmal needs to take his space and figure out how to fight out the 2 players right now coming through, but he does not want to overextend himself. He must not overexpose because with 2 players coming up towards him, it's gonna be tough. Asmal pushing back, but no, please do not hype yourself this way because the fact is LOWKINGS might be able to actually pull through and push forwards to your side. But right here, Asmal able to position himself. Great, well done job. What a good opportunity for the team of LOWKINGS to backstab, but nevertheless right here 2v1 takes 1-1, but Luffy gets the last kill.
Oh, well, that could have been a round win there for Huntsman if only he could have sprayed down an inch to the left. That could have been a 1v2, but hey, great play there for WPM LOWKINGS. You really have to commend the situationals that they've been allocating. They know that they are on a 1v2, so what they did is play for trades. And that trade worked perfectly for them, but Derp on this round coming along with that first blood, dropping Luffy. It's been very precise with that scope on that hard point, but this time his team not definitely making an impact to the point where they have not yet won any sort of rounds. LOWKINGS is showcasing a lot of strategies and a lot of setups that's really showing off Huntsman when they play in this game. The bomb will now be planted. And again, Huntsman needs to play this retake perfectly, but Kalo tags one with that Peacekeeper, looking to hold down one more. Just shreds and defeats ALMGHTY. Needs to work on Derp though. 1v2. LOWKINGS had the number advantage, and PJ running the show gets it done. 5-0. Fasha Bunny, we are looking at a current pace of 7-0 here right now.
Ooh, sheesh, Huntsman. I mean, what happened to them during that first game? It was just amazing. But once they meet up with the team of LOWKINGS, it's like the hell has been break loose for this team. Unfortunately, LOWKINGS doing a well done job. A really good composer coming in from them. PJ will be maintaining, will not go for the extension. And this is something that Huntsman also needs to know. Extension, if you don't believe in yourself, right, that Derp will be able to trade off getting that double kill. And finally, Huntsman breaks to getting that 1 point for themselves. But still, the time is still ticking for them as numbers stacks out for the team of LOWKINGS.
And yeah, there you go. Fast round. I just turned at my right side of my screen, and for some odd reason, the voice off. Huntsman just took that down. So I hope that round win could translate into the choosing the tie. Of course, taking this one. Hey, stun check right now through LOWKINGS looking to play this game fast. But hey, ALMGHTY gets the trade against PJ, gets that 2-piece. Nice follow-up play there, but LOWKINGS responding back with no trades. But Huntsman playing it better now. They have pushed the pace. They plant out the bomb. Playing on a 2v4 situation. LOWKINGS has Kalo and Luffy at the moment. That's a great way for you to defeat these 4 players. One with the scope and one with that CBR. That's the great combination for you to win this situationals. But hey, you gotta have that perfect timing. And for ACNO, he gets turned down by Kalo. Now the ship has been turned. Luffy looking to get that kill, but he will not get any respawn and any connection. And Notchi gets that final 2Ps, and Huntsman wins 2 strength.
I see it. There's some accuracy, motion, and problem coming in from Asmal. Usually we see him on top of his game, but today it seems that Asmal is actually out of his own pace. Something is moving off towards the side of Huntsman, and I hope they actually recover from it, and hopefully they learn from this mistake. But so far right now, doing well. Hopefully the luckness that comes from that side is not just luck. It needs to be coming from their position as well as the accuracy of that trigger discipline. So far right now, doing well for the rush, but they don't want to rush anymore. They want to take it slow back to the pace of not going to go in for the rush. Asma will be taken down, but speed will be traded off right now. But Demos on the other hand, slight lines, trying to take down each and every one, and Derp is left all alone yet again. And he's waiting for those shots, waiting for those angles to take down, and he has a struggleness coming in with 3v1. Backing off. Bomb has already been dropped. He needs to take it up, but Yopi on behind side will be spotted out. A great well done job, but 2v1 straight away from the side of Derp again. It's still a struggle, but numbers has already been lessened out. Hopefully Derp will get another kill for himself to tide out the numbers.
Yeah, but you know, for Derp, he could actually get the gun that the guy that he just killed used. And of course, there you go. CBR4 in hand. That's going to be useful in that close range engagements for him. But he do have to pick that bomb up, and again has to worry about this 2 players, Luffy and Kalo, who's been really good at really staying alive for this past few rounds. They're looking to get this round win now in favor for LOWKINGS, but for Derp, needs to wait and have the perfect timing. Moving along, he could spot that player on the left side. Derp, first engagements, checks the wrong corner, and Kalo gets the punish. That is it. LOWKINGS taking round number 8.
And that would be their match point if Huntsman does not do something right now. Unfortunately, a great engagement coming in from the Huntsman, but the scouting area, all the positioning that they needed to do is not portrayed right here for game number 2. And they lost already game number 1, and this is going to be tough for them, losing each map for themselves. They need to stack it out. Day 1 was doing well, but day 2 so far is going down. And right now, moving into the Lowking side, doing well as a defender. Talking about defender-wise, even as the attacker, they have done a potential to actually make sure that the Huntsman will not be able to defend it out. Bomb drops out, even with Huntsman trying to actually get in, the Lowkings will definitely defend it well. And so far right now, no engagement-wise coming in from them, still taking it slow, but is it going to be to the side of Huntsman who gets the kill first? Speed out for one player, he sprays, he gets PJ, and gets another one. Amazing job, a great team effort right here, but that will be alerting to the Lowking side. 3 players coming in, bombs will be bombed right here at the side of the A, but somehow the team is actually scattered around. They need to maintain around this side to make sure the Lowking does not go in, but unfortunately, the bomb's still being controlled, and they don't actually plan it out because they know for a fact that this positioning will be struggle, so they actually switch to the other side of the flag, and the team of Lowkings will still maintain. Shots coming through, and that will be giving the information. Demos will be taken down. 2v2 right this instant. Numbers are still stacked up for both of these teams. They are equalized.
Yeah, and now, of course, nice play per trader per Huntsman. D Morse gets 1 pick though, so obviously we still have this 2v2. Game is still tied and equal when it comes to the numbers game, but that bomb will get planted, and Luffy going to be the first to see that action. Bomb plant. Luffy going to get the heady. Oh my goodness! Ooh. How is that possible? Luffy, are you insane? Dirk looking to play for the trade. Luffy escaping with his life, but he gets the kill anyway. Oh my goodness! How?
How? I don't know, man. You tell me. I don't know, man, because that is a crazy head glitch shot that is such a perfection to the chef kiss. And not only that, getting the other kill, which is Derp, who's trying to chase it up, it was just a flick of the wrist for Luffy. And unfortunately, Huntsman, again, losing another map to the side of Lowkings.
And Sezzy, looking at that game, how do you feel, man? I'm quite lost for words of what just happened on the late game.
Man, West Point Mamba is so terrifying because they are controlling the game itself. In the first rounds of the search and destroy, they want to let Huntsmen feel that all their plans are not working. So what they did there is that Huntsmen rush on the bomb site A. That was read by West Point Mamba. So now that the bomb site A failed, they proceeded towards bomb site B rush, where that was read by West Point Mamba. And then they tried to slow down the game. That was expected again by West Point Mamba. So all of the choices that Huntsmen are doing always fails. So that loses their confidence. And from there on, West Point Mamba Esports, they are controlling the game. It's like a chess, but they know the mind of their opponents. And man, if you look at it, it's very terrifying because you cannot do anything about your fate. It's like WPM, they're just playing by themselves. They are controlling their opponents. They control the move of Derp, of Notchi, of Asmal, of Speed, of Alfari. They always read that one. It's like it's all playing into the fate or the script of West Point Mamba. That's why it's very terrifying here, Kali.
And for WPM LOWKINGS, just really great attention to details coming into this hacienda. This is their map pick, and there's a reason why they definitely use this to overthrow their opposition. And we clearly saw them dismantle Huntsman with their remarkable rotation and setups and even unique angles. We did see on that round number 9, Luffy just shooting the player lights out on that bomb site, then being able to relocate and use the staircase to his advantage to create that height advantage and take down Derp on the ground. I mean, LOWKINGS just really had a great execution, but now we still have one more game mode here. And Fasha Bunny, the last time that these two teams played actually a control game mode, Huntsman did in fact struggled. They went up against Sector 0. They lost 1-3, and they had a team KD of 0.80. And that's not really promising because comparing their stats against WPM LOWKINGS, who clearly won through a sweep 3-0, they're playing here with the team KD of 1.83 in their recent matchup against ACNO FINESSE. So that's definitely one of the few facts that we really have to consider. Almost a 1 KD higher compared to the guys of Huntsman here, Fasha Bunny.
Agreed. I mean, despite that Huntsmen's, we were actually rooting for them despite how they are having struggles, but numbers does not lie, and it really goes out for the team of WPM West Point Mamba Lookings to win this other round for themselves as well. But there is such thing as called hope and miracles, and this is something that the team of Huntsman needs. They need hope and miracles to switch things up and getting at least one match themselves. So hopefully that miracle will be smiling for them. Right back up on the side, trying to take down Dimas. Numbers will be able to take down first, but on the other hand, they need to make sure that numbers also stacked up for themselves. And right now, PJ also spraying out, making sure that they also be contest. But Yopi on the sideline will not overextend, will do the slaying side to make sure that the team of Huntsman will be taken down alive and slowly.
Yeah, right now, a lot of engagements here at this circle. D Morris on the top control, 3 in a row, make that 4. Oh my god, a great start for LOWKINGS. They're now slowly and surely advancing towards the enemy spawns, but in fact, they need to win more gunfights just to control the spawns and go for the eliminations. But hey, Raven looking to exit out the spawns, will not get any exit kills. Is gets taken down. PJ lurking around the mid-maps right through zigzags, definitely creating a difference. But hey, Huntsmen, they did know that the B flag will not be a useful option for them, so they tried to take the hit now this time at the A point of control, and now that they are securing seconds, this is time adjustments for them.
And so far, we're not going to advance them. We're just going to spray it out to make sure that the A side will be able to contest it up. On the other hand, Yopi backs it out, learning those rotation coming in from the Huntsman. They will be able to actually respond well as well. And right now, Huntsman is out of sight and needs to actually figure out another way to rotate around the side of LOWKINGS. On the other hand, Claw right here on the garage side will be spraying. Unfortunately, will be taken out by speed, even so with that engagement wise. And right now, ALMGHTY needs to step it up. This is what we keep telling. ALMGHTY is not been doing well, not performing wise, and he's been missing all those chances every single shot and making it hard for the team of Huntsman to step it up in the game, Callie.
And you know, right now, it pains to see ALMGHTY really struggling with the current meta right now. You know, it's been really trying hard to convert all of the shots, but then again, his aim's totally not here right now. But you know, for LOWKINGS, they've been so exquisite. D-Morse will try to look for that landing blow. Only one more player to worry about for LOWKINGS, and they take this first round. Yopi landing the final kill, dropping Raven. First round, defensive round win for Mamba LOWKINGS, and they truly need to consider going in aggressive here once again at this round number 2, because Huntsmen, they'll definitely look to be stronger on that defensive side. We all know what Derp can do when he's got that right tech AMR, and especially with him having that long breeze in his favor, could totally land a lot of landing blows and of course wind down the numbers of LOWKINGS. But hey, looking at the game right now, Huntsmen doing a great job defending this B flag point, and hopefully they do continue.
Yep. Hopefully they do continue, but Luffy will be rotating around, giving that information right now. PG on the other hand trying to struggle to his side of the mid lane, but will be actually denied that entrance from the side of Huntsman. And Demos finding a way to actually go into the money room, but ALMGHTY does not allow. But Yopi comes in to actually comes back for the backup, sprays it out with the wall bang, shuts them down. And right now, the E side will be open for them to take, and they will be trying to actually make sure that the team of Huntsman does not go there to actually defend it up. But so far right now, the numbers are really stacked up for the team of Huntsman. Hopefully they'll be able to back things up, but unfortunately with the B side almost been closed out, and right now they moved back to the side of the A right now. A little bit teasing from both sides right now, but so far Huntsman is doing well for the defense.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, we're starting to see now the engagements made by the SMGs. ACNO turning it up. Speed also now making sure that the team will be supplied with enough gunfight in that department. But, a serious response here made by LOWKINGS. Yopi's got 4 kills with that annihilator. Not only that, he got 3 players available with that annihilator. And that's going to be deadly, especially here when they are down in that number count, life count. So for now, looks like they're looking to capture this B flag. Halo gets 1, looking to follow up with 1 more speed on that Laundries, but he's not going to get it successfully just yet. But he's still aiming. The B flag point now captured. We could see a TDM type of playstyle here for both ends, as we have 1 minute and 30 seconds in that time with 9 life counts for each of them. Yopi gets 1 huge kill right there on the control at this kitchen, looking to reposition himself even back to the enemy spawns. As he turns to the right side, Derp is gonna be there, but Speed able to manipulate and get that kill. Beautiful plays back and forth, but Huntsman now clearly showing the fight. They now have that number advantage. They could end this here. All they have to do now is just execute far better. 4v4 situation. Speed gets taken down by Luffy. Luffy at the back gets 2 with that annihilator, getting that control spawn as well. And they take it on.
Woo!
They take the win as well. Goodness.
Oh my lord! I thought it was gonna be to the side of Huntsman, that they could have gotten those wins, but Luffy was just laughing off with those annihilator and was just amazing. Unfortunately, Huntsman has been denied for that spot again. So this is the last chance he needed to go through, or else for the side of Loki. So far right now, Raven takes down 1 player, but will be shut down. Looking forward to seeing the flag to be taken out, but can they do so with numbers already stacks up right here? Shots coming through. LOWKINGS looking for the angles, looking for someone, but unfortunately does not spot anyone. Raven takes down Yopi, and Luffy is waiting for the right time to flick the wrist, but unfortunately does not get anyone. Once on the other hand, it's been stunned. He goes in for the shoots. He does not get anyone. He's spotted there, but he's faced. He finally gets 1, but Speed will trade off his numbers right there. On the other hand, Huntsman still trying their best to make sure they get at least 1 point for themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. They're looking to turn it around right now, but WPM LOWKINGS, again, looking at that gunfights. Definitely efficient, but Alfari again losing that gunfight. PJ is winning it to the last end, gets 2 pieces before he gets taken down. Great 2-for-1 trade there. And yeah, B flag point could be captured here by Huntsman to force another time extension, but definitely pushing it at the A flag here this time. Divide and conquer. They have shifted the attention towards A. They're gonna use the Ravens MQ-27 Dragonfire to reveal the general location of the opposing team that will be right off the close to proximity. Now, they have stacked 3 players in there. How will they defend? 37 seconds, 19 to 13 life count. Huntsman needs to be very efficient with the way they handle the situation. Get those 2-for-1 kills, play for those trades. Speed gets 1, but PJ gets the trade at the swimming pool. Alfari wins, could get this landing blow as well, but is going to wait it out, and now he's getting tagged. This is not beautiful sight for Huntsman. They're getting picked 1 by 1 in Fasha Bunny, and now we got 30 seconds left. The objective B will now be in favor for Huntsman, but they only have 6 lives left.
The numbers stack up the LOWKINGS. Despite getting that flag, it's not going to be enough. They need to fight on and win those gunfights. Speed on that end doing a wonderful job, but Alfari finally gets 1 kill and takes out Moss. A great comeback coming in, but then we got Yopi with the Predator missile finishing off the end, and that 3-0 clean sweep for the team of LOWKINGS.
Yeah, like you see, Flane and Jane, her WPM LOWKINGS, the execution was really right on point. They still run the show, they mowed down their opponents, and now they currently stand 6-0. They win everything clean, and Yopi giving us a thumbs up. It's just GG's. And it's GG's here, says he.
Yeah, it's GG's. Absolute control from WPM from the hard point towards the search and destroy and the control. Their playstyle right now in control was quite similar on the hard point, where the positioning game is on the round number 1. They focus on the B flag, and then once the Huntsman gets that divide and conquer strategy, the defensive position of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS suddenly turns into an encirclement, which translates into more kills and very aggressive position for the side of West Point Mamba. Now, when you are the Huntsman, they tend to go for these isolated fights, and it is always broken by our West Point Mamba, especially Yopi having the courageous push with the breakthroughs in the middle, with the breakthroughs on the bottom side of the map. He always leads the charge here. And when you are West Point Mamba on the aggressive side or on the offensive side, they play like how they play in the hard point. They always manage to encircle. They manage always to flank here. And the one flanking for them is Yopi. Now on the third round, they gain those confidence. And once those confidence filled up, the defensive position of West Point Mamba Low Kings is destroyed. And instead, it is converted into an aggressive position with Yopi, PJ, and Kalo taking turns on spawn trapping the Huntsmen. That's why they lost the third round. So, I mean, the gap is so high with 15 lives gap on the third round because of that confidence, because of that spawn trap. And that's how West Point Mamba Low Kings got the 3-0 against Huntsmen. But looking at the game overall, West Point Mamba is super terrifying. From the hard point, they take control of the positions. They make sure that they can control how the Huntsmen will be spawning. They make sure that they can control how they can attack the hard point. Thus, the preparations of West Point Mamba is on point always. There's just one time in the hard point where they got overconfident. That's why they made a lot of mistakes. For example, their encirclement strategies were executed one by one, so they lost the essence of the encirclement. That's why Huntsman pulled up this 189 score. But when you take a look at Search and Destroy, they learned their lesson. And once again, West Point Mamba Esports, Low Kings, the play style for them is controlling the game, controlling their opponents. You saw that on the Search and Destroy. The mind games is there for West Point Mamba Low Kings, and kudos to their shot caller, to their coach in predicting where the opponents will go. In the bomb site A, they fail. We go to bomb site B because they will be there. Then we expect that they will be changing the pace. They expected it. They predicted it. And they made ample preparations for the Search and Destroy. Now, on the control mode, it's still the same. They control the tempo of the game. They make sure that Huntsman has no choice, has no control over the game, and the script is really followed by West Point Mamba Low Kings. Huntsman was struggling to get their own control of the game. It's like West Point Mamba. If you look at it at other perspective, it looks like West Point Mamba Low Kings is controlling the cell phones of Huntsman. That's how hard the game is for Huntsman, Cali.
Oh yeah, man. For Huntsman, I kind of expected them to struggle here against WPM LOWKINGS because this LOWKINGS squad is kind of revamped. Raf is officially out of the roster, and they brought in a player from NU Anarchy, former PH champs. And you know that this guy is absolutely terrifying. He could play fast. He fits the personality of LOWKINGS. And I'm talking about D-Morse. We eventually saw how he glued for LOWKINGS right off instantly, right from the start of Garena Master Season 3. And until now, they've been giving a really tough time for every players and every teams that they have faced. But then again, kudos to Huntsman though. They've tried their best. And I believe the closest match that they had against LOWKINGS was on that firing range hard point. But then again, we take a look at Hacienda S&D, 2-7, Raid Control 0-3. Huntsman today just really struggled, and I hope that they do bounce back and correct their mistakes that they had here against WPM LOWKINGS. But what I really tried to observe here against LOWKINGS is that they're really successful now in playing mid-range to long-range maps, and I believe that's one of the problems that they did have going up against stronger teams in Garena Master Season 1 and Season 2, where they've only been a close quarter map wonder But when they were played at longer range map, that's where they eventually falter. And now that they're correcting it here at Garena Master Season 3, it's a great promise right now for LOWKINGS. But then again, they have to continue and maintain this form until they reach the playoffs. But yeah, so good so far here for LOWKINGS, Cezi.
Yeah, definitely. And man, Fasha, look at this how West Point Mamba LOWKINGS played. And I love to hear your thoughts. I mean, we were emphasizing about the control of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, how they played it against Huntsman, how Huntsman has no control over their cell phones, basically. So I'd love to know about your thoughts. How do you think West Point Mamba LOWKINGS won this one?
I mean, we saw how it was, and just like how you said, a lot of mistake was been done by Huntsman, and that is something that LOWKING does not take lightly,
Wow.
and that was just beautiful. That is something that you guys gotta clip that, man. Seriously, you gotta clip that really beautiful head glitch that who would have thought would get that clean shot taken down exactly at the right time. And that was what the reason that the team of LOWKINGS, they take those risks and they make sure those risks benefit to their side. On the other hand, for the Huntsmen, they take the risk and it ended up backfiring to them side. And this is something that I already told from the beginning rounds. I'm super excited to see Huntsman. I was so excited to see them during the first game. They were doing so well, but tonight it's just not their night. It's gonna be the WPM LOWKINGS with Yopi as the soldier of the game with 24 average kills, average death 14, making the KDA 1.76. A beautiful, well done game coming towards to the WPM. And I gotta say, it's not just Yopi who deserved the highlights. It's gotta be all of the teams itself.
Yep, definitely. And I believe one of the main factors for Search and Destroy is their shot caller and their coach Olea. It's so terrifying. I mean, I can't emphasize heavily. I can't emphasize enough. But for now, Yopi will be the soldier of the game. He was a crucial factor for West Point Mamba LOWKINGS to pull off those encirclements, because Yopi always gets the kills that he needs, 1v2s, 1v3s, and then he breaks through towards the behind the Huntsman, and that's why the encirclement is complete. So Yopi really deserves the soldier of the game, being the slayer of the team, and as well as the objective at the same time. Is very flexible in his role, and man, oh man, looking at Yopi and the rest of West Point Mamba LOWKINGS, Cali, how do you see them in the future games?
Man, they have dominated their strongest competition in the group. So I feel like they're going to dominate the other team that they will play against in the coming group stage that they have. But for WPM LOWKINGS, this is a great start for them. But I have to re-emphasize that they should continue to be consistent. Now that they have been able to create and, of course, separate themselves from the group, having 6 wins and 0 loss, sky's the limit for this team. I hope they can continue.
Yep.
So now we have seen what the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS and Huntsmen could do in the Group C. And later on, after this one, we'll have the Group B, Envy Doctors versus PDR Esports. New names in the match. Very exciting to see, and we'll see that after this short break.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
Welcome back to the day number 3, season 3 of Garena Masters, and we are still your casters for this day. Sazi together with me is Fashabani and Kali, and man, we have witnessed 2 games, 2 donuts, and looking at the trend right now, how do you feel about this, Fasha?
What I feel about it right now? I
Donuts.
I read a lot of the comments right now and say goodbye everybody. I'm leaving now. But no, serious talk though. I am all out for all the patriotism that I have within me, but like I said before, it's not just about me like supporting my team, my own region as well as my country, but we're talking about MYSG Philippines. And I already said this. Philippines breeds the best of the best players when it comes to Garena Call of Duty Mobile. And for the MYSG trying to, go through those barriers that the Philippines has already brought out, it's a struggle, man. But Huntsman and MV trying their best at the group stage. I'm just happy they qualified already here. And if they're able to actually qualify themselves to the playoff, that makes a happy girl right here fly high to the sky, my friend. On the other hand, Kelly, those gunfights coming from West Point Mamba Lookings as well as by previous team is just phenomenal, and we couldn't even figure out how it was so amazing. Those cat glitch, the superior that they have done, the 3-0 that has already been served, almighty wise, they are phenomenal. So Kelly, what are your thoughts for the next game is up for us?
One thing, it's not going to be donuts. It's going to be a chicken. Well, honestly, man, it's going to be a 2-1. It's going to be a 2-1 is his point. I feel it. Just looking at the team's composition and the way they've been performing on their opening match, I feel like we're going to see a more closer game here. And obviously, I feel like it could go either Envy Doctors or it could go to the side of PDR. Whoever knows, I don't know who's going to win it, but I'm definitely looking forward to whoever wins that hard point first, because these teams, Envy Doctors and PDR Esports, one thing they have in common is they struggled on the response game. Talking about that hard point, talking about that control, both these teams struggled against their opposing team, so they really need to find a way to bounce back. And I feel like this is going to be a closer match compared to the first 2 series that we have.
Yeah, I believe also this would be a closer match between PDR and NV Doctors. On the other hand, we got Triple V Esports and CKG Legacy on the match number 5. Match number 6, Smart Omega versus RTL Esports, a match that I would recommend to watch also. Match number 7 and Sem9 versus Ult Omni. Really great matchup so far in this day. Now we focus on match number 4. PDR Esports, NV Doctors, I believe both lost their games initially, so now they are back and they will be fighting against each other. And as Kali said, it looks like it would be a close game. And this matchup is really interesting because it is another MY versus Philippines matchup like the match number 2. So interesting things in here. But as I mentioned that, Fasha, how are you feeling right now that Envy Doctors will be facing up against PDR?
Okay. I mean, Huntsman, you let me down just slightly. I mean, come on. I mean, the husband could have done better, but unfortunately, the firing range, the first match itself, the first map that was picked out, they got the upper hand to dictate the map. It ended up actually going to the side of Mamba Lookings, and then from there on, Mamba Lookings already control each movement and each progression they had to go through. And just like Sezi, a beautiful analysis, truly, I gotta say, Coach Olio, which is the one who's actually handling the Mamba Lookings, they are amazing in actually countering each positioning that was done by Huntsman, and this is something that Huntsman needs to learn. And hopefully, this will also brush off to Envy Doctors. I love Envy Doctors. I've seen them grow as well. This is like my baby that I've seen on Ways of War, but this is something they need to struggle as well, because when it comes to Ways of War, that's just a low community stage side. But once you play with the big boys right here at the Garena Masters, you got to step it up even more further, and especially coming for the PDR Esports, this is not a name that we do not know. It's a very familiar, it's most amazing brand itself, and for them to come through for the brand of for them to actually come through to actually represent their brand inside the Garena Masters, this is phenomenal. And hopefully this number is really stacked up for PDR, but Envy Doctors, you gotta do something right here right now, right,
Yeah.
Kelly?
I mean, yeah, definitely. Envy Doctors struggled against the boys of Smart Omega, but one thing, in fact, that they did so great against Smart Omega was give them a tight workout on that search and destroy. You got Zen, MIB, Gary, Pika, Sphere, Yelfo, and I must say this team is solid. They just lack a little bit more refinement onto their gameplay. And of course, for me, here's my take on this team. NV Doctors. They gotta play through Zen. Currently, right now, Zen leads the team in respawn skills with a total of 43 kills. And again, another take is they just gotta play for those trades and win more gunfights as a team, because on that hard point against Smart Omega, they average a 0.75. On that control respawn, they had a 0.53. That's not impressive, and they need to find a way to make sure that at the end of this series, that thing is going to be positive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I really like those numbers being put into play. And I'm quite intrigued for MIB because MIB is the newest addition for Envy Doctors. Envy Doctors are actually consistent in the Masters. Consistent up, I mean, they show up on the Master Season 1 and Season 2, but unfortunately, they are on to the bottom ends of the leaderboards. Now they're back to get more kills and get more places, and hopefully, they can do it throughout this game. Now they face off against PDR Esports, a new breed of PDR, as I would say. They will be Usopp, Chirac, Omo, Teflon, Cell, and Skepta. And a little bit of just an information. Teflon, Chirac, and Usopp used to play under the same team, under CKG Elevate, which placed ninth place on the Philippine Championships, and that's their last appearance on a major stage. And now they are back here in Green Masters. They came from GYC Season 2. So if you compare the stakes of Philippine Championship and GYC Season 2, it's worlds apart. So now they need to prove themselves, especially with Cell, Omo, and Skepta. They need to combine and just integrate themselves into one with Teflon, Chirac, and Usopp here, Kali.
Oh yeah, man. It will take time for them to glue from each other, but for PDR Esports, I believe their individual gameplays and their capabilities would be a strong set against Envy Doctors. And I really have to commonly say this one: this team likes to play fast, especially when it's search and destroy, and they have to continue playing that way just to throw off Envy Doctors, especially when it's search and destroy, because Envy Doctors are definitely good on those games that will be slowed down, and especially in that search and destroy. But hey, here is our head-to-head matchup: Zen and Omo. You got Zen, who will be having an average kill of 16.67, slightly lowered compared to Omo with a 17.33. But now the difference here is that KD. Zen had 0.86, almost got 1.18. And stats do favor Omo at this point of the game. But again, we really have to emphasize that this is just the players we really need to look out for individually. You have to look out of team as, you have to look out in this game as a team. And obviously, this one for me is a 50-50, Sassy.
50-50 indeed. And when you take a look at Zen here and Envy Doctors, Fasha, who do you think MIB and the rest of the squad can match up the performance of Zen?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I gotta agree on Cali on this now. He actually agreed, and last is coming towards to the MV Doctors. When it comes to Search and Destroy, they are better off on the slow paced game only because they're very, very good on that long range positioning. But when it comes to fighting off PDR, if you're right, if they're gonna go in for the rush mode as well as rush aggressiveness tactical between the team of Envy Doctors, man, this is gonna be tough. So Envy Doctors, this is what I keep talking about. If you might be good at your own gameplay at your own region, but when it comes to playing with the big boys with those big guns, you gotta step it up, man. You gotta learn those motion, you gotta learn those positioning, and you gotta actually switch up those paces, because if you're fighting with the PDR and still maintain like the level 1 game that you've done, it's not gonna be as good as you thought it would be. But the coin toss will be given out to the Envy Doctors. I know, man. I know. I struggle too, man. When I first started out calling that coin toss, I flipped every single time. But it's okay. On the other hand, Envy Doctors will be able to dictate the map. The first map will be taken out to raid hardpoint match, as well as for the standoff is for the PDR Esports. And coming back for the control motion, it will be on the takeoff map, and they already banned the firing range as well as raid. And for the operator skill, Sparrow and Purifier is out of the game again. Back to the gravity, vortex, and death machine all the way, and Annihilate as well, says he.
The long ranges and the gravity vortex will be in for the action. And looking at the maps, Cali, raid hardpoint for Envy Doctors. How do you think this will fare against PDR Esports?
Well, for me though, it's going to be interesting. But hey, we are going to see a different map. So this is going to be the second time that we are going to see slums. But again, this is going to be a curveball thrown once again by Envy Doctors. But one thing for sure, they can hold lanes perfectly with Zen, with that sniper. So this is going to be a top challenge for PDR Esports, but I do hope that they would figure it out early in the game, because if not, Envy Doctors is gonna run away. Once again, but we're going to run the show here. Fasha Bunny, here we go. Hardpoint slums, WPM LOWKINGS and Huntsman will not be playing, but it's going to be PDR and Envy. Take it away.
I was so focused on the game itself, I did not know the graphic was mistaken. For those of you guys who are watching right here on your own home screen, it is all the way for the team of PDR versus the Envy Doctors. So far right now, the team of Envy Doctors is struggling to get to the P1. Shots coming through from Ashford, not getting that connected dot, clearing out those spots. Unfortunately, he spots one, he sprays, he does not get it in the end. PDR or more gets it one, but Zen coming in for the push. Yelp on the other hand right now, having difficulty, will be able to connect the dot with the help of MIB, but in the end, the control-wise goes out to the team of PDR.
Oh yeah, PDR off to a really great start. Not only they do get this hard win, but they're chaining it by settling down with that early rotation to the right side of that minimap. We're going into the garbage cans, and Chirac starting off really early. This guy, one of the key players to watch for PDR Esports. He's so aggressive, he plays fast, and could totally throw Envy off guard in this game. Now the hard win opens up. Beautiful angle right now from Teflon. Every game right now, I see a lot of beautiful angles, and you clearly see this team studying every map possible. And PDR, though they will have the early rotation, it's going to be your boys from Envy trying to break the spawns. They have breaking the point already, but PDR, they have only reinforcements coming up from the back of the map, and they will be looking to contest and regain back. Now that they have recovered, they just got to win this gunfight up front.
Yelp finally able to break the hill, or should I say break the spawn side, but let's see if they can be able to break the hill. So far right now, defense wise goes out, PDR definitely takes down one. Unfortunately, he needs to be contesting as well. Skepta on the hand getting that double kill, a one shot job, well done. side, but on the other hand, the points only scraps time for the team of Envy Doctors, and in the end, early rotation will be coming in for the PDR. And right now, Envy Doctors needs to step it up. 2 players coming in from the mid lane, need to get those gunfights, or else it will be going to the side of PDR. On the other hand, right now, Skepta getting healed for the side of Spur while he's trying to break this heal. In the end, it still goes out to the team of PDR.
Alright, still a neck-to-neck battle here right now, but one thing to be aware of, it's going to be PDR having the anchor position. They will be having the favorite spawn to get in the point, and they're collecting all the time. Protected with a huge 2Ps. Right now, Zen looking to create that break. Tap once again with that kill 1-for-1. Truly deadly. He's got 11 kills already. 38 seconds in the point. We are currently seeing Envy trying to wrap around the back. Yelpo gets 1, gets 2. Beautiful play. They have retaking him back. They have removed the anchor position by PDR. So now all they have to do is just secure the point. But Omo will stop them from getting that as he turns the players down right off immediately with that beautiful operator. Now, 79-43. PDR Omo is totally deadly. Pull is strict. And this team is actually pulling away.
Yep. With Yelpo trying to make a change right here, but so far not doing any much for the team of Envy Doctors. A great positioning. Seriously, they try their best to stay it out, making sure that the anchor will not be pulled through for the PDR. But then again, defense-wise, PDR is doing well, and this garage will be open now. Gary trying to get in, but and right now, Yelpo trying to figure out either way to make sure that the PDR will be contested out. Gets 1 kill. He goes in for the push right now. Can he actually break that spawn side? He did not actually get it. Unfortunately, missed that chance, and in the end, goes out back to team PDR.
Oh yeah, here we go. Things are looking so good right now for PDR. They've been winning all these early rotations, and Envy can't seem to find a way to break that. Usopp holding down his lane, gets 1, gets 2, Spur gets eliminated. This guy building Strix as well, and Envy needs to do something about that. They need to stop dropping their bodies because PDR has been capitalizing with all this kills that they've been getting. And this is the main reason why they are on that lead. Now for Tap1, going to stay 1 more in the perimeter, holding down the fountain. It's gonna get 1 more. Lighting up and lining up the shots that is very available. Envy is running straight to death here right now, Fasha Bunny. They need to figure it out, moving it along at this hardpoint reset.
Agreed. I mean, I like the way that how Yelpo is doing, but it's not a one-man show. You might be doing well as the Slayer, but then again, if you don't have the team effort right here with the people, it's gonna be the end for the team of Envy Doctors. So far right now, it's not seeing well for them to actually stick together to fight on with the PDR. Finally, comes in, he takes down 1, but then he will be traded off by Skepta. And Zen will be trying to push through for the P1 again, but somehow PDR easily breaking out and getting those points for himself. This is something that we've been talking about. Envy Doctors wise, this is how the child plays. You need to figure out how to break PDR's position. They're doing well. And as you said, Callie, as we predicted that the team of PDR will do those rushes, making sure that each and every single angle will not be taken out from the team of Envy Doctors. And this is something that Envy Doctors has been missing out when it comes to fighting with PDR.
Yeah, one thing that Envy Doctors could do is actually try to play the game slow and try to work as a team. Now, that's what they're going to do here on this take, making amends on this hardcore number 2. Yelpo wins 1 huge gunfight just to spawn this team away from this point. 160-58 score game. 100-point lead right now by PDR Esports, and Envy looking to narrow it down to single digits by making sure that they get intact here at this hardpoint number 2. But the spawns got broken, and now Envy Doctors, they get bullied out of the point in any time soon. PDR Esports on the onslaught. They attack the back, they got in as a team, and that's something that they've been doing ever since the start of this game. But the hardpoint still contested. Spur gets a huge 2-piece. Chirac dropped, but Gary wins a huge gunfight, buying his time, buying the team some time to reinforce. But unfortunately, PDR Esports, they cut to the chase, and they get eliminated. PDR Esports cut to the chase, and of course, they got the point here, Pasha Bunny.
Exactly, and with the Envy Doctors still playing it as not a team, as individual, and making it even harder. Okay, early rotation comes out for the P2, but can they actually make sure that that early rotation will benefit them to actually control the motion? He sprays, Yelpo gets to kill another one, he will miss out, he will back off first, but on the other hand, he missed out, he goes back again, and unfortunately, this is the most crucial timing for the side of Envy Doctors. If you put out a lot of motions and missing out to scout the area and making that positioning, it will give the benefit for the side of PDR once the heals has already been broken. And right now, number still goes out to the MB Doctors, but yet PDR is still leading, and it is easily for them to break those spawns and getting this P2 for themselves. Sorry, P3 for themselves. And on the other end right now, he still gets one. He sprays, and Teflon's trying to spray it out to that P3. Unfortunately, does not see one. He sees MIB. He goes in for another kill, but somehow taken down by Spur. And right now, Chirac coming in from behind will be trying to break this hill and successfully getting those points for themselves.
Yo, this is just an absolute rotation battle here between Envy Doctors and PDR Esports. But final 30 seconds should be under the belt of PDR. Almost just lighting it up as well. With that CBR, he's deadly. Fully streaking himself up earlier. Now looking to get his second set of streaks caught up. Got that Predator missile, and now the team is locked and loaded to get this hardpoint number 4 as well. Number 4, number 2, Teflon and Trap early on in this garage. And they will be able to successfully clear out the perimeter, which will give them some ample time to score the point. And of course now, Omo, after streaking himself, is going to use this MP27 Dragonfire again, revealing the general location of the opponents, which will make it easier for PDR to predict where the players will be spawning and will be entering. Right now, 40 more points for the win for PDR. Envy Doctors, this is it. They need to pop up. Spur gets one. Now looking to get the trade. We will get taken out. Skepta with the fight. They remain in the point. They could end this here, this garage.
The fact that right now, the team of Envy Doctors is just working finally at the moment, but still not doing good for their side. And PDR, on the other hand, defense-wise, has done a wonderful job. This is gonna be an easy close out for themselves. But on the other hand, Envy, this is tough. They finally able to contest it out, but that's just scrap times for themselves. And Skepta coming in just to close it off, and that P1 rotation back again for themselves. The PDR will do that early rotation. Envy, on the other hand, needs to respond well, but Zen will be taken out. Spur on the other hand, fighting off with Skepta, but Skepta will be taken out. Let's see if Envy will maintain it out for this P1, but unfortunately with only 4 strike, it's not gonna be easy for them to spray it out, because 4 points to go for the side of the PDR, and that is 30 points for the side of PDR. And right now, the team of Envy Doctors is definitely going to see the red light for the side of PDR.
Oh yeah, here we go. The score is growing. Gary gets taken out of the point. The hard point is open for grabs. PDR Esports holding on the power position. Zen, he beats one huge gunfight against Chirac, but they need more. They gotta double down that effort from here on out. They can't let PDR Esports get a little bit more time and grow that points here at this hardpoint slumps. Chirac gets 41 kills already in the game, but will get lighted down. MIB remains to hold his power position, and that's going to be a really huge source of power for the boys of Envy Doctors. MIB right now gets 4 kills, make that 5. One more for that MP27 Dragonfire, and of course the Predator missile, which will be useful. 7 seconds left now, the hardpoint expire. Moving on to new. Now, here we go. Envy Doctors, can this be a great stand for them to withstand PDR Esports and outlast them? The hardpoint opens up, Envy Doctors in the point, but they will get flushed down. Good thing for Yelpo. He's going to remain in the point, but he needs to win the gunfight. The pinch play came through for PDR Esports. They're looking to claim the battle. Gary gets 1, gets 2, and that's huge. But they need more here, Fasha Bunny, and they are still standing.
Oh, they are still standing, and PDR, despite able to flush it out, but Envy comes back. But on the other hand, from the side of the spawn, right here, Omo coming in with the Annihilator. He takes 1, he clears it out. 2 more points to go, but the Envy Doctors has allowed it. They still contest it out, making sure that the point does not go out to the PDR. But it's too short. It's too short amount of times for them. If not, it's gonna be an easy win for the PDR. They're doing their best, but can it be done? Can it be a great comeback coming in for the PDR? Nobody is inside the point, and it goes out. Sports.
Yeah, serious miscommunication there at the end, but hey, a win's a win. PDR Esports backed by Chirac. I believe that guy dropped around 45 kills at this hardpoint respawn and is truly one of the key players and why this team absolutely win. Yeah, Chirac's got 45, but almost even better, the player head-to-head matchup key player for PDR Esports had 49, and not only that, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Sassy, I love your thoughts and takes on this match between PDR and Envy hardpoint slumps.
Man, they are battling. They are battling with their own winning conditions. NV Doctors, their winning condition is to play it slow and make a one big push. While PDR Esports, their winning condition is to play it fast, scatter around, and break the formation of NV Doctors. And the latter succeeded. PDR Esports, with the help of Omo, almost reaching the 50 kill mark. Chirac with 45 kills. These two guys here, and if you join Usopp and Skepta in the equation, they always kill, they always roam around, and they always make sure that they can intercept the flow of reinforcements of NV Doctors. Basically, what PDR Esports is making throughout the game is to prevent NV Doctors from regrouping, prevent them from sticking together, and if they stuck together, prevent their reinforcements so that they can encircle them and flank them from behind. And we have seen that on the last hard point of the game, where PDR, they made sure to break through from the back. And that's how PDR actually is making their win all throughout this game. They make sure that they can perform their one big pushes and counter NV Doctors, make sure that they will not stick as 5. And PDR Esports, they also know where to expect NV Doctors. That was evident on the smokes popped off from the P4 on the first rotation. And PDR Esports, once they stick together in a hard point, it's very hard to break if you're NV Doctors. So NV Doctors, the pressure is on, and they need to learn how to stick together despite of the pressure from PDR. And I believe the Search and Destroy could be a huge reset for them in terms of the pace, because it's a slow pace and it could be in their favor once they play it well here. And Fasha, looking at the winning points, I know that you have mentioned this, the slow pace and the fast pace. Thank you very much for pointing out that that idea. So looking at the standoff map where PDR Esports has picked this. Standoff, very small map, very narrow. This is where PDR can shine the most, because they can just roam around, make sure and take advantage of those narrow spots of the small maps, and just destroy the formation of NV Doctors. How do you think that NV Doctors should play the Search and Destroy given those points?
Another point that we must add on is that we also known NV Doctors for a fact that they are very good on sniping side, and we saw how the Almighty has already portrayed that snipes really does well when it comes to standoff. And this is something that I hope that NV Doctors takes advantage of those situations, or else PDR Esports, they got it going. Moving into game number 2 right now. NV Doctors versus PDR Esports. Finally trying to get that one map from the south. Can they do so? Spur takes down Omo. Spur also taking down Usopp. Double kill for themselves. A beautiful done for this short range fight right this instant. And Spur will not go for the overextension, just trying to spot out the enemy. And NV Zen unfortunately missing the chance, but able to come through with that second shot. And on the other hand, left with one more play to go, PDR Chirac.
All right, this is just amazing for NV Doctors. Truly caught me off surprise. I mean, this team actually loves playing passive on this first round. Attacking aggressively. And PDR Esports, who's known to play aggressively, suddenly played passive. And in just a blink of an eye, NV Doctors takes down PDR Esports on that round number 1. Absolute take there just to throw up the rhythm by PDR Esports and shock them. Right now, Zen leads the team with Spur with those 2 kills, and that's going to be very useful against PDR Esports. And again, really have to emphasize, NV Doctors, they absolutely gave Smart Omega a hard time in this map itself on their opening match, 7-5. And it was close, but they did lose. But for PDR Esports, they took down RTL Esports 7-5. So obviously, it's a 50-50 for me here, but it's a matter of who adjusts better. And for now, both of these two teams have traded the first bloods. But for now, NV Doctors have that number advantage, 4v3.
With MIB, we'll scroll around the backyard trying to find one more player at the patrol, but does not spot. He spots one. He goes in for the right side, but he spots Chirac. But unfortunately missed out that trigger discipline coming in from Chirac instead. But number stacks out for the PR right now. And on the other hand, Bomb has already been holed out by Chirac and is looking for another way to go through. And maybe E will be the positioning they needed, but they spotted another one. Zen will be taken out to 1v3 right. This is his first trying to survive. Hold on to his dear life, fighting off with 2 more players to go. But unfortunately, Usopp slides to the Tactor and takes him down. So 1 point goes out to the PDR Esports.
A nice readjustments made there by, of course, PDR Esports. Yours truly played their setup personality and showed who's boss on that round number 2. PDR just truly showed their aggression against Envy Doctors. Now, for sure, things will slow down since these 2 teams have eventually squared up on the first 2 rounds. But Chirac says, no, not today. I'm going for more. He gets the first blood, jumping Gary. This guy, serious player for the side of PDR Esports. On their match against RTL Esports, had a 25% first blood percentage. And right now, he did get 1. Looking to get 1 more against Zen, but gets taken down. Beautiful play and rotation adjustment created there by Envy Doctors. We currently have this 4v1. Oh my goodness, kept up with that scope, but eventually he gets traded in. Now we got this 3v1 situation. Pasha Bunny, Teflon gets 1. Playing this 1v2. He has to worry about getting that bomb and getting those 2 players.
The bomb will be closed out. He needs to get through. Nays all the way to make sure that there's a way for him to actually open up and get those bombs. But this is going to be corner up between both sides. So who gets the kill first is going to be to the side of Envy Doctor first. And unfortunately, it's a great momentum coming in from the Envy Doctors. And I think it's because they heard what I said, man. I told you, you gotta step it up. And this is something that when it comes to search and destroy, PDR, they do well. They have been adjusting very well. They have been a great when it comes to Russia and aggressive move. But Envy Doctors, they do struggle a little bit. And it seems that something has been flipped out for them, and they want to make sure that this map will be taken up for themselves as well. Right now, we have 1 and VZen missing out. A lot of accuracy mistake coming in from Zen right here. Not the usual stuff he always showed, but right now, hopefully the rest of the teams has already been covering up. We see Spur popping off with double kills. Yelpo getting help as well to slay it out, but MIB will be dropped off. Yelpo on the other hand going in from the bakery side. He spots 1, he tries to spray, but he doesn't get killed. That one is playing rough with that strapping right now, but he will spray it and finally gets the kill. But unfortunately, right now, Yelpo missing out the action from the sideline, and in the end, PDR gets another kill for himself.
And you can see PDR Esports hyping each other up as they get that round number 4. Beautiful play and adjustment there created by PDR Esports. Almo usefully used that information that his team went down and absolutely went in close to proximity to get the trade. Now, as an attacker, the players at the A flag point. Almo first one in will be the first one out as Spur eliminates Almo. But here comes the aggressive part here, you know. PDR Esports, they tried to take the hit on the mid-map, but MIB holding his own ground. Gonna get no players, but his teammate would get the kill. And he gets his own 2Ps as well. Beautiful, resilient play there for Envy Doctors. They stand their ground on the aggression made by PDR Esports. And I have to say, a great points there. They got 2 points spelled out. They stand their ground on that A flag, but they also worried about the tank control, wherein they were eliminating 2 players. So great attention to detail there for Envy Doctors, guarding their flank. Thus, they get that round number 5. Moving on to round number 6, it seems like Chirac is continuously getting these first bloods and has been truly helping his team retribute back and respond to Envy Doctors here, Fasha Bunny.
The thing about Chirac is that he steps
Oh my
up.
God.
He definitely steps up every single time, and he learns every single move and making sure that will make no mistakes whatsoever when it comes to Envy Doctor. He reads the minds of the enemy like he's reading a book, and this is something that the team of Envy Doctors needs to learn, because Chirac is like, oh, damn, sheesh, amazing job, man. Seriously, I mean, like, the minds boggles to think that how amazing he puts up a fight when he's putting towards the side of Envy Doctors. He reads it up. He literally knows how the position goes out to Envy Doctors, and Omo takes one, and that will be stacking up numbers. But unfortunately, MMA getting out for the equalized number for the side of Envy Doctors. But nevertheless, Gyelpo, a lot of overextension not benefiting to him side, despite a great well done job for the hot point, but he needs to slow down a little bit, making sure that his steps will reorganize with the team itself. On the other hand, Usopp right here will be putting out a little bit of damage coming in from the backyard, but will be backing up. But MLB spots it out, try to stay it up, but he missed it out. He will back out again, but unfortunately, it's going to be a mistake by Gyelpo coming in, and that's the overextension. He got one, but unfortunately, Usopp will trade it off. Usopp comes in, he doesn't spot anyone because the reposition coming in from the MIB is what we needed. So 1v2, right? This is a 1v3. At this instant, Envy Doctors has the advantage to fight off, but can Usopp clutch it out? Was MIB does not get the kill. Strafidot sliding out, unfortunately missing those chances right now. A is going down right here, and Usopp is corner out, and in the end, MIB gets the kill.
Yo, MIB, great play right there. Just milking out the clock and just making sure that the team will have the more advantage coming into that late game when they got that bomb planted. So right now, it's been a back and forth. And you know what I'm thinking, Fasha Bunny? I feel like this could go to that round number 13 where we're going to see an overtime and of course a sudden death for these two squads. But hey, moving it all along, first 20 seconds is going to be very, very passive. A lot of noise that we're going to see, but a pop-off made by MIB with that nade. Great attention to detail. Drops Omo now. They go the first blood. Use this to their advantage and of course push and pressure, but Skepta able to return the first blood exchange now in this game. Teflon getting one kill, dropping Zen, but Spur responds with a better result, gets that 2-piece. PDR Esports and the Doctors 2v3.
But numbers also being stacked out. They're equalized the number right now. Shirak and Uso coming in from the left side will be trying to go into the A flag. And let's see how they actually defend it wise. Both sides will be scattered around. They will be separating each other. And Shirak will meet Spur first, but Spur gets the kill instead. And now Usopp, on the other hand, cannot separate himself anymore. It's up to him to actually fight out with 2v1. But the tractor hit glitch has already been done right here. It's going to be tough. So Usopp needs to reposition himself. Will be moving towards to the tank side, but it will be spotted out by these two players. Can he get those gank glitch? But nope, doesn't get it. He's trying to get in, but he finally pulls through, and unfortunately Spur comes in for the help and takes him down, and 1 point goes out again to the team of Envy Doctors.
Yeah, just truly capitalizing on that 1-for-2 number advantage. They played for the trade, and for Usopp, he got distracted by one of the players in the tractors, and what Spur had to do is just basically get that power. He was able to. Now, this is the largest lead that we have. 2-round lead in favor for Envy Doctors. Pure PDR Esports, they're trying to wait for that bomb to get kind of that aim. They are intentionally waiting for that bomb plant from Envy Doctors. Fur has already made his way in, looking to clear out the vicinity before even pushing, but Skepta able to tag, drops Fur. Now we got this 4v5.
Causes his own life, and right now Envy Doctors is in a struggle, but Spots coming in, finally able to break through to the A flag, and PDR on the other hand a little bit too preoccupied to the side of the hotel, and right now missing the site that's been seen for the Envy Doctors. But it's okay, we'll be repositioning. Spot 1 from that tractor will be flicking to see how to get the angle to right time to actually get that one spot. But Envy then is already waiting with the snipers, and Yelpo on the other hand doing his job, making sure that the backyard will be cleaned out. And on the other hand, MIB right there, unfortunately missing the chance. Chirot takes down MIB. Then on the other hand, playing safe, clear clutch, trying to survive it out. The bomb has already been bombed out, but somehow Omo will be able to defuse the point in time, and Yelpo all alone 1v4 right here, and defusers will be going for the take, as well as taking down one last player from the team of Envy Doctors.
Yo, that's a nice trade there by PDR Esports, just totally swarming and playing 4 kills as a team. And they made sure that they flood that bomb site, thus getting that round. Yo, Giraffe so good right now. He's got 12 kills in this 9 rounds of action that we have, and he's quarantined to get more as we progress in this game. Now, for PDR, the successful defense that they did have earlier, they went in and tried to play for retake, and they're looking to do the same thing here, but added a twist. pushing that back alley. They put Usopp and Chirac on that gas station, but number 2, Inyoko did not spot him at all. And now for Taplon on front gets removed. Zen, one of the key players for Envy Doctors. And now, this play that will be made by PDR Esports. This is not looking good for Envy. Gary needs to stay alive, but he gets decimated. Chirac gets his own frag. 13th kill for the day, all down to Yelpo on the tanks. Playing a 1v3. Bomb planted at 20 seconds left, but Skepta with that snipes, deadly with the scope. There it goes, PDR Esports tying the game 5-5.
Sheesh! That's a the PDR Esports,
Yeah.
they take their sweet time and then they will read you like a freaking book or like a map itself, because they literally mapped out every single players from the Envy Doctors, and this is something Envy Doctors should not take lightly. You might be doing well during the first 3 rounds, but then once you play off the same tactic over and over again, the enemies will read you and will use it against, and this is going to be backfired to the Envy. And back again to the A side, it's going to be tough. Envy Doctors need to step it up, switch up every single position that they have done, because the team of PDR has already read them. On the other hand, right now, Spur gonna go in for the mid lane. Does not spot one. He spots Omo, but unfortunately will not be able to do so. But he goes back again for repositioning. MIB, on the other hand, is being wall banged a little bit dangerous to the side. And right now, he's positioning himself. He sees all of those shots, all of the guns, those ammos being put out from the PDR, and they don't want to go for the overhead ascension. And this is what we need from the team of Envy Doctors. So far, right now, PDR Esports, they're doing well to respond, but somehow Envy Doctors, they're losing a lot of the miracles they see. But Spur takes down him. On the other hand, sprayed out from Telfo, but Spur will be able to back things out. Skepta on the other hand with a great quick scope. Hopefully he will be able to kick off, but unfortunately MIB sprayed out from the yellow house. And James Ginger from his side, but PDR has already stacks up from that yellow house, and Spur is left all alone. 1v2 right decision. Bomb is in his hand. Will he go for the kills or will he go for the bomb?
Right now, 40 seconds. Time to think about here this game. Also has to worry about 2 players, Usopp and Skepta. Arguably very hard to beat when they're really playing close to proximity, looking to play for those trades. But, you know, Spur could use a bomb plant at the A bomb set where there's going to be a lot more power positions instead of just moving around at that B flag. So he's trying to consider as well, the final 20 seconds. There should be enough time for him to plant this bomb and, of course, create a difference against PDR, Usopp, and Skepta. But he has to worry about that sniper, though, from Skepta, who's got 6 kills here right now, with Usopp having 10. Right now, this is going to be a challenge for Spur, but this guy is top fragging as well. He's got 14 kills, and he knows how to respond to these 2 players. He knows, he sees what's happening, but Skepta with this knife once again able to deliver out of nowhere. PDR Esports has won 3 rounds in a row. Now on match point, they now have the opportunity to get the victory. You see Skepta right now with that tattoo, definitely hyped with what he just showed and what he just hit there, Fasha Bunny.
Oh damn, that quick scope, that flick of the wrist is just powerful from the scene of the Skepta. And this is something they don't want to mess around. You don't want to take the risk to actually one-on-one when it comes to Skepta. Despite him actually able to get those shots was just superb. But on the other hand, and Spur able to take down Omo. Alright, numbers is already down, and they still maintain to go to the A side. And I'm not sure what Envy Doctors is trying to prove on, probably because they say A is our game. That's it. And pretty much it's gonna be tough when PDR is reading them. But on the other hand, right now, respawn-wise, they're doing well. They're able to actually take down 2 of the players from the PDR. On the other hand, MIB right here, finally meeting off with the Usopp, takes him down as well. And Envy Gary sticking together with Yelpo, making sure every movement he spots out Shira, will be taking out Shira as well. And one more play to go. Skepta, the one and only, the amazing sniper right here, right to spot out. MIB takes out MIB as well. Skepta finally going to go into the A side. Will he get that 2 players on 1v1 right now? But no, unfortunately, Yelpo was already waiting for him. And the numbers are now tied off between PDR Esports and Envy Doctors. Sheesh! You are right, Kelly.
Well, one thing that I really predicted boldly earlier, Fashabani, round number 13, and here we are. Here we are. Winner gets to take the map. PDR Esports and Envy Doctors down to the wire game. For now, we are going to see Envy going into the defense. PDR as the attackers, and for now, a very default defense for Envy Doctors. They allocate 2 players at the back, 1 player at the A side, and 2 players at mid, just to make sure that the reinforcements are going to be better. So for now, game is slowed. PDR waiting for the opportunity to plant that bomb, but their rotations are what really astounds me here the most. They had one player at that mid-map that could absolutely turn and cover that yellow building in an instant. And the player that's covering that ground will be Chirac. And you know what Chirac could do? He can enable and, of course, get that kill and get that first blood as well. Hey, 1 minute passed by already, Fasha Bunny. Here we go. A move is about to be made anytime soon.
But then V-Doctor still doesn't go for the overextension. They know for a fact any steps they make will make a mistake, so they don't want to do those things. They just want to wait on time, making sure that PDR takes the move first. But on the other hand, if PDR makes the move first and wins over the MV Doctors, it's gonna be tough for the MV Doctors. Hopefully those times that they're taking right now will stack up for this up. But unfortunately, Skepta takes down Spur instead. And on the other hand, right now, just looking for the other one. Coming in, Teflon takes down Gary as well. And the A will be taken for them. It's open for their side. And Zen on the other hand left all alone. And right now, stacks up number to the side of PDR. Zen coming in closer. He spot out Shira. He takes one. Unfortunately, left with 3 more plays to go. Can he get a clutch right here? He's going in for a repositioning. Goes from the side of Blue House. He goes to the side of Skull. He spots one. He kills Skepta as well. That is Zen right here. Zen with 1v2 right here. Can he make a clutch right here? Can clutch choke right now. Zen, come on. Gets him down. He spots one. He doesn't see one from the tractor. He's hiding Teflon right there. He goes in, but Teflon spots him out instead and gets him killed. And that goes to the match point of the team of PDR Esports.
You know, and despite that loss from the guys of NV Doctors, it's still a brilliant showcase of what they can do in standoff, and just basically they can really give an opposing team a very tough time. But for PDR Esports, a really great opportunity for them to showcase that they are composed when it comes to the pressuring moments in the game. Round 13, winner takes the map, and they were able to showcase what they can absolutely do. Chirac with 15 kills, Usopp with 10, and I mean, you know, Sazi, you really have to say this. This is my observation ever since the start of this Garena Master Season 3. You know, it's always been Chirac and Usopp that's been top fragging on this S&Ds, and they've been totally living up to their name as they respond here, combining for 25 kills.
Yeah, and Chirac and Usopp, they are veterans. They are competing since the Philippine Championships under CKG LEGACY. So the experience that they have translates to the mechanical skills. And one of the winning conditions of PDR Esports is to be aggressive. When they become aggressive, they break the defenses, they break the cohesiveness of NV Doctors, where in fact NV Doctors needs to be sticking together and play as a team if they want to win this one. That's their winning condition. Now PDR, because they are a newly formed team, their cohesiveness is not yet formed. So they cannot fight strategy against strategy. Instead, they need to break the strategy of NV Doctors, which is a mature team from their experience, so that they will be playing on the same field, which is no strategies. So now, PDR, their aggressiveness at some point was doing a double-edged sword, because NV Doctors is using that aggressiveness as a bait. But man, PDR, on the later parts of the game, they became cautious. They've become aggressive, but at the same time passive. So it's a passive-aggressive approach of PDR, and that reflects the maturity of their system right now. I mean, their system as the aggressive team is slowly developing throughout the series, and that's really exciting for Control, because you need that level of aggressiveness, because you don't want to be over aggressive since you will be punished, but at the same time you don't want NV Doctors to be sticking together, because that's their greatest asset. And on that search and destroy, Chirac on the top frag really is a big factor, because every time he performs an isolated fight, he wins those 1v1s. Now he needs to translate that onto the Control mode, where that aggressiveness can translate into a backstab or a pincer, or maybe an encirclement, so that they can capture flags. And on the defensive side, they just need to prevent NV Doctors from sticking together for that one big push. So that's the winning condition for PDR. While NV Doctors, they need to assemble far away and make sure that they will not be stopped in their gathering in taking the control mode. So with those conditions said, they just need to execute it and play in this control mode. And casters, this is the final match between PDR versus Envy Doctors. Take it away.
All right, here we go. The question still stands here. Fasha Bunny, can we see Envy Doctors finally get a map on this first 2 days that we have? The game starts with obviously Envy Doctors winning most of their gunfights. Fur and Zen dropping down almost Skepta and Yelpo, and Gary following up with all of those in the kill feed. Everything yellow right now. MIB going in for the push. I love this aggression from Envy Doctors. They're just pushing the spawns of PDR, and they were definitely successful. 19 lives to 26. Envy Doctors on the lead.
I like this, and I also agree on that. The fact that we heard how Sezi was saying, right? When it comes to PDR, they're really good on passive aggressiveness, and Envy they respond to that with the full-out aggressiveness. They want to push through to the side of PDR, and this is something they want to break through. When it comes to the search and destroy, PDR got it going down when it comes to moving and making it a little bit scattered for the movement of the Envy Doctors. But right here, Gary trying to break it through, hide from the side, but unfortunately, Chirac spots him out. Then I don't know what he was thinking. He thinks that he was invisible or something, but nevertheless, Chirac spots him out, and now they're still trying to contest to the big side. Then coming in for the push, he steps out, but unfortunately will be taken out by Skepta. Skepta will make it sure that the B side will not be taken down. He's controlling wise with Omo right here, making sure that the B will be taken over back again to the side of PDR Esports. But Envy Doctors, on the other hand, a great aggression, a really coming in from the beginning. But right now, is the time you need to double down even more effort to fight off with the PDR Esports.
Right now, Doctors definitely bringing in the flat line here for PDR Esports. As you can see now, 13-5 live count. Zen is popping off right now. 10 kills in this first round. Totally makes up the 33.33% of the team's combination in that kill department. They end this first round with a solid statement. They push for the spawns, they win their gunfights, and they were running around and playing against PDR Esports. And now the team is definitely looking to give a lot of great promises. That start right there, they played through Zen and they were able to snatch the victory. I hope they can keep it up right now. MIB starting this game with a down. Amo gets the first blood in this current round that we have. We switch the sides this time. Doctors will be defending PDR as the attackers, and they're definitely attacking individually here from looking at the map itself here, Fasha Bunny.
Agreed. This is different. This is the thing about the control mode. I don't know what people are so against this mode, but the fact is it's very interesting. When you switch out the switching phase, especially when your position becoming a defender or attacker, there's so much tacticals that will be seen, and this is what we see from the PDR as well. When it comes defender-wise, they are having difficulty. They wanted to take it slow. Little do they know, Envy Doctors go for the rush. And now, once they move in as the attacker, Envy Doctors was trying to take it slow, but the team of PDR Esports doesn't allow it. Envy Doctors bounce back and right now trying to get those kills with the Annihilator. Yelpo takes one, takes two, and on the other hand, with the support of Gary right here, he will definitely break out those spawn side for the team of PDR Esports, but unfortunately does not get the angle that he wants, so he moves into the side of launch right here. But on the other hand, right now, PDR Omo coming in with the Annihilator as well, trying to respond wise. He does not get anyone. Unfortunately, he missed it out, and he missed again, but he spots out Zen finally, and that will be pushing for the side of the team of PDR Esports. But number 6 stacks up for the Envy Doctors with 16 lives, still stacks up. Amazing, good gunfights coming in for Envy. Zer right here in front of Omo. Omo, can he do it? Oh, unfortunately, a little bit too slow for the space, and 2 points back to back of Envy Doctors.
Yo, Envy Doctors just set and drew a line, and the border is just 90% Envy Doctors, 10% PDR. I mean, the Doctors are definitely giving PDR a run for their money, you know. It's all because of the team combining, of course, playing overall as a squad. And now we get to this round number 3. Finally, can we see Envy Doctors end this game with a victory? They are currently in line to do that. MIB spots one, removes Skepta, and right now they will be currently in at the launch base looking to get that power position. It's the second floor, going to be very beneficial in taking down players down there below. But one thing that really stands out the more here for PDR Esports is they refuse to give up. Now they're starting to play it slow. They do have one player roaming around and playing sneaking gameplay with against MD Doctors, and it's going to be Tapto who has 11 kills right now, currently streaking with 3. But compare that to Zen, who's got 6 in a row, looking to light things up even more. 7 with 23 kills. He spots one more to get that kill. Oh my goodness, this Peacekeeper, not really peaceful at all. It's violent. He's already got his full streaks up already. Got that MQ-27 Dragonfire and a cluster strike. But, you know, Skepta spots him, and finally he gets shot down, Fasha Bunny.
Yep, finally we were seeing PDR already responding. They have been taking a little bit too slow for that 2-match point, but right now finally backs off and getting all of the tension to the side. When it comes to MV Doctors, they are losing all of those motion that we saw when it comes to round number 1 and round number 2. On the other hand, right here, we'll be making sure that the B spot will not be taken over, and Narete in the hands, Skepta takes down Yalpo, takes down Spur as well. Going into the spawn side, we'll be spotting Zen as well. Unfortunately, it's already done for the team of Envy Doctors. 3 points to go. 3 body counts still surviving for them, and it's gonna be easy for the PDR to drop the points, especially with 9 more seconds to go. The win will be
Yeah, nice execution made by PDR, just adjusting to the pace and rhythm that Doctors has been using, but the fight is still not over. The seconds will not be winding down as we see players remain the point, but then again, the life count diminished. PDR Esports, despite chilling, you can see that they're really smiling. They're positive and they're calm, cool, collected, and they know that they just need to take things one step at a time. Now, this is a tall question. This is a tough question for me to ask, but I think PDR Esports could have the opportunity to bounce back, but not until Envy Doctors starts to waste away their gunfight opportunity, especially with Zen having that cluster strike, which will be very useful here right now as they look to end this game. But hey, PDR Esports starts up strong. They play for trade. They play as a team close to proximity. 28 life count to 25. PDR Esports on the lead.
I mean, the good aggression coming in for round number 2, round number 3, but then it's actually causing them, when it comes to being too confident, it will rupture to the eyes of the enemy. And this is something that the Envy Doctors needs to take control of. You might be good on round number 2 and round number 1, but then once the enemy actually goes in for the rush and trades it off, it's gonna be easy for PDR to step up the game. And right here, we're seeing Skepta clear out every single one of them, making sure that the A will be taken. B has already been done right now, and the numbers will be stacked out to the end of the year. Skepta coming in, takes down 1 with 14 health points left for the team of Envy Doctors. Is it gonna be another point? I think what you say is true, my man. Kelly, you're like a time traveler. You read through every single possibility inside this match, and right now we are seeing the Envy Doctors are struggling with 9 body counts still left right here, and PDR does not need to waste anymore because they know for a fact it's gonna be easy for them to just win it all right now.
You know, for Envy Doctors, they wasted that cluster strike that could have been effectively used at the next round where they're looking to buy off and win against PDR Esports. But one thing that Sassy said on the screen right now, Envy Doctors not playing the verticalities. That's why they're losing the advantage because of the mistake. And I feel like I have to agree with that. You know, PDR Esports has been so good at knocking down the opportunities, using the top controls to manipulate the rotations and the plays made by Envy Doctors, but the case still stands. This is going to be a rounding for Envy Doctors. 6 life count to 3. We could just see Doctors just pop up and annihilate these players one step at a time, and this one could be a landing blow here. Right now, MIB on this scaffolding has 2 players on that launch base. The game is slowing down, but Usopp is going to be dead with his annihilator. He spots 1, but he misses. And of course, PDR Esports, they get that round number 4. Fasha Bunny, they are in pace to win the game moving into this overtime. This is going to be very, very scary. You got 2 players from PDR Esports readily having that annihilator. Not only that, they also have Skepta. about to activate that annihilator as well. We're going to start this round number 5 overtime, and it's a do or die.
Yep, agree on that. And right now, we are seeing MV Doctors. You are doing well when it comes to actually making sure that you had the aggression for the first round. But then, when it comes to tiebreaker, it's going to be tough. We saw how it was when it comes to search and destroy. But Zen, with the annihilator, unfortunately missing that shot. But Gary right here will step it up. He takes 1, he takes 2, and he goes in for the rush right now. He's trying to spot the other one. He doesn't see it. But he finally sees 1, but he missed it out. He missed 1, and he missed 2 as well. And that is the mistake coming in from the MV Doctors. And I had a agree on Zezzy as well. A lot of mistakes coming in from the team of MV Doctors, not just for the trigger discipline, but the positioning. Knowing for the fact that PDR Esports, they learn all of those moves, and knowing for the fact that MV Doctors is keeping it cool, playing it safe on the level 9, in the end, it making it the PDR Esports easily read them up. And right now, Uso will be spotted out. Spur does not get it out, but on the other hand, able to actually take one of the map for themselves. So let's see how MV Doctors play it out right here. B-side still surviving for the PDR Esports, but nevertheless right here, Kefta will not overextend himself. He will play it soft right here and almost got it out. MIB will be taking out him as well. Zen on the other hand right here, looking for the right time, but will be taken down by him instead. And right now with 20 health, still surviving for the MV Doctors. The body stacks up for the MV, but on the end, Zen, he's got to be sure right here because Chirac is ready with the annihilator with triple feet right there. Beautifully done for the PDR Esports right here. Numbers may goes out to the MV Doctors, but the PDR will respond well as well. Right here, first trying to figure out where to go right here. Not going to overextend, just going to actually position himself properly. Then on the end, Usopp spotted out Yelpo and moving towards to the mid lane right now. Does not see MIB, and MIB gets the kill instead, and it goes back to the B side, but no, PDR will not allow it. Will deny the entrance coming in from the MV Doctors.
Oh my god, here we go, 7-12. Nail biting victory off ahead between MV Doctors and PDR. Usopp now having a mistake. Usopp will back away from the elbow, tags him. PDR down to the 5 live count. They gotta be efficient. Doctors, now's the opportunity for them to win. Zen, that 45 kills in the game, solely carrying the power kill department for Envy. Now, we are seeing them looking to win this game. Spur with the annihilator could use this one to land blows, but Chirac spots Spur, takes him down with that Hunter Killer drone, and PDR Esports slowly diminishing their round lead. Right now for NV Doctors, they got to push 19 seconds step. They need to step inside the point. Right now, Gary, will we winning Sing on 5? No, he will not. He's going to stand it strong and still just to make sure that the clock will not wind down. But for me, NV Doctors needs to double down and get this kill. 1-3 situation. 6-6, 16 seconds left, and Chirac will be in here contesting, but he needs to get the job done. Unfortunately, Usopp gets eliminated, and NV Doctors finally, after 2 enduring days, they finally take a round win. Serious play coming through for the team, but very great gameplays for Zen Fasha Bunny.
Sheesh, who said Zen is only sniping good? He is also good with that SMG, my friend. What a wonderful show from the side of NV Doctors, and I'm impressed. I really didn't expect that. I mean, I know probably people say like, what, you're supporting your own team and you didn't expect that? But because we have been disappointed by NV Doctors for 2 rounds in a row, for 2 games, but then again, we're remembering back to the Search and Destroy, we see how NV Doctors comes back. A great momentum push through, and that was the reason why it was built up and portrayed right here on the control mode. It was tough, and PDR comes back as a response. Really well done, but unfortunately that last game was just for the NV takes, and with Zen as 46 kill, the MVP, ooh, he just dominates that control, Callie.
Yeah, you know, we were counting out Envy moving into that round number 4. I heard that to that round number 5, the overtime, because PDR, they've been so successful on their defensive rounds, but a major step up for Zen, who continuously has been confounding and confusing PDR with his amazing play. The accuracy is just on point. 46 kills, 24 deaths with a 1.91 KD ratio on a control takeoff. And I believe this is the biggest and the largest kill count for any individual in the first 2 days so far. And Zen just truly helping this team get their first victory. But you do know we have to call out one of the underperforming players for Envy Doctors. Despite of this win, we need to see more engagements from Gary the following day, because he had a 12 and 25, truly an underperforming gameplay here at Control Takeoff, where he had a .48 double negative, and it's not good. And luckily for them, they got Zen to carry them. And Sassy, man, I know you have a lot of things to say from this too, because this series took so long to finish because of how close it's been on these 3 matches that we have.
Yes, I have a lot to say about this game, and thank you very much, Callie. And we need to get back to their winning conditions. PDR needs to be aggressive in order to win. They need to break the defenses of NV Esports, and NV Doctors, they need to stick together. Now, NV Doctors, this map perfectly counters PDR. Because of their verticalities, they prevent PDR from roaming around and being aggressive. They know they have the informations. That's why PDR, they cannot be aggressive on that first round. On the second round, the advantages from the first round of Envy Doctors really showed with the Annihilators. They gathered the operator skills from that first round, and PDR, they just lost it because of those operator skills. But then, Envy Doctors, they were complacent. They had 2-0, but man, Envy Doctors, they didn't position in the verticalities, in the power positions, in the second floors. That's why PDR has its aggressiveness enabled. And once the aggressiveness enabled from PDR, they take all the kills, they take all the operator skills, and that's where they unleash their fury. And their long range counter is activated with the Annihilator. So PDR, they really did a good job in the round number 3. And round number 4, it's basically the mistake of Envy Doctors not playing the verticalities once again, because they were the defending side. And that's the perfect time for you to get the second floors and prevent PDR from roaming around. But fortunately for Envy Doctors, Zen, man, he really stepped up huge, and he compensated for the mistake of Envy Doctors. Because of that 46 kills, because of that huge step up, the adrenaline rush from Envy Doctors, they have established their lead on the lives. And the lives pressure for PDR, because they were down, they were like left with 5 lives. That pressure disabled the aggressiveness of PDR. They don't want to risk it, because that's the effect of pressure. And because PDR has not been aggressive because of that pressure, Envy Doctors disabled the winning condition of PDR, and that's how they took advantage of the takeoff map, a long range map, to counter the aggressiveness of PDR, Cali.
Oh yeah, man, definitely. As you can see in the game, it was just a really neck and neck match, starting from that search and destroy. But hey, we're looking at the highlights here, Sassy, and we did expect that the raid hardpoint would be played, but
yeah,
we did see a slums hardpoint, a great curveball thrown here by, of course, PDR Esports, as they were definitely in control right after the first 2 hills. They were having the early rotations. They always managed to win all of the gunfights. And we did see Envy try to show up and, of course, make amends, but PDR's offense is just immense. And it threw Envy off guard, and thus they lose the game.
Yep, they lose the game in the hard point. Search and destroy, that was so close. And I felt the intensity of the game through Fasha was really, really so nice in casting that game. It was so exciting. And I think that unfortunate loss from Envy Doctors on the Search and Destroy really translated into a rage that Zen stepped up huge. And I doubt Fasha that you have expected that also.
I didn't actually really do, because the fact is I was already excited to see how he was able to actually got those quick scope with 2 points already, but then the numbers really stacked up to the PDR, and this is something that we keep on saying. It's a miracle if he could able to clutch it out, and unfortunately once he moves in to get the closer range, and this is something that maybe the Envy Doctors knew it as well. They know for a fact when it comes to close range, it's not going to be easy fighting off with the PDR Esports.
Yep.
They have the best better gunfights when it comes to Envy Doctors. But Zen, he was amazing. He's just a great, well done job. This is why we keep on saying that Zen is better off as a sniper. But when he popped off right here, that the control mode, don't mess with Zen, my friend. Don't ever tell him and say that he's only good for snipers, because with that Peacekeeper, just like Callie said, he brings war instead of peace. And that was just truly amazing for the Envy Doctors. But a little bit hesitant coming in from the PDR during the first few rounds was the reason why Envy Doctors was able to take advantage of it. But once PDR able to step it up, it was something that the team of Envy Doctors was a little bit thrown off from their feet. And the soldier of the games, none other than Shira, my man, with 31 average kills and 24 death, making the KDA 1.27 phenomenals with those gunfights and with the engagement. A great positioning that they needed from this team itself. And PDR Esports, there's a reason why they rise to the top, is because of this guy.
Yep, Chirac is the main guy in the Search and Destroy. He always wins the 1v1s. He gets 15 kills on the Search and Destroy. Once you leave him in a 1v1, then, man, you expect deaths from the side of Envy Doctors. And for the hard point, he's very aggressive. Also, Chirac is one of the main factors why Envy Doctors cannot stick together. And, man, Chirac really does it together with, I believe it's Usopp. So these two guys here really breaks and disables the winning condition for Envy Doctors here. And I believe Callie, Chirac, and Zen is the notable players for each side. And how do you think about their matchup?
It's just a batter. It's just a battle between whoever gets to adjust and, of course, create those multiple kills for the team. But I feel like Chirac wins the matchup. I mean, they eventually win the series, and we did see the great impact that Chirac has added into this game. Of course, for Chirac, I'll definitely give him that hard point, and of course, the Search and Destroy. But for Zen, he definitely got my eyes. He dropped a 45 bomb on that control, where you obviously see players and individuals average between 20 to 25 to 30 kills. But this guy's got 45, and he's definitely up there. And he's definitely the player to watch for Envy Doctors in their coming matches.
Yeah, in the control, he was here, and then his teammates were here. So that's the effect of Zen stepping up huge for the side of Envy Doctors. And just one quick announcement. Off-stream match, Sector 0 wins 2-1 against ACNO Finesse. So at least we got 2 breadsticks and 2 donuts so far. And man, it really makes me hungry. It's dinner time.
Why you gotta do me like that, man? Why you gotta do me like that?
I mentioned it, and I'm suffering from the effects of it. But now that we have seen the match number 1, 2, and 3, and also, I mean, the match number 4, where match number 3 is actually off stream. So later on, we get to see more matches. And while we are away, you can grab those donuts and grab those breadsticks, eat some dinner, and make sure that you will be filled with energy, because we have still a lot of games to watch out for. So once again, this is Sezi, Fashabani, and Callie. We'll be back after this short break.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it!
gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. We have enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
Welcome back to Garena Masters Season 3, Day number 3, Group Stages. And this is gonna be exciting. We'll be here with the one and only, the Mustachio AJ and Cali. These are the man, the myth, the legends of CODM Garena scene. And the Mustachio AJ, how are you feeling right now after those recent matches?
It's like we are in a team fight, okay? And I'm the substitute. Okay, I got benched. And I was just sitting down watching the game. I wanted to jump in and play as well, bro. That's exactly how I felt throughout all of those matches. And now I'm here. I'm ready to give it a go. Let's see if or not the teams are ready as well, right? Because I feel like we've got back-to-back hype matches in here, guys.
Yeah, back-to-back hype matches. And I believe that that's also how you feel, right, Cali, after watching those matches, right?
It's been one-sided, all of the games that we have today, and I can't wait for this VVV Esports, this CKG Legacy squad to put themselves out there in the battlefield and just put in the pack action for us to catch, and of course for the viewers to see. And I believe this is the time that we get to see a very, very close match here, Zazzy.
Very close match. That will be the question that will be answered by Triple V Esports and CKG Legacy, considering that Triple V Esports recently won the GYC. And CKG Legacy, I believe this is their first appearance in the Garena Majors, so I can wait to see this question mark. Maybe we can see them translate onto an exclamation point. We don't know. Or maybe it will be remaining as a question mark, but that's the excitement of the mystery. Of course, you don't know them and you are looking forward to them.
Yeah, you know, guys, the last time a question mark turned into an exclamation mark, now it turned to a question mark once again. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. You'll eventually hear it before we close the show off in here today. But, you know, CKG Legacy takes on VVV Esports. VVV Esports that made the dream run in the Garena Youth Challenger Season 2 from the lower brackets, reset the grand finals, and whooped Sem9 3-0 back-to-back to become the champions for an event that they couldn't go all the way in Season 1. That's how, you know, we see the quality of VVV Esports, right? That's exactly how we see exactly what they're capable of out there. CKG Legacy, better watch out, man. I mean, you said it already, Zezzy. We haven't really seen them all that too much out here on the scene at this level. And now that they step on in, they're taking on a team that is raring to go and prove themselves at the Garena Masters as well. So yeah, it's not going to be easy for CKG today.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy for CKG, and I love this matchup because Owen and Ace-Key came from CKG Anarchy. Now, now they are returning to meet their former clan that disappeared for a long time. Now they are back and they're facing their, what do you call this one? Their in the Filipino, they're ninunos. Yeah, ancestors. They're ancestors, man. Ancestors. There. I found the word. So it makes a lot of these stories, and I can't really wait to start the match. I mean, Cali, you know really well how the CKG Anarchy had their journey. They also disappeared, and now they're back.
Yeah, they're back, but you know, it's going to be a different lineup here for CKG in terms of their organization. Legacy is actually not a Philippine-based team, but of course, an international-based team. And one of the key players to absolutely watch before we even go to the recap schedule is going to be Type, one of the key players of CKG Legacy if they do want to take down the Garena Youth Challengers Season 2 champions in VVV Esports. And you know, Sassy, we've had so much run in today's schedule. We got 4 matches done already, wherein recently we did see PDR Esports took down Envy Doctors on that on-stream matches, and on that off-stream, we did see Sector Zero, the team of IPAL, absolutely terrifying ACNO FINESSE, winning 2-1. So now, here we go. We're going to see this match number 5, CKG Legacy and VVV Esports. And right after that is the banger, Smart Omega versus RTL Esports.
Man, this is exciting, man. Match number 5, Triple V and CKG. The storyline is very exciting. Smart Omega and RTL Esports. These are two big names in the CODM scene. RTL Esports, former Tyrant players, and I believe the caliber of RTL could match up somehow the Smart Omega. And now when you take a look at match number 7, Sem9 and Omni, it really makes the lineups interesting. But so far, the runs here, the patterns, 3-0-0-3, 2-1-1-2. Can you take a guess on what's the next score here, AJ?
Of course. I'm going to go all out here and take a guess that it's going to be a 3-0. And of course, CKG Legacy can have a go at it to change that result, because I think VVV Esports is going to be taking this the distance, right? But of course, a quick announcement as well. Unfortunately, we will not be witnessing the final series in here today between Sem9 as well as Alt Omni. There has been a unfortunate circumstance breaking down. Alt Omni has been disqualified from the competition under the rules segment of category of tournament devices as well as accounts. We do not have the details, but that seems to be the information that we have on hand at the very moment. So 2 back-to-back series in here. Either way, more than enough to delight us all, more than enough to entertain us all the way through to the end of the night, right? VVV Esports, after the Garena Youth Challengers Season 2, steps on up once again. CKG Legacy has got their work cut out for them. And this is a great point that you guys pointed out earlier on as well. CKG might be a Filipino brand, but the team members themselves are not from the Philippines. So this is an MYSG squad that CKG has reached out and acquired. And I feel like with the Filipino guidance, because I mean, at the moment, Call of Duty Mobile is just dominated by the Philippines, right? That might just be the secret sauce that takes an MYSG team all the way, guys.
Secret source. It might be the case. And actually, CKG Legacy and Envy Doctors are quite similar in the way, because Envy Esports, the last time I checked them, they were a Philippine-based organization. But now you take a look at Triple V, they got Kenshi, Chroma, Mac, Owen, Yaku, and ACNO. Now, the Moors will be out of the equation since he will be transferred to West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. But this is them. Mac and Chroma will be substituting in. And Mac, he is a homestay in the Triple V. He is in Triple V since then. And then Chroma, when you put in Chroma into the equation, he came from Tyrant Divinity on Ways of War March, and on the Garena Master Season 2, he was playing for C8 Stealth. So the level of the organizations that Chroma has been really speaks a lot. And I think Triple V has acquired a very good player in Chroma. But the question will be, or the challenge will be, here for Chroma is how can he step up to the expectations, because Triple V, they're just fresh from the Garena Youth Challengers as the champion. Now Chroma needs to replace, or Chroma or Mac needs to replace the Moors, the key player of Triple V, and that's a huge pressure, right, Callie?
Well, yeah, that's really a huge pressure. You have to fill a gap of a very strong individual. And I feel like for Chroma, since he have also participated in Garena Majors event, he will definitely fit in for VVV Esports. But, you know, until this day, I still can remember the way Kenshi did Sem9 dirty on that grand finals, just kicking them out not once but twice, and was able to be the champions. But hey, we will see CKG Legacy, Type, Azure, Clayhow, DNA, High, and Yo Babs.
Wait, Yo Babs? Really?
Yo Babs here, Sassy and AJ.
G indeed, right? But you know, Yo Babs alone might not be enough of a name to carry CKG Legacy through the the whatever that VVV brings to the table, right? But the lineup of Type, Azure, Clayhow, DNA, High, as well as the almighty Yobabs. Let's see exactly how CKG Legacy places their mark on the competition in here, guys, because not a lot of information based on their play style nor their performance in the competition so far, but we should be able to learn at the very same time that VVV learns. Whether or not it's going to be a tough fight for VVV, we should be able to see within that hardpoint matchup in itself.
Man, I was scared for a bit right there. Like, yo, Babs! Playing for CKG. Like I said, the last time I checked their lineup, it was CKG Juno as their sixth man. Now you transfer Yobabs, which is perfect from Blacklist International. I was quite scared for a bit right there. But now things have been cleared up. It's Juno playing and it's Juno on your screens. I mean, the narrative will drastically change if you put in Yobabs in the scene here. That question mark will be turning into a double question mark or even triple question mark if you put Yobabs. But now CKG Legacy, they will be reverting to that single question mark. But you you don't want to be complacent because those question marks might turn into exclamation points and you might be surprised. Looking at their faces here, they're ready to roll it. They're ready to battle it out against Triple V, the champions of GYC. And how do you feel about this one, AJ?
I mean, I'm a little nervous, right? Because we have seen what VVV Esports is capable of. And what VVV Esports was capable of was demolishing one of the best teams in MYSG. The almighty SEM9 did not look mighty at all when they took on VVV. And SEM9 has been the team that has been putting their hearts and souls into Call of Duty Mobile at the pro scene for such a long time now, doing battle against the biggest teams out there. CKG Legacy, on the other hand, they are fresh off the boat and they are hopping on in and taking on a team that is already on fire. They are bursting with adrenaline right now. So once again, I do not feel confident for the players of CKG Legacy. But the one thing that CKG Legacy steps into the competition with is the element of surprise. Now, that element of surprise won't really surprise the other teams because obviously they're going to catch the matchup of CKG versus VVV. But against VVV might just be caught a little bit off guard here, depending on what CKG brings to the table, guys.
Little bit off guard. That will be the question for Triple V. Now Triple V will be winning the coin flip. And they will be taking their favorite map, Hardpoint Raid, and then you take Control Mode, which is a hard map for Control if you are not that a veteran. And for the side of CKG Legacy, they will be taking the firing range location. And one thing is good for CKG that they banned the Ashenda. At least they had the research that Ashenda is not allowed if you are facing against Triple V Esports. But now they ban Sparrow and Annihilator will be banned also. Callie, what are your thoughts about this lineup of maps here?
Yeah, one thing in fact that I'm looking forward to the most is that map pick by CKG Legacy at that firing range search and destroy. As you all may know, VVV Esports got the big shot, Kenshi, one of the key players of Blacklist Ultimate on their CODM World Championship 2021 Eastern Finals run, where he was wielding this scope. And of course, for Kenshi, he did in fact still has it. And he proved that on Garena Youth Challengers Season 2, where eventually he was able to 1v3 the players of SEM9 with the scope maneuver. But hey, totally loving the map picks here. And, for VVV Esports, I love that they're playing where they're really comfortable at the most. Right hard point, take of control. But for CKG Legacy, this is going to be very tough one for them. But I do hope that they are really that confident that they can take down VVV Esports on that S&D.
Yes, this will be a hard battle for CKG Legacy. And we all want to see a history in the making. CKG Legacy, if they will be upsetting Triple V, then I will be so surprised. And this makes the game interesting. The upsets, the story of upsets, the story of surprise, the elements of surprise, it all surprises us and Triple V. But will that be the case this time? CKG Legacy versus Triple V, a seasoned team versus a newcomer in the scene. Now, casters, first game, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zezzy. As we hop on into the matchup here, Callie, it seems like both teams are moving straight on in with the exact same idea, sending in 2 players each towards the central garden. And it is the players of CKG that win the majority of the gunfights down at the midsection of the map. And Juno continues to push on up to take out those players from the side of Laundry, but he fails in his approach. And VVV Esports, due to winning out all of those initial gunfights, the backstab of CKG failing, they command that very first hard point. 20 points in already. CKG haven't found a solution. Continuously trying to go in for that backstab seems to be failing here, Gally.
And here comes the enduring part for CKG Legacy, that they failed their first attempt at breaking the spawns by getting that laundries. And now they're spawning at that swimming pool where VVV Esports could just isolate and just decimate them. And that we did see on that first 45 seconds of play. Now Legacy will be still in this trap time, but Kenji early on rotation, dropping down Clayhow, one of the early players of CKG on this hard point number 2. What Kitchens will get taken care of, and VVV Esports setting their priorities straight. And again, CKG Legacy going in for the onslaught, trying to attack that back, but great job for VVV Esports right now, AJ. They allocate 2 players to defend that anchor in this early state of this hard point.
And that's where CKG Legacy really needs to fear VVV Esports, right? Holding on to the previous hard point, sending in 2 anchors who also happen to win out all of those gunfights and open up that second hard point. VVV Esports have started this matchup really strong. CKG Legacy, a good break coming through at Kitchen now. Let's see exactly how VVV Esports set this up. 2 players for the overextension. Backstab through Garden. 1 goes down. Juno gets taken out. And the defense is solid as those players play the best games that they have been playing so far. 29-57. They started off a little rocky, but the recovery at P2 seems to be solid on the side of CKG.
And, you know, it's all about adjusting every time. And good for CKG Legacy that they have the mental resolve to make sure that they go head-to-head against VVV Esports on that second hard point. But now, here comes an even bigger problem. VVV Esports set early at this hard point number 3. As you all may know, it's going to be a Munhill. And HP holding down this gym to extend out, find some exit kills. Is not going to find any, and he's going to be flanked by Taib, the key player of CKG Legacy in this game right now. And oh my goodness, AJ, they somehow broke in the defense of VVV Esports and now is controlling the point.
And VVV, they immediately try to take this side back, but CKG Legacy knows the spawn point and spots out all of those players from the side of Passageway, taking the fight straight up to them. And as they detect that, immediately doubling back down towards the observation deck. This is smart, all out from the players of CKG Legacy, but towards the end, they lose out on those gunfights. Type hopping straight back on in, moving towards those sports cars, but will be stopped halfway in his track. 61-69. VVV Esports weren't expecting such a strong fight back from the side of CKG Legacy, but they are finding a little bit of their momentum right back in here. They have got P3, Money Hill not fully secured, but VVV Esports have got the lead. And now, as they push on in to pick up the basketball court, they pick the spawns off of Laundry first before pushing on in, and that gives them the extra layer of numbers. But the backstab, though, by Clayhow, too good.
Yeah, too good right now. More kills. To score more tricks here in this game. Kenshi back against the wall again. This is 2 players. Clayhow managed to defeat 1, but HK played for that trade and take down Clayhow on the back of the spawns. And for now, VVV Esports will be able to maintain, but CKG Legacy, one thing in fact that they're doing is they're being pesky. They're being annoying in this game, and it's giving VVV Esports a run for this rotation. Taib now holding his own, but they're gonna get taken down. Great job there by CKG Legacy by pushing and trying to break for the spawns. They use the smoke to their advantage, but to no avail. VVV Esports got the best out of them and slowly pulling away. As you can see, HK just really freezing everybody with this purifier. As you're gonna get dropped immediately, and now AJ, things are starting to look good for VVV.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but it is hard point at the end of the day, and we do have a race all the way to 250. So, by the way, CKG Legacy has been looking so far. A comeback does not seem impossible at all. I love the ideation. I love the overextensions. I love those backstabs. And what's important here, Callie, is CKG Legacy is actually executing some of those backstabs really, really well and managing to, at the very least, over at the basketball court earlier on. Remember, there was a great bit of delaying coming through from the side of Playhouse, all due to that backstab, right? And that prevented VVV Esports from hopping on into the hard point. And all of those few seconds will go the distance later on. And just like that, we only have about 10 more points, about 20 more points between CKG Legacy as well as VVV, and that 20 is being shortened little by little as CKG Legacy still holds on to the hard point. Roma hops on in, taking that kill. ACNO with the God nade, but nothing can stop CKG Legacy from continuously bashing their heads in. Final 10 seconds, there's not going to be a challenge as CKG doubles back down towards a very early anchor control of Laundry. They want to take this away from VVV Esports. Let's see how well they hold this defense.
And you know, the defense earlier by CKG Legacy Azure, he had 4 kills just to control up the spawns away from VVV Esports in this early rotation, and it truly worked here. Now they are stepping inside this point. VVV Esports late to rotate, and now they have to fight and break off this cursed spawns that we currently have for this team, because eventually, right now, the attack is multiple angles, and for some odd reason, CKG Legacy is able to respond, and now they swarm the numbers inside the point. They stack 4 players and now are accumulating all the time in this game. 121-1 for this 3. CKG Legacy, they've always seemed close. They haven't been able to take that lead yet.
Yeah, I think the main reason why CKG Legacy keeps falling back is because they keep pulling off the exact same play, right? It's always a flank. It's always the overextension. But you also waste a lot of time by the time you rotate all around the map, because raid is pretty big. It is going to be wasting a lot of your time, but it is the safer route. And CKG Legacy is proving that that is the method that is going to be allowing them to catch up with VVV Esports. 15 points between them, and this does not seem like the VVV Esports that dominated Sem 9. They seem a little bit more softer in here, or it's the players of CKG Legacy making them soft. Now less than 10 points between these two teams. Can CKG take the lead? Over at Kitchen, they seem to be cooking up one god of a meal, but ACNO brings in the Purifier just to get cooked.
That's an opportunity for VVV Esports to stop that bleeding, but CKG Legacy will be in the point, and that machine will be better competitive Purifier on long-range engagement, but we're definitely seeing VVV Esports now taking on the gunfights clearly a lot better compared to Legacy as they recover back and get this hard point in their favor. One thing to be worrying about, more than likely, CKG Legacy, they will break free from that hard point, and they will prioritize this rotation at this garage, where eventually, again, we have to say that it's going to be a monohill. And if they should they get this, they might be able to pull up run against VVV Esports, as you're finding one dropping Chroma on this mid-section of the map, looking to find one more at long-range engagements. Yaku Uto will turn him down, but that will give him the opportunity to spawn right beside his team. So now, here we go. The hard point opens up. Moments of truth between these two. This could be the turning point of this game. Tight gets 1, gets 2. Oh my goodness, the control is insane. Juno follows up with 1 kill of his own, controlling the gym section as well. This is just magnificent perfection. Legacy now looking to gold and burn. Freezing 3 burns. CKG, they are an exclamation point.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And all of that early rotation done earlier on, I was so nervous about it, man, because high risk, high reward, right? They were giving away a lot of points to VVV Esports in those final few seconds at Kitchen. But this is the money hill. This is what all of those investments were for. ACNO, final fight, and DNA shuts him down. Big win for the side of CKG Legacy. 200 points reached, and VVV Esports now need to hustle on up to basketball court. But guess what? There's an anchor there already. Type is awaiting all of them, and the backstab from Juno. CKG Legacy, what a run, 40 points away from closing up this match.
Now it's time to break some ankles, AJ. We're moving on to the basketball court as Zer gets taken down, but 2 players holding the point. VVV attacking only 1 angle. They flood in, they get the break that they need, and they open up this hard point number 4 with a great, amazing run. But Juno coming in. Oh my goodness, AJ, just take this one away from me.
Oh, Dragonfire kills. You gotta love him, man. DNA now hopping on in with the RPD, goes in for the sprays, but Ace Key just too sharp with the CBR4. Yaku loses his fight. Hunter Killer Drone comes looking for the players of CKG, finds no one. VVV Esports catching right back up, but Type brings out the monstrous black hole to suck everybody into it, but VVV Esports haven't let go of that hard point just yet, fighting for their lives, spawning all the way from bedroom, crossing over the swimming pool, taking the fight to CKG Legacy. But CKG, they haven't taken that backstab route just yet at this hard point, and I do not understand exactly why. That has been their winning formula all this time, and now they don't play it.
You know, it looks like they are getting pressured by the plays of VVV Esports, and just judging from the state of the game, it's been so close so far, and now the hard point opens up. This time around, it's going to be VVV Esports in the point one. We see some glimpse of contact. Owen gets traded down. Kenji holds his ground, but he gets taken care of. Juno, and of course, Abe just really gratefully doing a lot of gold for the boys VVV Legacy. Juno burning once again with that Fury Fire, and VVV Esports to no avail is so far out of the point. Juno gets another kill, another landing blow. That could be the dagger, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Juno just going to town with the players of VVV Esports. 8 more points. CKG Legacy, the unbelievable opener for themselves at the Garena Masters Season 3 starts with a victory over VVV Esports. It is most definitely an exclamation point here, Zessie.
Exclamation point! CKG with the debut of the game! Oh my goodness, man! I'm just shouting here in the house. CKG, they surprise me a lot. And man, I need to emphasize this. This is their first game in the Garena Masters Season 3. They debuted against a champion of Garena Youth Challengers. We don't have any background from CKG. Now this question mark translates into an exclamation point. And Triple V, they need to be wary of the CKG because all they are doing is to backstab and backstab and backstab, and their confidence never faltered. That is their key to success. They are not afraid to go for that backstab. Type, Clay How, Juno, Azure, these are the guys that backstabs the most. And DNA also did that long route backstab on the last hard point. Now, they're just so confident in breaking the spawns. They prioritize the spawn always with those backstab. And man, we can't really emphasize enough that backstab because that is how CKG really plays. Now, Triple V Esports, they still have their fundamentals, but this time it's not enough in the hands of CKG. But kudos to Chroma, he stepped up really well, and he lived up to the expectations of replacing the Moors. And I believe that AJ, you will be agreeing on this one.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with your assessment, right? And it was all of those backstabs that the players of CKG continuously executed out there on the battlefield that managed to pull quite a bit of distraction, keep the players of VVV Esports busy, and they just didn't know exactly where to expect them from, and that just kept the attention of VVV Esports out there on the map, right? But there was a point where CKG kind of found, and this was the point where I was wondering as well, how many times are they going to continuously pull off the exact same plays? And as I said it out loud on the stream earlier, on CKG stops taking those backstabs, and then they completely switch up their plays in terms of attacking that basketball court. Everybody rushes into kitchen from garden, shuts down the plays of VVV, and continuously plays all of that pressure. I mean, quite a bit of a surprise here coming through from CKG, right? Because not only were they executing all of those crazy strategies, they were actually winning so many of those gunfights at the same time as well. They put the players of VVV Esports to shame in this first matchup.
Yeah, actually that is one of the winning factors also for CKG. The backstab won't be complete if they didn't have the mechanical skills. CKG Legacy, I love that point earlier, AJ, and I think that's the calm before the storm. Of course, if you repeat the same rotation and the same backstab, the players of Triple V will have preparations. But when they change the strategy for a little bit, they mess up the tempo of Triple V encountering that specific strategy. Now this is the map pick of CKG Legacy. the firing range location. But again, we got Kenshi here, and for sure, Kali, you know what's gonna happen here. And casters, please take it away.
Oh yeah, man. Here we go, AJ. It's good to be back once again, casting another search and destroy action. This time it's between VVV Esports and CKG Legacy. For the meanwhile, we're going to see Legacy start as the attackers. And they're not really playing aggressive nor very passive. They're playing on the neutral side, C, where the wind will blow. And for now, engagements right through the jungles. In the jungle, the mighty jungles where DNA drops Yaku. They have created an opening, and see how VVV Esports shifted their attention towards B, and this will leave an opportunity for Legacy to push that bomb at A.
That's legit one of my most favorite songs in the world, man.
In the jungle.
Juno, once again, stepping up for the team CKG Legacy. 5-3, the numbers on their side. VVV Esports, I think they're feeling a little sleepy, and CKG Legacy is about to slap them awake. Mac with the backstab. Juno gets caught off guard, but in 2v1, Mac still wins that. Mac wins the third one as well. This guy is on fire, and the numbers are all of a sudden equaled up. Kenshi hopping on back into the battle. The bomb planted already, and the players of CKG Legacy now going in for that masterful defense, but Mac will be able to eat up DNA, traded out by Clayhow. It's now a 1v1.
Yo, Mac just trying to get all this. Kenshi almost winning the gunfight, but the bomb is getting defused. Clayhow, the bomb is getting defused. You gotta make your action work and pack it
GG,
now.
bro.
It's not going to be eliminated. Kenshi sticks it. Pros don't fake, AJ.
Oh, yeah.
Pros don't fake.
Yeah, and if there's anything, Kenshi's most definitely a super pro out there on the battlefield, right? 0 kills, though. That's surprising coming through from Kenshi, but that has just been with one round in here so far. VVV Esports picking up this victory. CKG won't be too happy with that because they were the ones making strides as they opened up this round. Kenshi shuts down Clayhow. Can he get another one for himself? Center, Juno does straight out ace-key. Type has an opportunity, takes over and down, but Yaku trades him out. Back and forth, the kills go in this matchup. The numbers now on the side of VVV Esports.
Yo, Mac is just so underrated right now. He's been the sole reason why this team is able to create the play in the first round and, of course, have the opportunity to get this round number 2 as well. Kenshi finally gets his own 2-piece, but DNA's got loyalty in his DNA. And, of course, he takes it! Oh, my goodness! This game is full of surprises, AJ.
Are we seeing a brand new almighty level team out there? I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to hype them up too much, man, because I know VVV Esports. Just when you were thinking that it's going to be impossible for this team to make a lower bracket run, yes, they got kicked down to the lower bracket at the Garena Youth Challenges, right? They made a supreme comeback. This might just be VVV Esports setting up that comeback as well in a double round robin setup at the group stages, just to take CKG Legacy by surprise later on. But I tell you, that's a terrible idea because in this group, you've got Blacklist International Ultimate, you've got C8 United. VVV Esports cannot afford a single loss at all. And I think CKG doesn't care about that.
Every map counts, and if you're VVV Esports, you would need to get this match against CKG Legacy, especially here to Search and Destroy, just to set the tone here early. And I love the response that VVV Esports did when they were defending. Slow it down at that round number 3 and play as a team and stack their players at that tunnels. But Juno takes HK down. So now we got this 4v5 situation currently in line for Legacy. But you know, one thing in fact why Legacy's been applying so much pressure is they've been taking a lot of these first bloods. But hey, Esports, VVV, they know what to do. They know when to rotate. They know when to adjust whenever the team needs it to be. And right now, they're looking to play passively and wait for an initiation made by CKG Legacy. And right now, AJ, push made at A.
KGDA Clayhouse shuts down Mac, but Owen tries to spray them down and gets 2 back-to-back. And she shuts down Juno. Owen eats up the 3rd one as well. CKG Legacy saw nothing coming their way, and VVV rip away the 4th round from them.
We're starting to see the difference that VVV Esports is now allocating in the game. They have successfully drawn the line after suffering that one major blow that first round. They have won 3 in a row. And Legacy needs to come up with an elite offensive setup just to make sure that they throw VVV Esports off guard once again. Matt, once again, 1v1. Peacekeeper won't be able to handle that gameplay from DNA. 3v2 situation. Owen holding his own ground. DNA standing himself against two players that will be approaching in the trailer. Owen with that RPD, AJ, I tell you, he's deadly with that RPD.
Yeah, VVV Esports finally waking up. Nobody is surprised, but CKG Legacy, after putting up a strong fight at that hard point, after opening up this SND strong, seems to have been immediately subdued. Let's hope they can recover some of that momentum in here. Mac with a God Sticky manages to find a kill onto DNA. Kenshi spraying up Azure. Azure won't get caught out. Owen is pulled into a battle and he manages to catch Azure instead. Juno will be able to trade out Yaku, but the numbers game on the side of VVV Esports. Owen will not be able to get anything from those blind fire, but look at VVV pushing up at the front of CKG, and that was just way too quick of a round.
And, you know, for me, honestly, on this first half, VVV Esports' opportunity to play aggressive clearly standed out, as Legacy weren't really able to find a way to retribute and exchange the pace and the rhythm that's been played by VVV Esports. Now for Legacy, right now they need to hold themselves passive and play for these trades, because right now VVV Esports stacking their way in at this A-bomb site.
Let's see what they can pull off with this, because the players of CKG Legacy have got an overextending Juno who moves on in to punish. Can't find no player just yet. Kenshi working blind. Yaku shuts down Azure. Kenshi almost caught out that sniper. Juno will be able to catch off Yaku as well, but Owen trades Juno out. DNA catches sight, but Max makes quick work of him. Ace Key continuously forcing Clayhouse to come in here for the engagement. Grenade might be thrown on into this battle as well. Kenshi misses that and is punished by Type, but VVV Esports wraps things up. This is match point for the champions of the Garena Youth Challenges Season 2, and they're just blitzing through this SND.
Yeah, they're just blitzing it on through HA. They've been playing fast and aggressive, and until now, Legacy can't seem to respond. Maybe try to play close to proximity before they try and play their own individual gunfights, because right at the moment, VVV Esports is playing as a team, and they are making sure that they go in 2s and 3s just to overcome one of the players, blitzkrieging every player they see. Yaku takes down DNA. Now he's closing the gap against Type. 2 players. They're looking to end this game as your final player alive gets taken down by Owen. There it goes. VVV Esports takes map number 2.
Bro, that KRM. It was shooting across the battlefield, man. What in the world did VVV Esports eat? And what is that loadout of that KRM? I definitely need to know. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, VVV Esports, they hit back really hard after unfortunately losing that first hardpoint matchup. Zezzy, your thoughts on this dominating run by VVV?
One statement. Mac is back.
Big Mac.
Oh,
Big Mac
yeah.
is back, man. And when VVV Esports was falling apart in the hard point, they called their legendary Triple V veteran to action. And this boosted the lead against Legacy. So it's really happy to see Mac back in the action. And Triple V, they learned their lesson. So that's why they made sure that they are cohesive enough to counter the aggressiveness of CKG, because CKG, they play similarly like PDR Esports in the sense that their confidence is never wavering. They just always push and try to break through with DNA, Juno, Azure, Type, and Clayhouse aggressiveness on the hard point. They want to translate that momentum towards a search and destroy. But Triple V, they know how to slow things down.
Yeah.
They know how to counter those aggressiveness and made sure that they just stick together with Kenshi leading the snipes, Mac and Owen defending the 5-man stack of Triple V against those backstabbers from CKG. And it's really nice to see that Triple V has adapted real quick to counter the strategy of CKG, don't you think, Ali?
Oh yeah, man, of course. And I feel like, you know, for CKG, they started off strong, but the moment that they felt the aggression that VVV added into the flavor of the game, just really scared the heck out of them. I mean, they were really great at winning those gunfights earlier on, but again, they really have to emphasize the impact that Mac brought in the early game. He was the one solely carrying the team. On that first round, he scored 3 kills. On that second round, he scored 2. And combined that with 5, he was able to be the player that was really able to bring the momentum to the side of VVV Esports and thus ending the game 1-7. Sezzy, we're down to the final game. Take off control. I don't know what's going to happen here anymore. It's full of surprises.
Yeah, it's full of surprises, and we are hoping for another surprise from CKG Legacy. But it seems like Triple V has prepared well, and they have adopted well in the backstab situation of CKG. Now, CKG, if they want to win, they need to be aggressive once again. Because if they slow down, that will be the gameplay of Triple V, and they will be winning it in that gameplay. So CKG Legacy, let's see if they can bring more surprises, or will Triple V Esports cut their legacy right now? Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zezzy. It is a good start from the side of VVV Esports to hop on straight into launch center. That gives them access to both of those points, A as well as B. And the first one to be attacked will be that B point on defense. But VVV Esports, they lose out 1 member more in comparison to the place of CKG. ACNO with a god nade onto Clayhow, but as Yo instantaneously trades out Omen every single one that the players of VVV find, CKG find in return, Cali.
Yeah, you know, of course, for VVV Esports forcefully impacting that B flag captures, they are now doing in one segment. Now they're looking to cover more ground. DNA on the flank. This is going to be deadly, but he's not getting information. He turns to the left side, takes down Chroma, and there we go. The B flag is controlled, but HUNTSMEN up top, no problem for DNA. He's got royalty in himself, and of course, he's able to really take that guy down. 23 life count for Legacy, 17 for VVV Esports, and we are definitely seeing CKG have a far more better respawn game compared to those SMBs, AJ.
Yes, smart play coming through from VVV Esports, just changing the attention over to that A point. And first there was the defense of that launch center by the one and only Chroma, and then immediately they double back down to send their defenses towards the back of the fountain. And as the players of CKG switch on their objective, switch on their attention over to that A point, this is where VVV Esports should now once again change things up for themselves. They only have to deal with Type, but he's quite a lot to deal with at the B point.
Oh yeah, here, you know, of course, for B flag point, it's really one of the toughest to contest, but hey, you know, this A flag going to get contested by DNA once again, but he's not going to find any success off to it. 28 seconds, make that an extra 1 minute to play for both of these two teams, and obviously we could see a TDM type of playstyle here for these two squads. Team deathmatch it is, but for now, Juno takes down Eski, and of course, moving it all along, AJ. That B flag is where VVV Esports wants to go, but Legacy is just making sure they will not get through it that easily.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, if you look at control takeoff overall, it's a very defensive-sided map, so no surprise here at all. VVV Esports is struggling to take over, but Yaku sends out a hunter-killer drone that manages to secure a kill, but they are still down by 1 number as they move on in to secure that B point for themselves. Juno grabs Kenshi, giving away only 3 more lives for the players of VVV Esports to sustain with. ACNO takes out Juno. Good trade coming right back through, but the timer, only 40 seconds to now pull this off, and the rest of the players of CKG Legacy have doubled back down to a full-on defensive round for themselves. ACNO and Owen picks off 2 more lives for CKG, and I believe that's just going to be 1 more. VVV Esports brings in the finisher.
VVV Esports not afraid to take the risk. They make sure that they will be backed by their teammates, and of course that's what happened. They were down by a serious life count in the first round, but they were able to turn it around, and now second round opens up, and this is where we see this operator skills get used. So good to see who's gonna have a full value off of that operators as we start this game off with no first blood just yet. We are clearly seeing Yaku walk in a very offensive position as he takes 1, and his teammates would follow up with 2 more, making that 27 life count for CKG Legacy. And of course, nice refrags and recovery made here by Legacy, but now they're starting to move in Very defensively, but very aggressive as well. You got Juno extending out way behind enemy lines. Approaching this staircase is not going to get any success until he gets taken down. But, you know, for DNA, he's going to be very resilient and, of course, persistent to anticipate the spawns. And he's been shredding all of these players, stopping them one by one, fully stringing himself out. But unfortunately, the cluster strike won't be able to get activated as he gets taken down.
Oh, GG, man. This is a defensive round, but that death machine just done the players of VVV Esports in. A point captured, and it's all left up to the players of VVV to defend that B point with all of their lives now. 14 more, not a lot at all. Chroma, Yaku, it is absolutely essential that VVV Esports wins out each and every single one of their gunfights at the very least for the next 5 or 6 engagements.
Yeah, here we go. Yaku, VVV Esports, it's all about resilience. They can still bounce back. That's what they did on that first round. For Legacy, you have to watch out for that combat instincts that VVV Esports added into the mix on that first round. Now, 6 life count to 9. They have a huge difference. All they just have to do now is wait for VVV Esports to initiate the attacks made here at this B control point. And so far, it's doing them success, as they are looking in place to be able to win this game. Yaku now under fire, gonna need to repose. And of course for Taib on that kill feed, he takes Owen down. Azure pops up top, gets an elimination. Okay, 4 life count left for VVV Esports. They should be a round win for Legacy.
Yeah, this is a guaranteed round win for Legacy. There's no way VVV Esports manages to clutch this out with just 2 more lives. Chroma and Kenshi working hard, but with Chroma going down, there's just 1 single life left, and Juno wraps things up as CKG Legacy pulls 1 round back for themselves.
Oh yeah, there we go. It's all about the adjustments here for both of these 2 teams. VVV Esports in that first round, they were down in live counts, but for CKG Legacy, they didn't let VVV Esports do the exact same thing. They did not let the same mistakes happen twice. So now approaching to this round number 3, it's going to be the momentum changer for both of these squads.
Yeah.
For now, Chroma and Ace looking to get the push right through that B flag. They swarm that control point right exactly to the main entrance of the B flag, but they will not find any success. So they divide and conquer. They will now push here at this A flag, and they will not get contested at all by Legacy here, AJ. They are maintaining that life count in their favor. For now, that A flag going to be 2 segments in, and it's on pace to get those 3 segments allocated as well for VVV Esports. But for Legacy, they have 3 operator skills actually available for them to use on this one. Let's see how they are going to pull that one away.
I mean, the last round when they pulled an immediate investment, all of those players off and on in. It will be CKG Legacy. Not going in super aggressive just yet. Slowing down the pace up just a little bit, waiting for VVV Esports to bring the fight to them. After all, they only have that B point to go in for the defense on. DNA overextension to take a player from the side of VVV Esports out, but it seems to be failing now as he positions himself. Time's not gonna find anyone, and Yaku's hunter killer drone finds him instead, and DNA immediately responds with 2 back-to-back kills. The numbers all equal, with CKG trying to keep it as balanced as possible, and VVV Esports, they're defending with their lives out there for that B point.
All right, here we go. A pretty back and forth, and neck and neck, you name it, swing. Let's saw 14 to 15. Owen is gonna have that very huge investment here that he could use, that MP27 Dragonfire that could absolutely reveal the general location of the opponents, especially on the late game of this round. But hey, for now, it's been a solid back and forth, and Owen will lose the gunfight. Clayhow gets that kill. Juno, in fact, will use his investment. He toasted 1, looking to invest more here at this area, as he's going to get scouted around by Kenshi. He then gets eliminated, but Azure, this one here is used. Gets 1, gets 2, burns Yaku. Can he take Yaku down as well? But no, the guy would live another day. We got a 5v5 situation here at this control, where in fact we have to see VVV Esports push that B flag. They are nowhere near, but here comes the fun part for Owen. He uses that Dragonfire, so basically his teammate will have an instant cheat sheet they could use the general location that's marked down by the Dragonfire to eventually anticipate the attacks that will be pulled through by Legacy. But Juno wins one huge gunfight, making this one a 5v3, a 2-round count limit for Legacy. They could steal this win away from VVV. 5 seconds left. They have to make a move, but play out the nice one. Looking to deny one more. Dropping Yakuo. They take this round number 3. Great defensive round. I hope they keep it up on this round number 4, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But of course, as we hop on into the next round, VVV Esports will be desperate to pull a victory back for themselves. The number of operators invested in that round might just tell us exactly who's going to be picking up the victory this time around. As you can see, CKG Legacy has got 3 of those operators activated for this potential final round. Get that victory over VVV Esports. A 2-1 victory over VVV in their debut day would most definitely be sweet. The numbers all equal. One would not expect CKG Legacy to come bursting through that door on their debut day, but that's exactly what they are doing out in Cali.
Yeah, and of course, it was going to be huge, but ACNO almost taking down another player there, getting that 3K done with his own combination. But, you know, for CKG Legacy, not afraid to, of course, extend out and create the capture spot. For VVV Esports, this has just been so great. They're now extending back to the spawns of Legacy, and they are going in for the slay. But one thing to worry about, though, for the side of VVV Esports, they're still pushed so far away from their spawn, and that leaves number 2 Taib to actually score in one segment on the T flag where he's holding his own. Eventually, this guy could get taken care of by the 4th display players made by VVV Esports. And yeah, do in fact 15 to 24, AJ. It's going to be VVV on the live count lead. I hope they are able to maintain it this way, because right now they're on pace to win this round number 4.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You could have shoutcasted this whole round all the way to the end. That's how quickly it seems to be wrapped up here. CKG Legacy, 11 more. Make that 10, make that 9.
Oh my God.
That's how fast this is. VVV Esports going to town with the players of CKG Legacy. Kenshi with the very, very interesting investment of his operator quite early on. Manages to get 1 kill through that, and it looks like the Gravity Vortex gun will serve him well. But as CKG moves on in to steal away those flags, they drop in lives. 5 more lives left for CKG, and that's way too little. VVV Esports will be pushing us into round number 5.
Oh yeah, here we go. 5 live count left for CKG Legacy. Israel gets 1, but Owen trades 3 more. Kenshi gets 1, drops Juno easily and mightily. VVV Esports finds their way back to the game. Chroma, this should be it, but he gets taken down. There we go. Yaku dealing the final blow. Overtime indeed, AJ. And it's gonna be a defensive round for this side of CKG Legacy. So moving into this overtime, they're guaranteed to have more advantage here compared to VVV Esports. So let's see how are they going to capitalize on the situation that they're put in order for them to secure this victory against VVV.
The problem is CKG Legacy already heavily invested all of their operators, whereas VVV Esports held on to them to bring it into this final round. ACNO does have the Purifier. Type brings in his Gravity Vortex. 1 pop. Chroma gets caught out. Great investment. And Type now manages to pull away, clearing off all of those markers. Juno goes 2 up, and Kenshi manages to make quick work of him. Azure in here with the investment as well, and out of nowhere CKG Legacy activates all of those operators to fire back at the players of VVV Esports. An unexpected turnaround once again in the series.
Yeah, now Legacy thoroughly surprising VVV Esports with their recent play. Truly caught Esports a really common card, but DNA again getting that Dragonfire. He built that one earlier with that operator that he invested in. So now, here this time, it's going to be neck and neck now, AJ. Despite the investments made by CKG Legacy, VVV Esports made up for it with their sheer gunfights. And now this time, it's their time to use over all of their operator skills as it gets built up later on here the current round that we have. All right, the A flag about to get captured here by VVV Esports, and that should be more than enough for them to extend the round time and play a team deathmatch type of playstyle, just in order for them to take down Legacy. But hey, now it's all set and loose. We got the A flag lost for CKG Legacy. Now they gotta stand their ground towards B. But Juno Taib will be combining for 3 kills. Now they have a 4-kill difference here, AJ.
Kenshi has got the gravity vortex gun, spots one player, takes him down, pops out the gravity vortex, but gets traded out at the same time. Type with a tremendous play to make sure his team still has the advantage. The third shot from the gravity vortex not able to get to anywhere of the players of CKG Legacy, as you're defending with his life, and his life will get taken by Chroma. The 10 more for the players of CKG. Clay Howe brings in the purifier. Chroma will be able to neutralize him, but a 1-life advantage for CKG Legacy. No one could have expected this series to be this hot, Cali.
Oh yeah, you're watching the hottest control gameplay right now in this day, in this schedule, and it's between Legacy and VVV Esports down to the wire. Legacy's got 8 life count. They got 45 seconds left to defend. VVV Esports got 7 seconds, and they need to work on that big guns. Oh boy!
Oh,
It's speaking of big guns, AJ, they got the big daddy of all. Access 1 Goliath, lots of magazines on this sucker, high health percentage, and they are storming down the flag. Kenshi, unique capability, one more player to worry about, and it's going to be VVV Esports taking this game, and there it is. The game, said and done. VVV, they take it 3-2.
I mean, bringing in the XS1 Goliath into control is OP, bro. I mean, it's like putting a death machine into your hands, and on top of that, giving you like the supreme number of lives where you can just daringly hop on into one of those points and take the fight up to your opponents. VVV Esports with the smart, but the capability of bringing the XS1 Goliath into activation. Now, that is quite the admirable feat at control. Zezzy, your thoughts, buddy?
Man, CKG's aggressiveness did not fade. And this is a battle of spawn traps. The defenders, the trend of this game is that the defenders activate a spawn trap. On the side of Triple V, it's Kenshi and ACNO. For the side of CKG, it's Juno and Azure. But suddenly, Triple V overturned the pattern, because the pattern was the defenders win through the spawn traps. But on that last round, where CKG was the defenders, Triple V had their operator skills and their score streaks ready, especially the XS1 Goliath that changed the game. So very well played from Triple V. Their discipline is there to save those resources. While on the side of CKG, we have seen a lot of resources wasted, but there's a lot of resources that actually translated into those kills. And if you look at the kills itself, it's very close. CKG and Triple V, they are fighting neck and neck. But the thing is that only one team wins, and this time it's Triple V. But of course, CKG, they still played a good game, a good fight, and from this day onwards, they will be recognized as CKG Legacy for sure.
I think that basically confirms that this is the group of death. This group has got Blacklist International Ultimate, C8 United, VVV Esports, as well as CKG Legacy. My heart goes out to the two teams that do not make it through to the playoffs, because this is crazy, man. This group setup is just absolutely insane.
Absolutely insane indeed. And Kali, I mean, mentioning that group of death, and CKG Legacy, Triple V, you got Blacklist, and you got C8 United. It's really sad to see that there's two teams that is capable of getting in the playoffs that will be eliminated from the group stage. And what are your thoughts about this event?
This group of that, just thinking about who might advance, I can solidly only name one for the meantime. And of course, it's Blacklist International Ultimate. And for the second spot, I mean, best of luck for CKG Legacy, VVV Esports, and of course, C8 United, because they're totally in here for that, man.
Oh yeah. And you know what would be the craziest thing that can potentially happen at Garena Masters Season 3, guys, is that Blacklist International Ultimate not making it through to the playoffs, because that's how crazy of a group this is, right? I mean, that might just be a dream that we do not see coming through fruition, but if it actually happens, I think all of us will lose our minds at the same time.
If that happens, I'll shave my head. Clip that.
See, amateur mistake. Amateur mistake, Zezzy. You don't make challenges like that.
And
Oh my
now
God, Cezzy.
we get to see the highlights. This is where the spotlight has shined upon CKG Legacy. This is where the moment they cemented their legacy in their debut game.
Oh, yeah.
And you get to see their aggressiveness, their confidence. It's like a replay of the PDR versus NV Doctors game, where NV Doctors is the triple V Esports. They are the team that needs to stick together. They need their team play and their strategies. While on the side of CKG Legacy, they're like the PDR Esports, whose winning condition is their confidence. And this time, Triple V is actually using that confidence of CKG Legacy to bite them back, and that's through baiting them into the SND and as well as the control mode. And very well, I mean, you can see the foundation of Triple V Esports as a pro team. You got the discipline from them, you got the teamwork, and Mac is back in this
Oh, yeah.
SND. One of the highlights in the Green CODM Masters Season 3. And of course, Kenshi, man, he's the Eastern Champion sniper for Blacklist, and he's still doing it, man. With this Ninja Diffuse, as you have said earlier, Kali, pros don't fake. And that's what Kenshi does. And man, overall, my thoughts here is that I'm quite. I mean, this is real talk. I'm quite. I'm. What do you call this one? I'm quite disappointed that CKG did not get the control mode, but they really did well. 2-3, and the lives were so close. So anyone could have won that game so far. And
Yeah.
I really love this series. I think you gotta agree on me with this one. This is the best series of this day.
No doubt, bro. I mean, I think if it wasn't for the final XS1 Goliath play, the players of CKG Legacy could have just clutched that out, right? I mean, throughout this whole control matchup, they have been so spectacular in terms of those defenses, even with the surprise offensive pressure that they played against VVV Esports. Unexpected. And that one final game change of the XS1 Goliath, hype moment indeed, but very, very sad of a finisher for CKG Legacy that was doing so well throughout that matchup on Control Cali.
Oh yeah, as you can see here, soldier of the game is going to be Yaku with that average kill of 24, average assist of 14, average set of 21, and of course the KDA overall of 1.14. This guy definitely made his statement known, but overall, in fact, what I did notice from VVV Esports is that everybody was just working their ass off just to beat CKG Legacy. And I think that's one of the strongest points that VVV Esports brought into this game. They played much more as a team. And that's why we didn't really see Yaku actually step up. He was silent, but he's very deadly, turns out, as he scored the soldier of the game. But yeah, props to VVV Esports. They were able to outlast the team CKG Legacy on this series number 5, Cezzy.
Definitely. You didn't see Yaku individually, but instead it's Triple V working together, and that is their winning condition against CKG Legacy, who's full of confidence. And I do love to know where that confidence comes from. I need that source of confidence because, you know, it really is translating into a legacy. But so far, man, the game is said and done. Final thoughts for this, AJ?
Yaku. I need his KRM loadout, right? I love the range on that. Yes, it took a hit mark and then later a takedown. A one-hit delete would have been a little bit more fresher, but obviously that range is going to be a problem. But Yaku and his adjustments out there on the battlefield, you didn't really see that being an issue for him at all, right? His movements combined with that crazy KRM made him one to fear out there on that SND, no doubt whatsoever. But I do agree with you, Zezzy. I feel like the players of CKG Legacy could have really taken that control matchup away, and they got so close, man. A little bit too close for my liking. And I feel like, you know, this is great because it's a double round robin setup for the group stages. And if CKG could take the distance, he could take the players of VVV the distance in this first encounter, maybe the second time round, they'll get it done.
I love that double round robin. It makes
Yes.
the revenge play continue. And man, Kali, final thoughts on CKG versus Triple V?
You know, for CKG Legacy and that control game mode, they were so great at using those operator skills. But at the end of the game, VVV Esports, their score streak favored them, and they were the ones that was able to win the match. And overall, at the response control, it's the impact of the operator skills and, of course, that score streak that will truly give a team the chance to increase their odds of winning. And fortunately for VVV Esports, they were the ones that come with the win on that end of that round number 5.
Resource management is the key for for Triple V Esports. And on the next matchup, I know a lot of fans wants to watch this ALMGHTY Esports versus the former Tyrant team RTL Esports. We'll be bringing that into action after this short break.
Yeah, I know. Ugh, great. They're out there having fun, and I'm stuck here, fixing this crap. I didn't mean you. Sorry. Okay, here goes nothing. Yes! It's working! Guess what? Time to kick some ass. Nailed it! Nice! Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
This is the match that you are waiting for. Man, Smart Omega versus RTL Esports. This is the game, the day number 3 of the season 3 of Garena Masters. And we are back as your casters for today. I'm here with the one and only the Mustachio AJ and Fasha Bunny. And how are you feeling right now, Fasha, after your dinner break?
Oh, why you gotta expose me like that, man? First it was Kelly, now it's you. It was good, by the way. Sorry to say that, but it was good because it was a Big Mac, just like how Mac destroyed on the VV count as well as to the side of CKG Legacy. That was just phenomenal, man. And you guys did a wonderful job, Kelly. Shout out was super. Just like how Jericho said, welcome, Jericho, by the way. Well, thank you so much for joining to DC as well to give a shout out to us. As well as how Kelly said the big daddy guns. That was like, just a nice touch to that game itself. And on the other hand, I'm all out for the Smart Omega versus the RTL Esports. Kelly as oh my bad, sorry, AJ. I miss Kelly so
I mean,
AJ,
one
AJ.
thing's for sure here, Zezzy. Fasha's excited, man.
Yeah. And for sure, you are very excited about Smart Omega.
No, I mean, I'm cool. I'm cool. I mean,
Oh,
it's just,
really?
It's just another team gonna play, bro. I'm
Really?
ready. I'm ready to cast. That's about it.
You got your son Whoopi here playing.
I don't know, right? Because this is a whole new event. They might have been able to overthrow Blacklist International Ultimate in Season 2, but can they bring through back-to-back performance? Yes, they did reset the Grand Finals bracket. Yes, they demolished the untouchable team of Garena that has been dominant for so long. But can they do it yet again? Can they defend their throne, or is it just them stepping up once and then just releasing the throne off to somebody else? Could this be the change that we've been looking for in the Call of Duty mobile scene here for the longest of time, whereas we do not want a team to be dominant for way too long, right? We want to see other teams step up as well. This might just be that moment.
Yeah, that's why we were so excited earlier about CKG Legacy, because for that very sole moment, for that very sole reason that we want others to step on the spotlight and rewrite history. But for now, looking at the schedule, just a recap: ALMGHTY versus Legacy 3-0. WPM LOWKINGS versus Huntsman, the very creepy game here of match number 2, 3-0. Sector 0 versus ACNO FINESSE OFFSTREAM, 2-1. PDR Esports versus NV Doctors, 2-1. Triple V Esports versus CKG Legacy. Unfortunately for CKG Legacy, but it's 2-1 in favor of Triple V Esports. And now, this is the final match. I mean, this is a very good final match. Smart Omega versus RTL Esports, the former champions of Garena Masters Season 2. And you put in a rebuilding team that is very familiar in the CODM scene. These are the big shots of the old. Now they are back in Garena Masters Season 3. And I can't wait to see how the stories develop. And Fasha, how do you think this match will go?
I mean, I'm excited. I know people might remind me of the fact that Tyranny Sport was supposed to be my bias. Like, they were the one who I was rooting out even from the GYC and moving into the Garena Masters. But once they rebrand themselves, I see them on a different light, man. They are on a different length right now. They're even more aggressive as they were. The pace is different, even from the side of their game. Number one, I think it's going to be a game changer for the team of RTL. But then again, we are talking about Smart Omega. Now, this is another story to be told. And we know for a fact, Omega has done the amazing thing, the most intense flip table of the history. And when it comes to Smart Omega, Jay-Z, Whoopi, Risky Candy, Idra, and Rage, bringing on his rage even from the first get-go, it's gonna be a hard time for RTL to eSport because they need to step it up when it comes fighting with the champions.
Yeah, the champions right now has brought up a new gun here from LF organization. It's Risky from Omega, and I'm quite curious how he can handle or how can he fit into the team. You can see him right in the middle of the table. Risky, the man here that we'll be looking out for. But now Smart Omega, they sure want to repeat that same feat to be that back-to-back champion of Garena Masters Season 3. But this time, they will be met with RTL Esports. that is actually being rebuilt right now. We got the 4 players from Tyrant Esports, Youngjae, Jello, Wacky, Susano, and then you mix it up with Freezy and Seven right now. And looking at the things here, as you have seen, Freezy and Seven brings a lot of flavor for RTL, the Young Guns, as Coach Jay said. This could be a new flavor of RTL. And man, in the terms of veterancy, they even played on the Philippine Championship back then. Young J Jello under PDR and Wacky and Susano. This is a really nice place for them to grow because RTL Esports, that was once their home. RTL Wacky, RTL Susano, they are from RTL Legacy, which placed 3rd place on the Philippine Championships. So it's good to be back in RTL, and you add in the Freezy and Seven, so it makes a top caliber team that we should watch out for, right, AJ?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look at the head-to-head between Seven, the best-performing member of the side of RTL Esports, as he is matched up against Whoopi. Not because he's Whoopi, but because out there on the battlefield, Whoopi is bringing the numbers in, right? A 1.3 KD average versus a 1.49 KD average. Please ignore that 0 in front of the KD average for Seven. I was thinking like it's 1:49 a.m. No. a very slight advantage here, and this does not paint out the full picture. What paints out the full picture is on the side of Smart Omega, they have got 3 players, Rage, Risky, as well as Whoopi, that outdoes the best player on the side of RTL Esports in terms of their KD average. So we know exactly who's going to be dominating the gunfights out there. If RTL Esports wants to take the fight to Smart Omega, Zezzy, it has to be through their strategy, because mechanical capability, I think it's already been proven to see exactly who's going to be able to overcome the other.
And that's where the problem lies. If you talk about strategy, I believe Smart Omega's a lot prepared with their coach. I mean, man, it's Smart Omega, man. We get to expect their mature strategies develop. While on the side of our RTL Esports, they're quite newly reformed, and they still need time to integrate the young guns with Freezy and Seven. But for sure, the gunfights department could be boosted by these young guns, because young people in the gaming scene is more on the mechanical skills, while the veterans are more on the strategies and those dirty tricks that actually elevates the level of play. And when you take a look at the maps and modes, Smart Omega will be winning the coin flip. They will be getting the firing range location as well as the raid for the control. And RTL Esports will be settling for the standoff. And for me, getting the standoff means that you want to face someone in a mechanical gameplay. And do you agree on this one, Fasha?
I do agree, but then again, this is something very, very curveball to the side of RTL Esports, knowing the fact that they didn't actually have a good measurement when it comes to fighting off at the standoff. They didn't actually had a great match up when they were fighting with the PDR Esports. So this is something that they're trying to actually, either they say that they want to rematch again on the same spot to actually redeem themselves, or it's actually them setting up some fire in their own body to actually fight off with Smart Omega. So hopefully they know what they're doing, because standoff also already dictate that Smart Omega has won over Envy Doctors with 7 points. So search and destroy, that's gonna be a show to tell. But right now we're moving into the hard point. So thank you so much, Sedzi, for the amazing analysis. We're going in for the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be the first hard point. Very quickly taken over by Smart Omega as they play the perimeters of this first hard point, mainly taking control of the white warehouse, winning their gunfight, sending in one objective player in the name of Rage, holding on to all of those points. He turns around, challenge from Jello. Jello hops on in only for Rage to pick him off with a CBR4. 37 seconds to go, and it looks like Smart Omega wants to dominate all of those points from the very first hard point. Backstab now as Rage is about to get taken out. It will be a great play from the side of Susano from auto repair, but Idra picks up 3 back-to-back kills. This guy is looking to set himself up a light out there on the battlefield, and Idra just continues to overextend. Rage picks up 3 back-to-back as well, but we've got a game on our hands that's gonna be hot.
Yes, sir. A lot of the stacks coming off from the team of Omega, not even worrying about anything, no unmovable. But right now, finally a little bit of response coming from the RTL Esports going into the auto repair. Frenzy takes down one. He falls out, but another one player. Unfortunately, it's gonna be the P2 will be finished off to the RTL Esports, who was get in, but Omega risky right here, risking his life, getting in to break the heels, but the RTL will deny the entrance. And let's see if Candy will do the Candy malicious side of sweeping off those RTLs from that P2.
28 points picked up by RTL. This is a great play so far, but here comes Smart Omega pushing on in, and they take the backstab rage. Big win for him as he manages to secure the clearing area, but lose out that fight finally to Freezy. Risky, God made out of nowhere, but 7 responds to the exact same as well as RTL Esports takes over quite the lead with the players of Smart Omega. But now as they push on in, the numbers of RTL Esports inside the point all thinned down. Perfect for Smart Omega to take over. 10 final seconds, only scrap points available for the reigning champions. RTL Esports on the other hand with a very early rotation into P3.
Yep, and we can see Candy trying to find a break around the area of the side of the team RTL, but somehow RTL still relentless, not gonna give any opportunity to be switch eye from the side of the Smart Omega. They're doing well, but Candy coming in, Yellow still waiting right there, and the breaks has already been done. Omega finally breaks down into the trailer side, but on the other hand, the Analyst just swift off into the side of RTL, getting one kill after another. He missed it out, but not a chance with the switch inside of the CBR. He will take down the side of the RTL.
Yeah, Ray is just on fire, man. I mean, the way he's defending this white warehouse now, he does have a little bit of backup in the name of Candy, and now the players of RTL Esports, they swarm from the back, coming in from the command center. They manage to hop on all at the very same time into the white warehouse to take over this compound. 18 seconds to go, more than enough to take control of this matchup, and Smart Omega might be left in the dust here because they're going in for a early rotation themselves into P4. Barracks Hut being set up. The anchor players are there already, and a challenge from 7. If he wins this, it's gonna be big, but Candy snuffs him out. 82-75, RTL Esports in front.
Yes, now the Fire Dragon will be coming out. Let's see how the RTL will take advantage of those spouting area that they need to spot out from the team of Smart Omega. But so far right now, P4 is already open. Candy is already waiting right here, just gonna test it out. He's watched one, but unfortunately been missed it out from that angle side, and it's gonna be an opening for the side of RTL to actually switch it up and getting those kills for themselves and getting those points for themselves as well. But on the other hand, a really good early rotation from the Smart Omega is not gonna do well and not benefiting at all, because RTL comes back and respond well with the Annihilator to take down Freezy, taking one, taking two, looking for another one. He does not see, but he will switch side, another side, and Youngjae on that hand is already waiting right here with a great defense, a great team effort coming in from the RTL Esports.
Great play coming through from Easy, just hopping on top of that shack at Barracks Hut and managing to play the Annihilator so well. That long angle, the perfect setup for RTL Esports to pick up all of those extra points. Smart Omega might not be out of it just yet, all thanks to this new format, the race to 250 points. RTL Esports, although they do have quite a commanding lead now, they have to continue picking up this next hard point as well. Not allow Smart Omega to catch up. Greasy doing a lot, hops on into the hard point, but Rage inside of the smoke manages to snuff him out, has a little bit of backup in the name of Candy as well, and that's going to be enough now to secure a few more seconds at this hard point.
Yes, sir, with Youngjae already waiting right here. The O2 is there. He spots one. He tried to stay with the wallbang, but does not get it. In the end, Candy gets him with the Annihilator. He takes one as well, and he's going to be fishing off for the Omega to take that P1. He spots one as well. A great positioning in this tower, making sure that RTL will not give any opportunity to break those heels. And right now, they will be pushed in for the P2 because time is still ticking. Numbers are still stacked. It's not the end yet. Just like AJ said, with the new format right here, it's going to be go all out for both of these teams.
Yeah, and the players of Smart Omega catching quickly as RTL Esports tried to run away earlier on. We do have 5 points between the teams, but RTL, they try to continuously extend their lead. Youngjae, big win coming through, and he backs the back-to-back. Indra taken out of the equation as well. As 7 gathers up, it's going to be the command center on setup coming through for the players of RTL Esports. All smoked out now. Smart play from the players of Smart Omega. They attack from the back through the shooting range, straight into command center. But back-to-back, Susano backs 3 kills, make that 4. well. Susano on fire!
Woo! On fire with the OBD killing machine right this instant. Not even a chance for the Omega to come through. And right now, RTL just needs to play it pace, play it cool right this instant because P2, not even a chance. Even Omega is struggling at the moment right now because one hit has already been done. Not even a chance for the team of Smart Omega to get in. RTL is doing well. The Jello already switching side with the team or with the teammate itself of Susano. He's still maintaining, getting all of those numbers for the team of RTL. But on the other hand, Smart Omega, they are being pushed, they are being pressured, they are struggling, so they need to make a pace right here, right now.
Yep, place of Smart Omega now trying to catch up. Scrap points. They are forced to eat. RTL Esports always maintaining the distance between themselves as well as Smart Omega. And as long as they can keep up this pace, winning this first match isn't going to be a problem at all. The Dragonfire will be brought out once again, but will be with a God Sticky onto Seven's face and drops Young Jay instantaneously with a headshot. This is Whoopi going back to his aggressive ways and now holding on to the points. He will be the anchor, backed up by Idra, who pulls out the gravity vortex as well to send Smart Omega hurtling through to the lead. But catching up with RTL Esports now with the amount of time left at this hard point is going to be quite the challenge here, Basha.
Yes, sir. Youngday coming through, but right now unable to be denied the entrance from the side of Smart Omega. RTL, unfortunately, will be pushed out to get that P4 instead because the fact is P3 is a little bit different when it comes to breaking the heals. It is, when it comes to the heal itself, it is easy to defend, but to break it, it's gonna be so hard. Even Frizzy having difficulty to actually go in. And right now, Susan tries to drag it out, clear out from each and every single angle of the unit and making sure that the P4 will be all for them to take. And on the other hand, Smart Omega, knowing that rotation will be done, they go for the early rotation right here. Ray takes down Susan and the waterfall will be crushed out and RTL unfortunately will be put out to the corner.
And that is how you play the Predator missile. You don't rush it. You gotta wait for your opportunity. Smart play from Kendi. And that was a big win for Smart Omega. Earlier on, they were rushing through from backyard into passageway, but the Annihilator on the side of RTL Esports stopped them in their track multiple times. This time, Smart Omega, they set up the barracks hut by taking the attack from the White Warehouse. Very smart play, and Kendi saving up that ready for that very exact moment. 204 to 183. Smart Omega now with the lead, and they are trying to run straight towards that finishing line, but RTL Esports with a great play to stop them as well. Breezy gets traded out. Smart Omega right back on that hard point. RTL needs to ask those big questions now, or it's gonna be too late, Pasha.
Exactly right, Assistant. They were doing so well during the few minutes on the beginning rounds itself, but now for some reason Smart Omega, like you said, it's a very smart decision coming towards to their side, and in the end RTL has already been swept off and they need to figure out the right attacks to go in for the side of Smart Omega. But right now P2 is now working over, and on the other hand, sorry, P1, the rotation will be going to the P1 right now, and Rage is already ready right here at the Omega. We throw a little bit of grenade, give a lot of pressure to the side of the team of RTL who tries to get in. Omega just needs few more points to go to win it out, to close it off. RTL on the other hand still struggling to find their own steps.
I believe this game is all over already with Smart Omega now flooding this hard point with their players. But RTL Esports, big play, backstab Jello, but he lags as he gets caught on that jump and he gets taken out of the equation. Unfortunate for RTL Esports, but they hop on into that hard point either way. But the numbers back up from the side of Smart Omega as they continuously spawn off. And with Kendi holding on to the scout tower, that's more than enough pressure, that's more than enough cover for all of those objective players to pick up the point for Smart Omega. 5 more seconds to wrap this up. 5 more points away. Smart Omega with a good fight. But RTL Esports, they haven't finished this off. And now with Smart Omega sacrificing the final 2 seconds for kills, maybe RTL can take advantage here, Pasha.
Maybe, but then again, that early rotation was on for Smart Omega. Just need one more point left for their side, and that key to actually get that early rotation is the reason why the team of Smart Omega wins this map for themselves.
And Device, big round of high fives, high tens coming in here for the players of Smart Omega with quite the play against their opponents here. RTL Esports, at one point, they looked quite shocking. But here's the beautiful part. And as RTL Esports held on to quite a shocking lead over Smart Omega, they hit right back. And I believe RTL Esports were hanging somewhere around 160 points. And that's exactly when Smart Omega kind of woke up in that matchup, right? And they were hitting back. And from that point on, all RTL could muster up was a maximum of 10 points to rip away from Smart Omega. It was all on their side. Zezzy, your analysis, please, for this matchup.
That 190-point mark that you have said when Smart Omega woke up, they actually prepared themselves and gathered the resources that they need to go for the breakthrough. Because RTL, they're so aggressive in breaking the hard points. Actually, they are the ones almost breaking the points. And Smart Omega, their greatest strength in this game was the positioning. They have this on-point positioning, especially on the P1 where that is an open spot. And Kudos to Risky for stepping up huge in this crucial responsibility of anchoring the showers for the P4, because on the P4, that is where the operator skills of Smart Omega was unleashed. 4 operator skills, if I'm not mistaken, was unleashed at the same time. They prepared for the score streaks because they know that P1 is their strength. Yeah, because of those positionings, they need the score streak to close it out. And by those operator skills, they can gather the streaks. And you have seen how those operators translate into kill streaks. Whoopi, on that last minute of the game, where they needed 2 points, Whoopi popped off 7 kills with that Annihilator and his weapon. So now that the first game has been said and done, Smart Omega will be taking the first game. Now it's bounce back time for RTL Esports. Can they bounce back though? That will be the question. And now, Caster's second game, take it away.
Oh, up to you, AJ.
Thank you very much. It is an S&D matchup between the players of RTL Esports as well as Smart Omega. Susano with the first blood. Risky drops free. Good trade coming right back through. The numbers all equal. But Smart Omega now. Oh, big engagement for Rage as he shuts down Susano. Wacky trades him right back out. But a back-to-back for Wacky now. Numbers advantage to the players of RTL. Smart Omega, they double back down. They are not going to take this aggressively. One player is already at that A bomb site, but the bomber himself is quite far away, choosing to hold on to the gorilla base instead of pushing all the way up.
Definitely amazing job from the side of RTL with numbers stacked to them. Omega on the other hand still holding the bomb. Whoopi looking for the opening, but unfortunately Wacky is not going to be Wacky with the shots. Takes down Whoopi. One more player to go. Will be spotted out by Candy right here. He goes in for the repositioning. Will not be spotted yet, but with 2 players right on his strike, Candy got to make a move right this instant. 3v1. Can he make a change with the clutch? He goes into the second floor. He does not spot anyone yet, but slowly he goes to the A side. He might be able to spot out one player from the track, but unfortunately a little bit headshots coming in, shots coming through. Candy a little bit tricky right now. He just wants to go for the risk, but reposition himself back to the mid lane. But one player is already waiting at the broken wall. He does not see it. He goes into the B side and shots coming through right now. Just a little bit more, but he's able to take it out. But Yang Jae is already prepared with the backup.
Numbers most definitely against Candy, and this should have been RTL Esports round. They managed to claim it for themselves. Smart Omega hurting from the get-go, but it doesn't seem to be an issue for them, starting things off on the back foot. Earlier on, they did struggle a little bit as well, but more than enough time to recover. And just like that, this is just way too early to see if or not the players of RTL can grab this win. But a beautiful backstab by 7. Susano strikes as well. Rage taken down. RTL Esports, they've woken up.
Ooh, they've woken up indeed, AJ, and the fact that they were struggling even at that hot point, it shows that they want to redeem themselves right here. This is what I was talking about. A map that we saw how they were struggling with the team of PDR Esports, and also the map itself that the team of Smart Omega has done a tremendous job indeed. But yet again, RTL just coming back to actually show us a little surprise and proving themselves this is not a map they can actually pull off. But so far right now, Busy coming in with a slide. Shots coming through, takes down Risky, and will be able to defuse the bomb in time.
Solid plays coming through. RTL Esports. It's a full-on team ace, and they managed to defuse the bomb, pick that round up for themselves. Impressive run so far. 2 back-to-back rounds. Can they now keep this up They are on the defensive, but it doesn't seem to be a defensive team that's easy to take down. And those snipes out of Young Jay, are not really hitting, but he doesn't even need that. Wacky, beautiful wallbang. Risky taken out of the equation. One more for Wacky. Almighty Whoopi taken down as well. That's going to be a GG. RTL Esports, this round has to be yours.
Have I left the scene too long to a point that Wacky is not Wacky anymore? He was struggling last 2 months ago, but now he's phenomenal, getting those accuracy, precision, and getting another kill for himself. Wacky, what have you done to yourself? You are superb with 2 more players to go, and right now Wacky is just gonna wait it all time. Oh yeah, then Scott Omega learns that pressure is coming towards them, is crawling through their skin, and Candy needs to step it up. Already coming out with the sniper, needs to position himself, but does not get it back. Ooh, that quick scope finally stacks off Wacky, but on the other hand, right now, got 3 more players to go. Candy was spot one right there on the inside. He wants to go in for the quick, but on the other hand, Young Jay takes down Rage, and this is back-to-back for 1v3.
Yep, Candy pull this off. It's a 1v4 as a 1v3. And it doesn't seem like Young Jay wants to give him any space to breathe. Kendi repositions, almost got that player off guard, but Young Jay just continuously playing that pressure. Trophy system for the safe play out of Kendi, but the time running down now. 35 seconds to go. Kendi still hasn't found a way to remove all of those players from their position, and hasn't really found a rotation in towards that B bomb site as well. But finally makes his way there, but spotted out by those players, and will be met by 7. Gets tagged up, but not taken out of the equation. CBR4 wins over the Kilo 141.
Sheesh. 3-0 for the team of RTL Esports. I mean, they are literally making me run for my own numbers, man. Because the fact is they're doing well. But on the other hand, Smart Omega, it seems like they're actually off their own game despite having a great numbers coming off from the hard point. But let's see how they responded, because usually it's going to be a comeback. But on the other hand, RTL is coming in for the rush. They're not waiting for any more time. Rage coming in, waiting for the time at the bakery shop. But on the other hand, RTL was a great success with those rush. Hydra waiting for the spot right now. 7 just sprayed out, but unfortunately Hydra gets the kill. But Wacky will trade him off. 2 more players to go. On the other hand, Risky just play cool, playing safe, gonna throw those nades, but does not spot anyone yet. Just gonna give that information. RTL on the other end, just gonna be more aggressive. Just stay right in this A side, and we'll be sliding straight. But somehow right here, we are seeing the team of RTL will be dropped out. 1 more player to go, but right now, we'll be taking it slowly and looking to the side to plant the bomb.
Excellent play coming through from the players of RTL Esports. Quickly pulling off the Granny's welcome the moment they spot out Smart Omega rushing towards that A bomb site. And now, retake time. 4 players still alive. The players of RTL, they do have the numbers advantage, sending 3 players all at the same time to meet Risky. But that was a risky maneuver. He had the head glitch. He gets 2 players. Can he get the 3rd one? Young Jay, final survivor, but Wacky gives in that backup he's so desperately required. It's a 2v2. Wacky secures Kendi. Make that a 2v1. Final player on the side of Smart Omega, taken out of the equation for RTL to take a 4-0 lead. Impressive stuff.
Ooh, I mean, that was amazing. That was a little bit risky for my takes, but then again, a great move coming in from the RTL, especially knowing that they're reading every movement coming from Smart Omega, and despite it could have been going out for Candy when it facts that he did get that double kill, but unfortunately when Young Jay and Wacky was just building up those backups was just truly amazing. And right now, still maintaining, going in for the rush, goes in with Hydra, but unfortunately Hydra is already waiting inside the hotel, and Rage going from the backstep. And looking forward right now, Smart Omega is already switching up their pace.
What can they do? The numbers all equal. So quickly, 4 players have fallen, 2 on each side. The bomb will be planted by Kendi. The 2 other players on the side of Smart Omega spreading out. 1 at Bakery, 1 at the warehouse. Shortcuts to catch out the players of RTL Esports as they come rotating through. But they're not rotating in front of the players of Smart Omega, but instead they double back down towards the grannies. And now all 3 players taking the attack from the exact same angle, all at the exact same time. Freezy keeping an eye on their back, but they will get caught out by Kendi. But Wacky with the masterful wallbang secures the shot onto Kendi, and a defusal for more than be possible right now. Smoked out. The players of Smart Omega have to come pushing on through, but Freezy makes a quick work of them. 5-0 against the reigning defending champions, RTL Esports. What a way to make a name for themselves.
Sheesh! What a play coming towards from the team of RTL Esports, rebranding themselves, even though at the get-go they are doing well. We thought that with the rebuilding of their own team, it's going to give them a lot of pressure, but yet the momentum that they have done, even from the old chemistry they already built up, is doing well for the team of RTL Esports. But on the side of Smart Omega, people are questioning what is going on with them. Kills are 0 on the stack of Whoopi. He's not getting all of those kills somehow, and he's repositioning himself and figuring out the ways, and somehow it's not doing well for the team of Smart Omega.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I feel like RTL Esports might be able to take this all the way. Candy as well as Rage, they hit right back. Smart Omega with their first round victory in round number 6. But here's the crazy thing. They did that just before switching sides. And now it will be the pace to be decided by the players of RTL Esports. They take the bomb. They dictate the pace.
Yep, sir. And on the other hand, right now we'll be going in for the backyard. He spots one. He doesn't go in. He will be going in from the patrol side. He does not see it yet, but hopefully with the angle that he's going in, it will give them a lot of boost. And on the end, RTL will be going in for the push. Risky and 7 will be traded out. On the other hand, right now, numbers still stacked up. 7 will be able to plant the bomb. On the other hand, the Smart Omega will be stacked out by the numbers. And Wacky right now, missing all of the shots, but Whoopi right in front of him will be taken down.
It's quite surprising to see Wacky really step it up, right? Because after going up against the players of PDR Esports, all Wacky could muster up was a KD of 0.45. But look at the guy go this time round, man. But the players of Smart Omega very quickly adjust. 2 back-to-back rounds, 1 over. It's going to be quite the arduous journey to get all the way through to the 7-round win and hold RTL Esports back at the 5 victories. But that's exactly what they have to try out for in here, or else risk a loss. Can they do it? Can they go the distance? Whoopi finally woken up. 2 kills in the bag so far, but not getting over aggressive this round.
Yes, sir. He's staying cool right at the mid lane. He does not spot anyone, so he will be sticking together with Candy, trying to scout the area, but he misses the chance. He doesn't get that rage or angle from the side of this RTL Esport, and in the end, right now, it will give a little bit of benefit of doubt to the side of Smart Omega, but Candy coming in push. He spots Susano, does not get the kill, but Susano will also push him back, and that's going to be the information Smart Omega needs right now, and will be knowing for the fact that most of the teams are already prepared going into the A side. But no! Wacky says Risky, get down right here, and RTL going in for the push. And let's see if 7 will be able to spot one. He goes in, but Frizzy right there for the backup. Takes down as well of the team of Smart Omega. Hydra on the hand and putting on the stun. Spraying side right here, but Frizzy will be going Manny Pakia right there on the side. But bomb has already been dropped. But not to worry right there. 2 more players to go. Whoopi right now will be sniping to the side of the team of RTL, but leaving 1 more player to go. Wacky versus Candy right now. Can they do so with the head glitch right here? It's gonna be tough. Wacky, can he do with his wacky shots that he has been done so beautifully? Looking for the side of that head glitch, AJ.
Wacky, extremely accurate so far. Has been able to make the right calls, especially with those wall bangs. Can he get the kill? And he does with a crazy flick to the top, managing to rip the round away. Match point now for RTL Esports, and all of a sudden things are very real for Smart Omega, Pasha.
It is real, and I mean, oh my god, I knew there was a reason. There's definitely a reason why the RTL wanted to come back here on the standout, and this is the redemption they were looking for. Wacky takes down Hydra Esports, but unfortunately Wookie will be taking down Wacky as well. But on the other hand, numbers also will stack up for both of these teams. Susano still playing here on the mid lane, trying to figure out where to go to, and Candy will be closing in right here on the blue house. Doesn't spot one right there in the patrol, will not go for the overextension, but on the other hand, bomb is already dropped. So looking for the ways for the team of RTL to come back right here. It's gonna be tough, AJ.
Let's see if or not RTL Esports can wrap this up. They're low in numbers, but it's just a 1-man advantage on the side of Smart Omega. RTL has been able to go the distance so far, but that is with Wacky alive and kicking. Risky, big opportunity, double engage, fails! Young J taken down! And that was an absolute mess up from RTL Esports, all thanks to Young J, who did not go in for the full commitment. And Smart Omega secures that one round, keeping RTL Esports to their match point.
Sheesh. I mean, that was a waste opportunity. 2v1 and yet losing to that one player. That is something that RTL needs to step it up. And then Smart Omega will do the rushing mode right now. They will be aggressive and Team RTL needs to step it up. They need to be on alert as Omega coming in from the backstab. Whoopi takes down Susano. Whoopi will reposition himself right here. Will be looking for another gate for taking down one of the players from the RTL. Does not spot one, but Seven will take down Candy. And on the other hand, we got three more players. But Whoopi shuts down Yangjae, and that will be the two players left for the team of RTL.
Reposition, Seven now. Going to catch Whoopi off guard, but the CBR4, danger when you get a little bit closer. Whoopi seals the deal. And now, numbers advantage to the players of Smart Omega. Freezy, can he get a clutch round versus three players who are slowly waking up? Idra gets that information, passes it back to the rest of the players of Smart Omega, and Whoopi hops into action. Should be able to catch out Freezy here, but the timing is off. Whoopi will be able to get him either way. Back to back now, holding the players of RTL Esports to that match point, not allowing them to secure the win just yet.
I mean, even Cali is already betting his own money right now to say that Smart Omega might be able to come back right here. And I agree on that. I do agree, but please don't shave your head just like how Sezzy put it on the bench right now, because that scares me, man. On the other hand, right now, we got Smart Omega doing well, takes down Wacky, one of the team that is the team members from the side of RTL will be amazing right now, but losing it is going to be tough for the team of RTL. On the other hand, Omega will do repositioning. Youngjae will meet off with Candy, will be able to trade off those numbers, but on the other hand, still stacks up for the team of Smart Omega doing well. And Seven, they're not going to overextend themselves. They're going to go in for the backyard. We'll be meeting one of the players from the Smart Omega, Idra. Can they fight off? Previously round, they couldn't get it, but finally able to break through. 3 more players to go, and this is the match make they needed. They needed to move forward, but unfortunately with that, amazing double kill, and I think that it was a collateral damage, isn't it, AJ?
I don't know exactly what happened, but what's important here is Whoopi has managed to thin the numbers down. Amazing Young J still alive and kicking. CBR4 in hand eliminates Rage from the equation. Whoopi and Risky need to be really careful here. The bomb in the hands of Young J. Neither player from the side of Smart Omega has got that information to play around with, but both of them at hotel shortcuts, and Young J walking straight towards them. This is the GGWP Young J. But lucky for him, Whoopi as well as Risky not looking out his way. Whoopi now spots him out, and Young J secures a beautiful kill. Can he get another? He does, and RTL Esports secures the S&D.
GG, my friend. RTL Esports, this is what we're talking about. They are on a different light with Wacky smiling. He's been smiling throughout this whole game, entire game, every single time he got the kill. And man, he deserved it. He needs to smile it off because we have seen him throughout these years and he's been struggling. But tonight is not the case. Wacky doing the wackiness inside with that sniper was just phenomenal for the team of RTL Esports. Sezzy, what are your thoughts?
I mean, RTL cuts the momentum from the get-go with the aggressiveness that trimmed the number of Smart Omega. This is crucial to set the pace in the hands of RTL Esports because RTL Esports is very aggressive. That's why standoff is the map you want to pick if you want to go full-on aggressive with limited strategic rotations and faster aggressive rotations. And RTL is translating their aggressiveness in the hard point towards the search and destroy. So if Smart Omega wanted to get that win, they need to play it like how they played the hard point. Positioning plays, slow tempo is needed to stop RTL Esports. But kudos to OMG because they use RTL's offense as a bait. But the problem is that RTL Esports is a next level aggressive team, which is not a typical team who always bash their heads to the wall. They do play aggressive systematically. The very example of this playstyle of RTL is pushing aggressively, and when they pick up one kill, or their numbers are more than Smart Omega, they play their role, which is the defenders. Also, Wacky played a big role, limiting the prevention of Whoopi against RTL. But the downside from RTL here is that it's the same case as PDR, where if RTL slows down, they lose the momentum and they lose their advantage. That's why Omega somehow has scored 4 points. Fortunately, Young Jay saved the day with that 1v2, but we can't deny the snipers really shined here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I never thought I would see the day where Young Jay actually is not the main sniper of a team, right? Wacky snatches away the title from him. And this is such a huge surprise because once again, when Wacky picked up the match against PDR Esports, he could not get ahead a 0.5 KD average on that series, right? But this time around, through the SND, he launches himself through the roof. Tremendous setup coming through from the players of RTL Esports, and the execution was just absolute perfection. Young Jay, he was the player that shined through against PDR Esports at that SND, which is the biggest not just at that SND, right? We are talking about how Tyrant Esports used to be so dominant because of the one and only Young Jay. Wacky is not going to allow Young Jay to take the title. But here's the bigger question. What's going to happen when the players of RTL Esports now move in for some of those SND plays on the double snipe setup, Zezzy?
I can't really tell what will happen right there. But one thing's for sure right now in the current situation of RTL Esports and now Smart Omega, if they want to win the control mode, they just need to play the best of their strengths. RTL, their strength was more on breaking through the defenses of Omega, while Omega, their strength lies on the positioning. So whoever gets to destroy the strategy or the play style of other team will be winning, or whoever plays the best out of their strengths will be winning this one. And that will be proven by RTL Esports and Smart Omega in this game. Starting off, casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zezzy. Kendi manages to get the first blood in the matchup. 7 gets taken out of the equation. It's all started off with those flurry of grenades, looking for a blind kill, looking for a god nade onto one of those players. Risky managing to catch the head of Freezy. Tags up his body, puts him into a body bag as well. Susano with the attack through the safe room. Couldn't really do much out of that. Manages to get 1 kill, instantaneously traded out. The players of Smart Omega now going to town with RTL Esports, taking kill after kill after kill. And this might just be over before the players of RTL Esports even pick up any pace. Look at this. As quickly as they take over that A point, they're already at that B flag, going to town on that as well, Pasha.
Sir, and on the other hand, Smart Omega, the body counts really goes out to them, and RTL just doing too much aggressiveness to a point that they're losing it. But Smart Omega is doing well to a point that they just sustain a great composure, does not go to the extension, but RTL finally responds well. And let's see if Rage will be standing still, because he's the sole player right here, and he still maintains not even a soul beat for the side of Smart Omega. The RTL does not have anything against them.
GG, WP, Smart Omega, what a beautiful attacking round secured. And there was nothing that RTL Esports could do against them in that round. But now, as RTL Esports are given the role to go in for the attack, how will they execute this? Will Smart Omega be able to defend, or is this going to be an all-out team deathmatch from the get-go? Smart Omega splitting off into 2 groups, and this is going to be perfect for them because they get the numbers guessed all right, and they send just a solo player on defense for that A point in the name of Indra, and nobody challenges him, and Indra should be able to get this kill, but misses the player on open stairs. 7 turns around to take him out, but Indra doesn't win that gunfight. What a mess up by those 2 players. But now that opens up the space for the A flag to be taken over.
Yes, sir. And with Smart Omega doing well to stack up all of the numbers to the side of the A flag as well as B flag, not even a chance for the RTL to break those kills. And now you can see that Candy will be raising the roof to make sure that the Gary will not be spotted out. But RTL is having difficulty, not even a budge in to get to the flags of the side. And on the side of RTL right here, they even struggle from all those gunfights. And Anaya in the hands right now. Whoopi takes down 1. He will be spotting out Freezy as well. He doesn't get it, but Crazy coming in for the push and will be able to take down Whoopi and Rage as well. But 7 coming in to clear out the garage, but he doesn't get in. And on the other hand, numbers still stacks up with Smart Omega. When it comes to Smart Omega, they know how to get it go.
Yes, sir. And it looks like the players of RTL Esports now are down in numbers. They haven't been able to take away a single flag at all from the players of Smart Omega. Trying to thin down their numbers. Susano brings out the Annihilator. Rage shut down already. Whoopi, Godnate finds no one. Jello backs one alongside Susano. And all of a sudden, the numbers seem to be thinning out. Finally, things going the way of RTL Esports.
Yes, sir. And on the other hand, right now we are seeing the Smart Omega doing well. RTL just trying to respond as hard as possible with 7 finally breaks through. We'll try to do a little bit of backstab, but unfortunately, Crazy will shut down Hydra and will be able to take down Rage as well. But number still stacks up to Smart Omega. Can RTL make a change right here? But no, the Smart Omega is still intensively covering all of the tracks, and the team of RTL is just struggling.
Yes, sir. With one final life left in here, RTL Esports. Can they get this done? 9 seconds to be run down. And Kendi, he opened up the round in the first blend, and he ends the round with that final kill as well. 2-0 up. Smart Omega running away with the control matchup at Raid. And RTL Esports now has one final opportunity to stop them and remain alive.
I mean, comparing to the CKG Legacy versus the team was just too pro. But then when it comes to RTL Esports, it's not gonna be this time the deathmatch that we saw previously, because Smart Omega will shut down each and every movement that RTL has possessed. But on the other hand, right here, with the time at their stake, they are in pressure. They try to win it up. Finally, a little by little, but Omega Whoopi coming out with the boxing cliff, and it really gives out a little bit of boost from the side of Smart Omega. But then again, RTL, let's see, can they make it through right here with at least 1 point for themselves? Actually make sure that this is not the end for them. But no, Smart Omega finally will be breakdown by the team of RTL Esports.
Oh, this is a 6-kill advantage coming through from the players of RTL Esports now. 7 makes that a 7-kill advantage. Young J back-to-back. Smart Omega being outplayed, but risky alongside Kendi. They want to turn things around. Whoopi! Held on to the grenade, pops it out, but gets taken down in the same process as well. Jello with the back-to-back, but Rage trades him out. The numbers do not look good on the side of Smart Omega here, Fasha.
Yes, sir. And on the other hand, right now, RTL is doing well with that start of that Fire Dragon. It gives a lot of gameplay from RTL. They just need to play it off for the times right now. Not even an inch budge from the side of Smart Omega to even get those flags. And a great defense coming in from the RTL Esports. This is what the pressure was already built out for the team of RTL. They want to do better. They want to do good. But Smart Omega will be coming out right there. But numbers still stacked up for the RTL Esports. Few more points. And Omega's Whoopi coming in for the action.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. The Smart Omega players now going in for the rush. B flag needs to be secured so that they can add on extra time onto the clock. And Smart Omega does exactly that. With 6 lives left on them, RTL Esports knows that they can get this victory. They double back down onto a defensive spot to hold on to that A point. And on the way there, Smart Omega should now lose all of their lives. But Whoopi brings in the Annihilator, secures that first kill, secures the next one as well. Back to back, they thin down the numbers of the players of RTL Esports. Can Whoopi get another? He can! 9 more lives left, but Smart Omega only have 3.
3 more lives to go, and Omega is doing well. This is something that RTL needs to step it up, even though despite the number stacks up left, but they are winning this individual. But JLo comes through with a 2-piece right here, and 1 more play to go. Young J as the closure, and finally 1 point goes out to the team of RTL.
RTL Esports maintaining their life still in here. And they've secured a lifeline through that victory. Can they now push this into overtime? Smart Omega, they'll try to close things off. They send in 4 players on the defense towards that B point. But look at the smarts of RTL Esports. They switch things up, and this should be at least 1 marker placed onto that A flag. Ready dropped by Whoopi. Only catches 1 player. Freezy takes Kendi out. Back-to-back triple for Freezy. Young J shuts down Idra. RTL Esports might be able to go the distance here, Basha.
Finally changing every single situation done from the side of Smart Omega. This could be it. This could be the game changer from the side of RTL. Despite Smart Omega only need 1 more point, and we thought it was not going to be a deathmatch, but RTL Esports says, nay, sir, I will do the things that are unimaginable to the side of Smart Omega. And right there, we got Whoopi with the firepower. Can he spot out? Yes, he doesn't get anyone, but it's okay. It will be the information the Smart Omega needs it off, but will that information will be traded off for the gunfights they needed. And Whoopi doesn't even land any shots so far. He doesn't even get those kills, but only the information will be traded out as Smart Omega unfortunately losing those gunfights.
Yeah, looking at the way Whoopi is just flying the Dragonfire out there, I want to see how he, flies the Jekyll, man. I mean, that level of piloting on the Dragonfire, my oh my, through the pillars into square center, perfection. But of course, on a more serious note, Smart Omega, they are down in lives. Can they hold on to this final point as the players of RTL Esports rush on in to take it over from them, and overextending Young Jay should be able to make quick work of Rage if he continues through the open stairs and takes him out. Timing is going to be key here, but Rage does shut down Young Jay. 7 with those back-to-back kills. Make that a 3-kill now for the player on the side of RTL Esports. 6 kills advantage. Smart Omega, can they now continue to sustain? Freezy makes it even lower. This is an insane performance out of RTL Esports, Pasha.
Agreed. Yes, sir. And at the moment right now, Smart Omega trying to make a change, but Jello does not allow it. He goes in with the CBR. He's just waiting for the right time. Does not go for the overextension, and this is what he needs from the RTL. They know where to go, where to position themselves. Young Jay with the backup, unfortunately, will be taken out, but it's okay. Numbers still stacked for them, and Omega on the other end left with 4 more lives to go. It's gonna be easy win for the RTL if they can fight off the rest of the players from the team of Smart Omega. Risky doing the risky move to take down Susano on the other hand. Ooh, a great smart move coming in for the Omega, but still the numbers takes off for the team of RTL. No more mistake coming in from the Smart Omega if the team of RTL takes this advantage.
2v9. Can the players of Smart Omega secure this? They have got just 2 to play with, and with Whoopi going down, Rage gets taken out as well. The players of Smart Omega, they picked up the first initial 2 rounds at control, only for RTL Esports now to potentially reverse sweep them at this control matchup. Is this gonna happen? Will Smart Omega recover? It all depends on this 1 round. The players of RTL Esports this time on defense, and it's all up to Smart Omega as to how they pick their battles, and they move on through to that B-point instantaneously to rip that away from RTL first.
RTL will be coming back for the action, but so far right now, Smart Omega is doing well to go into the sculpture. 7 on the other hand will be able to do a backup a little bit with Hydra, with the Analyzer as well, but RTL will maintain to make sure they defends the B flag. But Candy waiting for the right time, trying to spray it out, roll back off, but Susano gets the kill instead, and RTL just maintain a composure. Well done, and Smart Omega is still struggling to break this flags.
What are they going to be able to pull off here? The numbers all equal between Smart Omega and RTL Esports. Susano loses his life with that engagement against Risky, and Whoopi has got the Annihilator, hasn't brought it into activation just yet. They still have got the numbers advantage, but with Risky getting the God Nade onto Young Jay, they keep that 1 advantage. Objective has been lost on the side of RTL Esports, and now they all double back down towards that A side. RTL, very surprising, aggressive maneuver. All of those players hop on into square center to finish off the players of Smart Omega, but that might have just been a mistake because now nobody on the defensive side. Smart Omega, they can rip this flag away.
Yep, they can literally ripped it off from the hands of the team of RTL. Right, this is, and defense-wise, the Smart Omega is getting all the momentum while RTL is losing those. But Young Jay finally pulls through, takes down Omega Rage as well. And right now he tries to get in, but Whoopi finally whooping out that Annihilator, and RTL will lose those score streaks as well as those numbers of body counts. As Smart Omega will be getting this one more flag to go, will close it off and maybe wins it off.
Susano!
Ooh, RTL comes in. Susano will be doing the miracle to the side of RTL. Who would have thought? Even though the numbers still stands out for the Smart Omega, can they do so? Jello takes that Whoopi as well. They're trying to do the numbers, AJ.
Oh yeah, what a defense by the players of RTL Esports. But now they have to be careful because Smart Omega, they've got the advantage. 4 live advantage to be specific, and one final segment of that A flag to rip away. Smart Omega have done a great job in this round so far. Freezy takes Whoopi out of the equation, but Rage with that backstab manages to keep that numbers on the side of Smart Omega. But a 3 life advantage, it has been down now. Candy pulls out the Annihilator. Crazy timing. Whoopi whips out his sniper as well. RTL Esports in a lot of trouble. Risky tries to stay alive, but with 3 more lives on the side of RTL, I believe it's all over here, Basha.
It might be same time, right now, numbers also will be texted out from the side of Smart Omega. 2 more players to go. Wupu just make 2 more players, and Candy just not gonna overextend. He wastes no time. He will wait for the over
Candy,
and gets yellow. 1 more player to go. He will shoot to the side of RTL, but no! Rage come in for the backup, and the win goes out to the team of Smart Omega. Yes, sir.
Oh, RTL Esports pushing Smart Omega all the way into OT at control. Who would have thought? And this is one of Smart Omega's most favorite maps of all, the one and only raid. And to be able to push them all the way to this point shows the quality that RTL Esports has within them. And even to that final round, the engagement went down to the wire with just a couple of life in terms of difference. Zezzy, what a matchup, man.
Yes, sir. What a matchup indeed. It's a battle of the objective of Omega and the aggressiveness of RTL. Now, RTL they were more focused on the kills department. They want to win by the kills, and they just use the flags as a redirection so that OMG or Omega will be getting on the desired location of RTL. Now, when you take the factors for the win of Omega, it's more on the objectives. It's more on the resource manipulation. The round number 5, they won it because they saved 3 operator skills for that big breakthrough. And with Rage spawn trapping RTL, they have nowhere to go. Whoopi pulls off the sniper as well in the last minutes of the game, which shows his very flexible moves, and that's what you want in this mode, because control is basically mixed hardpoint search and destroy. So if you mix up the automatic guns here and the sniper, then you get this flexibility that you need in a team. So talking about the win conditions of these both teams, RTL, they did their best to win through their conditions, which is to get the kills and shut them down. Now, instead of the flag, RTL tends to treat the spawn trap as their objective. Instead of capturing flags, they want to spawn trap. But Omega is actually using that against RTL with Rage and Risky doing the risky plays and raging plays, they trap the RTL and they let them taste their own medicine. That's why we got into the round number 5, back and forth actions. We get to see 2 different win conditions. And I think as a community, as a whole, these teams or the amateur teams that are watching can learn a lot from these teams. Like, there's a lot of win conditions in control. You can do the spawn traps, you can do the objective itself. Like how Smart Omega did in the first round. They caught RTL off guard. And I think you would agree on me with this one, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And one of the biggest reasons as to why RTL Esports kind of lost that towards the end as well is they underestimated the players of Smart Omega. You've got to be half insane to pull off a spawn trap against Smart Omega, right? Knowing their mechanical capabilities out there on the battlefield. And that was exactly when the players of Smart Omega managed to find a few more of those lives to be sustained out there on the battlefield. They traded out RTL Esports because RTL was just literally running towards them, giving away those kills towards the players of Smart Omega. Only when we did see them double back down to play a solid defense did we see Smart Omega kind of struggle. So that can be the biggest takeaway here for the side of RTL Esports. I mean, yes, a spawn trap is fantastic to pull off at control, but you should never ever do it unless you know for a fact that you have got the mechanical supremacy out there on the battlefield. In this fight, RTL Esports did not have that battlefield all controlled with their mechanical capability. It was an equal fight between themselves as well as Smart Omega, so they should have just kept to the other side of the field here, Zezzy.
Definitely, they should have just stayed aggressive, but not to the point that you prioritize the spawn traps, because you're basically sending yourself to the den of the lions where they will bite you back. And you have seen the Omega, how they played. How do you feel, Fasha, about Risky and Rage stepping up?
I mean, Are we really going to question how they are? They are phenomenal. They forever will be amazing at how they
Yeah.
do. And despite the action they've done in the SND, when it comes to Respawn, Smart Omega, as the name itself, they will be definitely smart enough to know where to tackle those fighting spirit that coming in from the RTL and the weaknesses that the RTL and take over from that, using all those mistakes that RTL has done. And that was the reason why Smart Omega doing well from even from the hard point itself to the point of the control. And here on out, we could see the fight coming in from the RTL. There were such contests coming towards from the P2 to the P3 and the P4, but the moment when RTL was just too focused on the P4 and the Smart Omega finally able to break those heel and going straight away to chase down RTL, that's when RTL lose everything, the momentum they could have had, even when during the first few points, it could have been goes out to the team of RTL Esports.
Yeah, definitely. RTL lost it when Smart Omega has finally gained their composure, because you need to get those composure in order to save those positions, where that is the greatest asset of Omega against RTL. Because RTL, they tend to break the heels often, but the translations towards the points are missing. That's why Omega has the upper hand on that hard point. Now, when you get onto the search and destroy, Wacky is stepping up huge, and RTL, this is the perfect map for them. The standoff with their aggressiveness. It's like still the PDR versus NV Doctors playstyle. NV Doctors reflecting a bit about Smart Omega. You need the teamwork and you need the strategy. You need those systematic plays in order to defeat RTL Esports. While RTL, you just need those confidence. That is the key word for their win in Search and Destroy. Now you move on to Control, where it's a mix of hardpoint and search and destroy. Search and destroy taken by RTL. Smart Omega taking the hard point. So we get to expect the 2-3 score, which it really gave us a nice game, isn't it, AJ?
Absolutely, man. And one would have expected it to end with a 3-0 as Smart Omega took the lead initially, but RTL Esports did not really want to call it quits just yet. Through the first two rounds, they saw the loopholes in the strategy of Smart Omega, and this is where they attacked right back, right? Because round 3 was when they could really bring in all of those operators to be played, and the investment was really solid. Whoopi did manage to streak himself out, but at the point where he did manage that full streak, he couldn't really take the attack right back against RTL Esports. He saved it up for round number 4, but to no avail. RTL still managed to grab that from their side. A spectacular showing from RTL Esports, and even towards the end, the numbers were so close, Zezzy.
Yeah, the numbers were so close. It's basically like whoever pulls off that resources, those operator skills, and that time Smart Omega really sacrificed themselves in the round number 4 in order to bounce back strong in round number 5. And whoopee, speaking of bouncing back, after getting a 0-5 score in the search and destroy, he gets 12 kills on the search and destroy. He gets 30 plus kills on the control. And man, oh man, whoopee, your son AJ, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm a proud daddy, bro. I've always been a proud daddy. No Asian parenting when bringing Whoopi up. He was brought up with a lot of love, a lot of care, hugs, words of affirmation. Son, you can do it every single day. And he's getting it done out there on the battlefield, Zezzy.
That's really good of a parent,
That's it, Zezzy. Zezzy got lost right after the comment, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. I think he's looking for a clip to hop on off. The players out there for the side of Smart Omega have just been truly phenomenal. But what was even more phenomenal was RTL Esports and their capability of taking Smart Omega the distance. And just when you thought that Smart Omega would be able to dominate this group, we are forced to think once again, Fasha.
Yes, sir. This is the day 3 standing throughout the day 3. If you guys missed out the action, let's do a recap right here. So far, Group A, we've seen Almighty, CKG Legacy, and Sam9. Going back to remind you guys that we are losing our alt Moni because the fact that there's a technicality issue. So for now, Group A will be standing strong with 3 teams. On the other hand, Group B, we got Smart Omega meeting off with the RTL. Getting that 3 wins will definitely push them the wins for 5 maps. And on the other hand, RTL Esports losing 2 maps, making their wins for 3. PDR Esports on the 3rd place, and V Doctor still maintains at the bottom. On the other end, Group C, we got the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS at the top, Sector 0 with the OFFSTREAM doing well, fighting off with the ACNO. FINESSE on the other end, HUNTSMEN at the 3rd spot. Group D wise, we got the most deadliest group ever, as AJ and Kelly as well as Zazie stole. Blacklist Ultimate maintained on the top. VVV ESPORTS on the other end for the first game itself, they're doing well, fighting off with the CKG LEGACY, and CA United, they need to push themselves back for the next round.
Absolutely, Fasha. We seem to have lost Zezi. Do bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He is trying to get right back online. But once again, echoing exactly what Fasha has already mentioned, Group A has lost a participant and they will not be participating in the tournament any further. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's not speculate as to exactly what's happening. I'm very sure you guys will be hearing the news very, very soon. But looking at the schedule for Sunday, the 23rd of July, tomorrow we start things off at the exact same time. In the first match, it's going to be a fight between Sem9 versus C8 Legacy. And then the C8 brothers from the side of United hop on in to see exactly what they can pull off against CKG. Blacklist International Ultimate takes on VVV in the third matchup. And all 3 first matches, quite crazy in terms of a setup, Pasha.
Yes, sir. And I know for a fact a lot of fans, a lot of the viewers are so disappointed, could not see the Sem9 fight off, the great gameplay for them to fight off today or tonight. But it's okay. They will be rising to the top for tomorrow's match. So please make sure to stay tuned for tomorrow. Keep on supporting the community, because who else to support the community if not we as the community itself? And yet we are still having a little bit of difficulty coming towards to the Sazi side. We could not hear our own host analysis right here. Hopefully he'll be able to come back. Maybe his face is still there, AJ, but on the other hand, his voice will not be heard. But it's okay. Let's interpret what Sazi would say, AJ. Let's interpret, because he's actually stuck. His face is actually stuck, but he's smiling, which is great. I mean, usually when my face is stuck, it's usually sabotaging my reputation. But Sazi, good job on stucking on that face, man, because nobody can sabotage your reputation. But on the other hand, J3 is already for the closure. Congratulations to all teams, but this is not the end, my friend. There's still 7 more days to go. No, sorry, 5 more days to go, and you guys needs to keep on supporting this team to make sure they'll be the one to qualify to the playoffs. AJ, any last words?
Yeah, I mean, I can close the show off, but I just want to admire Zezi's face like this a little bit longer, right? I mean, Zezi, what are your thoughts on this matchup, Zezi? Okay, Zezi's very happy with exactly how things have gone down. But we do apologize for the technical difficulty. I'm very sure Zezi is upset that he cannot part with his last few words. He is one of the best analysts that we do have on board for Garena Call of Duty, as well as the Garena Masters Season 3. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do have to wrap the show up. Zezi will be back tomorrow, though, so you guys can catch him there. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Fasha Bunny. Thank you so much for joining us in here on day number 3 of the group stages. You guys have a good night and have a nice day.